Although Karmara snatched the cosmic spirit ball, Star-Lord also noticed that she had been merciful several times, otherwise he would have been dead. Therefore, although he had the opportunity to kill Karmora, he still chose to let her go and just knocked her down with arc bullets. Looking at Kamala, who was constantly twitching on the ground, Xingju quickly stood up and shook off his pocket under his feet and ran towards the distance. However, he did not notice that the raccoon, who had been pushed to the ground by Karmala, had risen again. At this time, he was taking the weapon close to him from behind and holding it in his hand. It's easy for me to be satisfied. For example, think about how painful it will be. The Rocket Raccoon said as he unfolded his multifunctional rifle, aimed at the escaping Star-Lord and pulled the trigger. Regiment is as like as 2 peas in the attack on the card, but the stronger arc went towards the Star Queen, and he hit him right. Then the Star Baron stepped into Karmara's wake and fell to the ground directly, convulsing violently. Ha 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 ha! The Rocket Raccoon sees this. The happy ha-ha laughs, looking at the Star Jew that ground convulsion complacently says. Tremble, mortal, the Rocket Raccoon said, but heard a whining sound like a baby's humming behind him. He could not help turning his head and looking, but saw Gurut, a tree man whose arms had been cut off by Carmela, was bending his head and kicking his arm, which had been cut to the ground with his foot, and his mouth was making bursts of sound. Rocket Raccoon can't help but a burst of speechless began to curse. You'll grow up again. Don't whine. As soon as the raccoon finished, he suddenly felt a golden light in front of him, which covered him. At the same time, he suddenly found that he had lost his gravity and slowly floated up, suspended in mid-air. And like him, Glut, who was watching his broken arm whine, floated in the golden beam. 89P13 dropped the weapon. The Rocket Raccoon looked up, but saw several Star Empire octagonal individual spaceships surrounded them. The golden beam that fixed them in the air was the traction beam from the front of the spacecraft. Damn it. The Rocket Raccoon reluctantly released the multifunctional rifle in his hand and gave up resistance. With the strength of him and Glut, they are not the opponents of these advanced single-soldier ships of the new Star Empire. It is meaningless to continue to resist. In the name of the new Star Corps, you are arrested. The charge is endangering other people's lives and destroying property. A loud voice sounded from the individual spaceship, announcing that several people were all arrested. Kamura, still unconscious, was also pulled into the air by a traction beam. On the contrary, Xingju, who has suffered more intense electric shock, has sobered up. From this, we can see that Xingju's constitution is even stronger than Camilla, who has been strengthened and transformed. Of course, at present, only limited to physical strength and recovery ability. Strength and reaction is still much weaker than Karmala, and not much different from ordinary people. This is also the reason why Xingju has not been aware of his special constitution. However, although he wakes up in advance, he still cannot escape the fate of being arrested, because when he wakes up, his hands have been handcuffed. All right, stand up. 2 soldiers of the new Star Legion took Star-Lord's arm from left to right and pulled him up from the ground. Then one of the middle-aged officers with some weight gain looked at him and said in surprise, "Hey, isn't this the Star Prince?" The Star Jew hears speech some helpless correction way. "It's Star-Lord. Why can't anyone remember his nickname?" "I'm sorry, sir." Fat officer is very good-natured, imitating the tone of nobility, joking with him, and then towards the side, driving his subordinates with him, said with a smile, "I caught him because of a thief before. He has a code name." Hearing this, the young soldier could not help but take a look at Xingju and showed a smile. Star Baron, but felt despised, discontented, said, "Mon, that sounds like a thief's name." For his mother gave him the nickname of Xingju. Xingju was very satisfied, felt very powerful, and always wanted to make his name. So far, though, few seemed to know him. Finally, the fat officer who had caught him knew it, but he still remembered it wrong. In his opinion, he was just a petty thief, which made Xingju not angry. Fat officer saw Star Baron's dissatisfaction and said with a smile, "It's okay, young man. It's cool to have a code name. It's not so strange." Star-Lord smells speech but can't help but roll a white eye. "Are you really comforting me? What does it mean? It's strange. You're just telling me this code name is very strange. In fact, we can't blame others. The name of Xingju is very powerful. It's only because he is not famous enough. It's just like a thief calling himself Mieba. It's only funny that the fat officer doesn't sneer at him. In fact, Xingju knew this in his heart. He had always wanted to make a name for himself, but he never had a chance. This time he met Chen Mo, his chance finally came. When I save the galaxy, I will let everyone know my Star-Lord's name. But before that, he needs to be in prison for a while. Looking at the Star 4 people arrested by the new Star Corps, Chen Mo, standing in the crowd in the distance, could not help but show a smile on his face. In the whole process, Chen Mo has been standing in the distance, witnessing the whole incident and putting all the performances of several people into his eyes. The most powerful of the 4 is Carmala, whose strength, agility, physical strength and reaction ability are almost the same as those of the U.S. captain who has been transformed by the serum of the enhanced super soldier, which is almost 6 times the physical fitness of ordinary people. In addition to super strong people like Thor and Mieba, Camilla's strength is already considered as the top existence in the universe. In addition to her excellent fighting skills honed in countless battles, her combat effectiveness is actually very strong. On the one hand, she only wanted to snatch the cosmic spirit ball, and she didn't want to kill innocent people. Besides, when Star-Lord in the middle wanted to attack her with an energy pistol, she intended to lay a heavy hand on her, and Carmora was always merciful. And Rocket Raccoon and others have not been dead on her, so that Camilla cannot really have a killing intention. On the other hand, it is because the strength of several people themselves is not weak. On the other hand, it is because the strength of several people themselves is not weak. Xingju, a guy who only relied on his own fight and various equipment, could survive until the end of the fight between Camilla and Rocket Raccoon, which made him gain some profit. However, after he personally attacked and put down Carmicla, he was also quickly knocked down by Rocket Raccoon. The Rocket Raccoon's agility and speed are not lower than that of Camura. Although the strength is relatively weak, it is also more than ordinary people. For his small body less than 1 meter, the strength is actually very strong. What's more, Chen Mo knows that the most powerful ability of Rocket Raccoon is not the strong physical fitness and close combat after its own transformation, but the super gun technique and mechanical transformation ability. With guns in hand, Rocket Raccoons can be shot to the full. A pile of mechanical parts came into his hands and could be combined into powerful weapons. At the same time, the Rocket Raccoon is also a tactical expert. Given his time arrangement, he can easily deal with dozens of enemies. Although the tree man Glut is clumsy, his fighting ability is not bad at all. His special body structure makes him have a very strong power, even stronger than Camura. Although the movement speed is relatively slow, the vine which can grow rapidly and expand flexibly makes up for this shortcoming. Relying on this special ability, Shuren Gruit's combat mode is very flexible and has a strong field control auxiliary ability. Combined with his strong defense and nearly immortal regeneration ability, Glut is a perfect meat shield and auxiliary player. If the real fight, the tree people Gruit and Rocket Raccoon cooperate, the combat effectiveness will soar. Even Carmala should be careful to deal with. However, in this city pursuit war, several people did not give full play to their real strength. Instead, they were taken advantage of by the new Star Legion without any effort to capture them all. In the whole process, Chen Mo has been watching the bustle in the distance, but he has no intention of making a move. If Xingju knew that Chen Mo was looking at him being beaten and arrested, he would not pay attention to it but would enjoy it and wonder what he would feel. Chen Mo didn't intervene. It was not that he wanted to see Xingju's jokes, but for their good. The 4 will be jailed next, but that's not a bad thing for them. Rocket Raccoon itself is a master of prison break. He has escaped more than 20 times. Although the space prison of Xinxing Empire is heavily guarded, it cannot trap him. Moreover, the space prison is an important process for the galactic guards to gather and integrate, and Chen Mo does not want to interfere. It was this experience of prison time and prison break that brought together several people who were originally hostile to each other, became comrades in arms who could trust each other, and ultimately led to the birth of the Galactic Guard. If Chen Mo came forward directly before, although it could stop the fight between them, it could not integrate them together. Even if Chen Mo tries to get them to cooperate temporarily, it is difficult for them to really trust each other and become comrades in arms who can trust each other. Only when they have experienced the battle and tribulation together can they truly trust each other and become a real team. Although the space prison is full of all kinds of heinous criminals, it is not dangerous for Xingju and others. So Chen Mo did not intervene, but let Xingju and others be arrested together. And there's another teammate in prison waiting for them. Watching Xingju and others being captured, Chen Mo does not leave, but stands at the edge of the overpass, watching the various alien exchanges around. As Xingju and others were arrested, the square again returned to calm. Because the new Star Empire civilization is extremely developed, the productive forces are liberated. People do not need to engage in all kinds of heavy work. Everyone's life is very leisurely. They strolled, played, and chatted in the spacious, tidy, and scientific square. Every Shandari's face was full of relaxation, leisure, and pleasure, and their mental state was very this may be what a developed civilization should look like. People no longer need to run for a living, do not need to worry about all kinds of trivial matters, can concentrate on doing what they want to do, whether it has meaning or not. Chen Mo can't help but think about the Earth. He doesn't know when the Earth will become like this. If we follow the normal historical development, it may take hundreds of years for mankind to truly enter the interstellar civilization, get rid of the dependence on the Earth's mineral resources, energy resources, and other resources, and completely liberate the productive forces. However, with Chen Mo and his Aegis group, the process of humans stepping into the interstellar civilization will undoubtedly be shortened. It is not necessary to wait for hundreds of years for this generation to enjoy the convenience of interstellar civilization. However, Xingju stayed here not only to observe the life of Shandal people, but also had another thing to do. He's waiting for someone, while Chen Mo is standing on the overpass watching the surrounding aliens pass the time. The Star-Lord 4 are also put into the detention room of the new Star Corps headquarters. At the same time, in the command center of the New Star Army headquarters, the supreme leader of the New Star Empire is talking to the high level of the Carey Empire. Ronan is destroying outposts set up by the Shandars all over the system. I think it's worth Carey's response a little bit. Dressed in a neat blue uniform dress of the New Star Legion, with white hair combed meticulously, the Star Supreme looked at the bald Carey high-rise on the wall screen and asked in a high voice of anger. The war between the two countries lasted for many years. Originally, the Carey Empire started the war. Although the Carey Empire could not continue to bear the huge consumption brought about by the continuous war for hundreds of years, and because it did not want to lose both sides, it chose to cease the war. But it chose to turn a blind eye to the attacks launched by Ronan against them in violation of the peace treaty. Facing the question of the new Star Supreme, the high-level Carey Empire on the opposite side of the screen said casually, "We have signed a peace treaty, Nova Supreme. What else do you want?" Hearing the tone of indifference, Xingxing Supreme couldn't help but be more angry. At least the Carey Empire should condemn his behavior. He is killing children and destroying families as the initiator of the war. The Carey Empire, which has been aiming at annexing the New Star Empire, will never take the lives of the people of the New Star Empire anymore. If it had not been for years of war that had consumed them enormously, and the tenacious resistance of the new legions had made them suffer heavy losses, but they had never seen the hope of victory, they would not have been forced to choose the form of peace talks and sign the peace treaty which symbolized shame to them. But the inner unwilling to let the Carey Empire high level to Ronan's behavior chose to. But the inner unwilling to let the Carey Empire high level to Ronan's behavior chose to indulge, unable to swallow up the New Star Empire, can give them a little block is good. Although in order to prevent the New Star Empire from completely provoking the two countries to start a war again, The Carey Empire restricted the movement of the accusation group, making Ronan unable to command the troops to start a full-scale war. But Ronan, with his flagship, launched a series of terrorist attacks on the New Star Empire. Although Ronan's flagship Dark Star warship is powerful, it is difficult to face up to the Star Core of the New Star Empire. Therefore, as a terrorist, he launched a sneak attack on the outposts of the New Star Empire all over the world, and countless civilians were brutally slaughtered. Although Ronan killed a large number of civilians in the New Star Empire, this was his personal behavior after all, and the New Star Empire could not fight them again. Therefore, for the question of the New Star Supreme, this high-level Carey Empire did not pay attention to it at all and said impatiently, "That's your business. I have other things to do now." With that, he waved and cut off the communication. "Asshole!" Looking at the disappearing picture on the wall, the New Star scolded angrily. Then he could not help frowning and thinking about how to deal with Ronan. Ronan's flagship Dark Star is very advanced. His small army is not his opponent at all. Moreover, Ronan's whereabouts are very secret. He specially selects outposts with weak defense strength to sneak attack. When their troops arrive, Ronan has already withdrawn, leaving only the destroyed outposts and slaughtered civilians. Although they had signed a peace treaty with the Carey Empire, it was possible for the Carey Empire to tear up the treaty and launch attacks at any time. Therefore, their large forces still needed to be stationed at the border to guard against the fleet of the Carey Empire. They could not leave for large-scale encirclement and defense. Although Ronan's Dark Star warship alone can't pose a real threat to the New Star Empire, the constant destruction of outposts and the slaughter of civilians still grieve Xingxing Supreme. But for now, they don't have a good way to deal with Ronan. It is precisely because of this that she asked the Carey Empire to come forward to stop Ronan, but obviously the Carey Empire confirmed that she would not easily go to war because of this, and refused her request without hesitation. As the New Star Supreme frowned and pondered, a tall officer standing next to him glanced at his tablet computer and suddenly opened his mouth. "Good news. We seem to have arrested Ronan's associates." Hearing the words, the New Star immediately turned to the officer and ordered, "You go to law enforcement. We need to know more about Ronan." Danalian Thrash, a senior officer of the New Star Corps, arrived at the law enforcement department, while Roman Day, the fat officer who had brought them back, was investigating their identities and scanning their bodies. Danalian Sal stood beside him, looking at the images on the holographic screen and listening to Roman Day. Carmala, who has undergone a whole body transformation, has been trained to be a killing machine, the adopted daughter of the Mad Titan. With the introduction of Roman Day, a holographic image of Kamura in his cell appears on the holographic screen, with a row of information listed next to the screen. Kamura background: the last survivor of Zahoube ethnic group ability. Bone control, implant regeneration, nervous system and visual level enhancement. Danalian Sal listened to Roman Day's introduction and looked at the cold Kamura face on the holographic screen and the information displayed on the screen. His face was dignified. He did not expect that the arrested Ronan accomplice was the adopted daughter of Mieba, which made him feel a bad feeling. Looking at the very limited information on the screen, Danalian Sal asked, "Is that all? Why doesn't she have a previous criminal record?" said Roman Day, a fat officer. "This is the first time she has been arrested, so she has no criminal record, but we still have some information." Roman Day continued as he operated on the tablet. Recently, Mieba sent her and the Nebula sisters to assist Ronan. With the operation of Roman Day, the head images of Mieba, Ronan, Carmala and Nebula appear on the holographic screen, which clearly shows the relationship between the four. Therefore, we have reason to collude with Baronin. Looking at the pictures of Mieba and Ronan on the screen, Danalian Sal instinctively feels that there must be a huge conspiracy behind this, and this plot is likely to be aimed at the New Star Empire. He must ask the truth of the matter from Carmela's mouth and prepare early. At the same time, he is also very curious about the purpose of Camilla's coming to Shendaria. Obviously, Camilla's presence in Shendari can't be just a coincidence. Her arrival must have some purpose, so Danalian Sal also attaches great importance to the 3 Starburns who were arrested with Carmela. Roman Day immediately called up other people's information. The experimental body 89P13, which claims to be a rocket, is the product of illegal genetic modification and mechanical experiments on low-life organisms. At the same time, the screen also shows the rocket raccoon file information. Experimental body 89P13 alias, rocket background, half-world citizen associate, tree man Gertrude ability, bone strengthening, bone marrow control, phalangeal bone and metacarpal bone enhancement, cerebral cortex gene enhancement criminal record, 13 theft, 22 prison breaks, 7 mercenary acts, 15 arson charges warning. Biting tendency Danalian Sal looked at the rocket raccoon message, but did not find anything too special, cannot help frowning. In the galaxy, high IQ humanoid animals like rocket raccoon are not uncommon. Although rocket raccoon is stronger than most transformed animals, it should not be enough for Ronan to send Kimura against him. However, as the hologram screen changed, Danalian Sal could not help exclaiming at the moving human tree in the picture. What the hell is this? He has seen many animals, but he has never seen a big tree that can move, Roman Day said immediately. They call it Gruit, the recently private plant and thug of 89P13, and the humanoid plant that accompanies it. Gruit's information is also on the screen. Species, plant giant accomplice, experimental body 89P13 origin, unknown ability, unknown criminal record, 3 serious injuries, 15 prison breaks, 3 mercenary acts. Although Danalian Sal was surprised by the appearance of the tree man Gruit, it was still not enough to explain Ronan sending out Kimura. He's not going to take this tree man back for collection. In the end, Danalian Sal turned to Star-Lord, said Roman Day, who was very familiar with Star-Lord. Peter Jason Quayle from Earth was raised as a child by Marauders, a mercenary organization led by Jondo Yadonta. Star-Lord's information is also displayed. Peter Jason Quayle alias, Star-Lord origin, Earth function, throat implant multi-language function accomplice, Raider mercenary headed by Yondu Yaudonta criminal record, 1 fraud, 2 times drinking trouble, 1 fight, 1 molestation with the Duchess of Gramosian when introduced by Roman Day. The hologram is Star Jew and the camera slowly made a motion of shaking the handle. With his right hand constantly turning, the middle finger of his left hand clenched, his fist slowly stood up. Star-Lord then looked at the screen in surprise and said with a puzzled face, "Sorry, I don't know how this machine works." Danalian Sal, looking at Star-Lord's performance, recalled the information of several people and could not help saying, "What a bunch of assholes." While Danalian Sal is talking, the Star Baron is still trying to break the raised middle finger back with his hand, but the finger bounces up again. Star-Lord looked at the camera and shook his head helplessly. Danalian Sal frowned. But Roman Day looked at Star-Lord's action, but his fat face could not help but smile. He didn't hate Xingju. Naturally, this guy often did some cheating, fighting, but in fact he did not do anything that really harmed civilians. He can see that Xingju has a kind heart in fact, and his humor is very good for his temper. Danalian Sal didn't see anything useful from the information and performance of several people, so he turned to Roman Day and said, "How is the trial going? We need to get information from Carmela about Ronan and why she came to Shendaria. What is the purpose of her?" But Roman Day shook his head and said slowly, "Interrogation doesn't work for these guys. They don't say anything. The 4 are either star mercenaries or top killers. Ordinary interrogation methods have no effect on them." Danalian Sal's face sank when he heard this. Then he looked at the Star Baron, who didn't care, and said in a deep voice, "Then send all 4 of them to Colin. I think they'll want to say it there." Roman Day could not help but change his face. Colin, the name of a prison, is located in a meteorite belt in outer space. It is the highest security prison in the New Star Empire. It is specially used to hold heinous felons. This space prison, built on a large meteorite, is suspended in space. Without a spaceship, it is impossible to leave. Moreover, the prison is heavily guarded, so it is almost impossible for prisoners to escape. Moreover, as a special place for the detention of felons, the inside of Klin prison is very dark. In addition to the prisoners attacking and killing each other, the managers in the prison have become corrupt and cruel in the long-term relationship with these prisoners. They not only connive at the fighting and killing among the prisoners, but also actively encourage them to kill each other. In their view, all the criminals held here should have been put to death. Living would only waste resources. They would like these criminals to die early. If Shandarksing is a paradise full of happiness and beauty with developed civilization and tranquility, then Klin prison is a hell full of killing and darkness. No one has been able to leave alive until now. Danalian Sal's idea was to use the most vicious criminals to force Camilla to confess to them. Although Roman Day was worried, he didn't say much for the sake of the overall situation. So soon Carmora and Starlord were transferred to Klin prison. Not to mention what happened to Starlord 4 in Klin prison, Chenmo finally arrived at the man he wanted to wait for on Shandel. The courage of a red leather windbreaker and the emaciated Clara Green came from the distance and walked into the broker's shop under the gaze of Chenmo. Chenmo did not rush to move, but waited for a while before walking toward the shop. The rolling shutter door opens automatically, and Chenmo steps in. However, he sees the broker leaning back on the counter and is being pointed at his head by a flying golden arrow, unable to move. The broker was also in a state of collapse. Not long ago, someone pointed a flying dagger at his head and asked about the information of the cosmic spirit ball buyer. Not long after that, another guy came, pointing at him with a flying arrow and pressing the same news. With the previous experience this time, the broker did not hesitate to tell the news about the collector. However, before taking back the arrow, the guy who had asked him before turned up again. Yangdu and Clara Green also found Chenmo's arrival, but they already knew the information they wanted, so they didn't care. They just watched Chenmo with some vigilance. However, Yangdu's sentry arrow did not withdraw, still hovering in front of the broker, making him afraid to move. If Chenmo shows any hostility, Yangdu will not hesitate to drive the sentinel arrow to attack Chenmo. For his own sentry arrow, Yangdu has absolute confidence. Although the person in front of him is wearing steel armor, he cannot resist the attack of the sentinel arrow that even the warship can easily penetrate. Therefore, although out of caution to keep on guard, courage in the heart is not too nervous. Chenmo glances at the sentry arrow in front of the broker and understands Yangdu's idea. However, he doesn't care. Instead, he directly looks at Yangdu and says to the point, "Yangdu, I have a big deal to talk to you about." Seeing Chenmo call his name directly, Yangdu frowns. Chenmo knows his name and appears here to look for him at this time. It seems that Chenmo came here specially for him and knows his whereabouts. But it was decided on Morag that he came to Shandel, and no one else should know his whereabouts except for his predator team. As a result, he had just arrived at Shandel, and Chenmo directly found him. This made Yangdu suspect that some of the predators betrayed him. He didn't trust too much in the loyalty of his men, especially the small dispute on Morag. He didn't trust too much in the loyalty of his men, especially the small dispute on Morag exposed many people's dissatisfaction with him. Unexpectedly, someone betrayed him immediately and revealed his whereabouts. Yangdu's eyes flashed a fierce look. It seems that we should clean up the predators. He used to focus on the development and expansion of his team. As long as he dared to fight, he would accept all kinds of subordinates. Now it seems that he is eager for quick success and instant benefit. If he's still in the Marauders, Staka won't let him. All along, his opponent's requirements are very strict, so although his predator team is not the largest, its strength has always been the strongest in the predator organization. These thoughts flashed quickly in his heart, bravely looked at Chenmo with sharp eyes and said in a deep voice, "Who are you and how do you know I'm here? Who gave you the tip-off?" Hearing the speech, Chenmo understood that Yangdu was wrong. In order to avoid misunderstanding, he immediately replied, "I'm a friend of Starlord." Brave degree smell speech expression can't help but a Leng if it is Star Jew, it is also able to guess his whereabouts. And the Star Baron. Yondu looks at Chen Mo and asks, but his face is not angry that he has been cheated by Star Ju. Instead, he reveals his concern. Chen Mo is the one who knows the relationship between Yondu and Xingju in the world. He was very clear about his feelings for Xingju, just like a father to his son. Although he was strict and could not express himself, he always liked to frighten people. However, no one could compare his care and love to him. Chen Mo didn't hide it, he said directly. Captured by the new Star Corps. Brave degree smell speech eyebrow a frown, hastily open a mouth to ask away. How could he have offended the new Star Corps? Although they are star mercenaries, they don't want to provoke national forces at ordinary times. After all, they don't want to stay in the spaceship all the time. They are wanted as soon as they land on the planet. From Yang Du's tone, Chen Mo hears the deep concern. He smiles in his heart and explains immediately. 2 star mercenaries wanted to catch him. They fought and were all arrested by the new Star Corps. Yang Du could not help but feel a delay. He immediately guessed that it should be his own release of the reward, which led to this consequence. Bravely, some regret at the same time also can't help but secretly scold. Those 2 mercenaries are idiots. Fight directly on the Star of Shandal when the new Star Army is decoration. Xingju is also a waste. He can't deal with these 2 idiotic mercenaries. He wasted years of training on him. However, Yang Du suddenly looks at Chen Mo, his face sinks and he says in a cold voice, "Why didn't you get caught?" As soon as the voice dropped, Yang Du gently whistled, and the arrow, which had been fixed in front of the broker, slowly turned its direction and pointed to Chen Mo. Obviously, Yang Du thinks that Chen Mo abandoned Xingju and ran away alone. If Chen Mo's answer doesn't satisfy him, the next moment the arrow will penetrate his head. If, of course, it has to be able to penetrate the Edelman alloy. Chen Mo is not a bit nervous because of Yang Du's action. On the contrary, he thinks that, although his sentry arrow looks more cool than his throwing knife, its operation method is somewhat low. Because you have to whistle to control, the operation of the sentry arrow is a bit troublesome. As a result, he can only whistle and control the arrow to turn around after he has finished speaking. It is far better to control the arrow pointing at him with momentum while talking. However, we have to admit that the power of Brave Sentry is still very strong. Ordinary armor can't resist its attack at all. It has fast flight speed, long distance, strong penetration, and flexible attack. Although it's difficult to deal with the top players like Odin, Mieba, and Raytheon, it's also very powerful to fight against other planetary strongmen, including most of the Avengers Alliance, though they can't kill as easily as ordinary people do. With the reaction speed of Steve and others, they can easily avoid bullets, but the attack of Sentinel arrows is more flexible. Although the speed is slightly slower than that of bullets, the attack power is actually much stronger. In other words, depending on the Sentinel arrow, Yondu actually has the attack power comparable to that of the superheroes such as the Captain of the United States. However, due to the influence of Yondu's own strength, the stronger the enemy, the weaker the power of the sentry arrow. For example, Chen Mo, even if he does not rely on the steel battle suit, can easily avoid or even control the sentry arrow. The sentinel arrow that scares countless people is not a threat at all. However, for those who are not particularly powerful, this sentinel arrow is like the sickle of death, which can easily harvest their lives, and it is useless to have more people. Yondu is also relying on this sentinel arrow, can always suppress the Predator team. So many fierce men sit firmly on the throne. In Chen Mo's opinion, Yondu's sentinel arrow has great potential. It can not only be used to fight against top experts, but also can kill weak enemies on a large scale. The only restriction on the power of the sentry arrow is Yondu's own strength. At the same time, Bravery's biggest weakness is also his own. His attack completely relies on the sentry arrow. Compared with the powerful power of the sentry arrow, his own strength is only equal to that of ordinary people. If he is attacked, the control device on his head is damaged, or the whistle is interrupted, the whistle arrow will lose its function and become an ordinary arrow without any threat. Chen Mo, by contrast, does not have such a problem at all. The throwing knife, which is not weaker than the sentinel arrow, is only one of his many attack methods. His most powerful place is just himself. In the face of the sentinel arrow that other people see, Chenmo doesn't care and says slowly in a calm tone, "As soon as we got out of here, we met a beautiful woman with green skin." After listening to Chenmo's words, even though he thought of a possibility, Chenmo's next words also confirmed his conjecture. "You know, he couldn't walk when he saw a beautiful woman, so I went back to Milano first." Yangdu naturally understands Xingju's hobby. This guy really can't walk when he sees a woman. Similar situations have not happened rarely before. He had been waiting for him on the spaceship with all his subordinates for the whole day. If Star-Lord's status was not more important in his heart, he would have left him alone if he had changed other subordinates. In the end, all of them got off the boat and searched all the hotels nearby before they found out this guy and took it back to the spaceship. Otherwise, I don't know, this guy is going to fool around for a few days. Later, when this happened more often, Yangdu simply gave him a small spaceship. When this happened more often, Yangdu simply gave him a small spaceship, the Milano, so that he could do whatever he liked in the spaceship, instead of dragging their entire Predator team. He would always look for people like the parents of internet addicts. Obviously, Star-Lord met a confidant again this time. He didn't want to have a light bulb around him to influence his dating, so he let the other party return to the spaceship. Knowing that it was not Chenmo who abandoned Xingju, Yangdu's face softened a lot. He was about to take back his sentry arrow, but suddenly found out that it was wrong. "I never knew that guy had friends. Who the hell are you?" As soon as his words fell, Yangdu whistled again, trying to force Chenmo to tell the truth with his whistle and arrow like he did with a broker. The golden sentinel arrow with a ray of red light shoots towards Chenmoji, but Chenmo obviously doesn't like being pointed at by an arrow. The idea moved. The alderman alloy flying knife appeared in an instant, with a faster speed than the whistle arrow, in the air across a silver light toward the flying whistle arrow. Ding! In the middle of the sound of a metal collision, Yangdu didn't have time to react. The fast-flying whistle arrow was directly hit and flew out of the room. He couldn't help but stare at him. This was the first time that he saw Yangdu's sentry failed. Before that, Yangdu's sentinel arrow was invincible in his mind, and no one was able to block the attack of the sentinel arrow, let alone the flying sentinel arrow directly. This makes Clara Green look at Chenmo's eyes full of horror. Yangdu's face also suddenly changed. He quickly adjusted the tone of the whistle, regained control of the whistle, and stabilized the arrow. He flew back to him, but he did not dare to continue to attack. Instead, he looked at the silver flying knife suspended in the air. He didn't see Chen's attack clearly at all. He only felt a silver flash, and the sentry arrow was shot out. It was only at this time that he could see the real appearance of the flying knife that had hit his whistle arrow. At the same time, his eyes cannot help but emerge a touch of surprise. This guy seems to have the ability to be very similar to his sentry arrow. Immediately, Yangdu's heart produced the same idea as Xingju, thinking that Chenmo was his people. "Are you a centaur too?" Yangdu said in surprise. On hearing this, Chenmo shook his head and said, "I'm from Earth." However, Yangdu was more surprised when he heard the speech. He didn't expect that Chenmo and Xingju came from the same planet. As far as he knows, the Earth does not have the ability of interplanetary navigation. In the past 20 years after he took away Star-Lord, the Earth's science and technology has developed rapidly and has gone out of the solar system. However, if this is the case, it is not surprising that Chenmo and Xingju are both Earth people and become his friends. Yangdu knows that the reason why Xingju has no friends for so many years is that he lacks identification with aliens. Even his confidants are purely physical communication and have not really moved their feelings. However, after knowing Chenmo's real identity, Yangdu did not relax. Instead, his face became more serious and his eyes towards Chenmo became more dignified. A man on Earth has the same ability as him, and judging from the short fight just now, Chenmo's control ability is even stronger than him. At the speed of the throwing knife just now, if he is attacked, he can hardly escape. And in the same case, he is totally not sure that he can control the sentry arrow to hit the other party's weapons accurately. Although his reaction speed is slightly stronger than that of ordinary people, with the speed of sentry arrows, he has no difficulty in dealing with ordinary enemies. He can easily kill them quickly. However, it is much more difficult to intercept an attack. It is like shooting a target with a bow and arrow is very simple for the archer, but it is almost impossible to hit a flying arrow. Even when their race had not yet been exterminated, the most powerful fighters could not, and the guy who called himself the Earth Man did it easily. This makes him to Chen Mo can't help but solemnly rise, no longer before relaxed and casual. This is exactly what Chen Mo wants to achieve. Chen Mo knows that if you want to have an equal dialogue with star hunters like Yangdu, it's useless to rely on language alone. You must defeat them with your strength and prove that you are stronger than him. Only in this way can we really have a good communication. However, in view of the relationship between Yangdu and Xingju, Chen Mo is still merciful. He just uses the back of the flying knife to shoot the sentinel arrow, instead of directly controlling the flying knife to cut it. Although the strength of the sentinel arrow is much harder than most metals, and even the spacecraft can easily penetrate, it is not enough to see in front of the indestructible alderman alloy flying knife. If Chen Mo was not merciful, the sentinel arrow would have been cut in half. However, after Chen Mo showed enough strength, Yangdu's attitude towards him also changed. He didn't put Chen Mo in his heart. His attitude towards him was no different from that of his subordinates and other ordinary people. He had a vague feeling of being superior. However, relying on the sentry and arrow in his hand, Yangdu does have a proud capital. In addition to the real masters, others are nothing but local chickens and dogs in his eyes, and they do not deserve his respect. However, after seeing Chen Mo's throwing knife, Yangdu does not dare to despise Chen Mo anymore. With the speed and precision just shown by the throwing knife, Chen Mo wants to kill him easily. Faced with Chen Mo, who can take his life at any time, how dare you continue to be arrogant? In Yangdu's eyes, Chen Mo is not only a friend of Xingju, but also a stronger one than him. If there is no need, he doesn't want to fall out with Chen Mo. Naturally, Chen Mo didn't really want to clean up his courage. Seeing that the purpose of shock and awe had been achieved, Chen Mo did not continue to attack, but controlled the flying knife to fly back to his body and lifted his hand into the space. After Chen Mo took back the throwing knife, Yangdu couldn't help but feel relieved. Then he took back the sentry arrow and inserted it into the sleeve of his waist. At this time, Yangdu's look at Chen Mo is no longer as casual as it was at the beginning, and there is even a trace of respect in his eyes. In this universe, the strong are respected, especially among the star hunters. The reason why he was able to take charge of this group of hundreds of marauders depended on his strong strength. Chen Mo also won the respect of courage with his own strength. However, Yangdu still has some doubts about Chen Mo's origin and his relationship with Yangdu still has some doubts about Chen Mo's origin and his relationship with Xingju. After all, Chen Mo's appearance was too sudden. Before that, he had never heard of Chen Mo's existence from Xingju. Whether Chen Mo is an Earthman or not, and whether he and Xingju are enemies or friends, he can't confirm. Seeing Chen Mo's taking off knife, he doesn't mean to continue to attack. As he breathes a sigh of relief, he can't help asking, "What is the relationship between you and Star-Lord?" Chen Mo also knew the worries in Yangdu's heart and immediately replied directly, "In fact, I saved him." Chen Mo immediately talked about what happened on Morag, including Ronan's men appearing to snatch the cosmic spirit ball. He killed the dead soul soldiers and left Morag with the Star Lord. Ronan thought of the several dead spirit ships they saw when they arrived at Morag, and basically believed Chen Mo's words. This makes him feel closer to Chen Mo's senses, but he still has a strong guard in his eyes. After all, Chen Mo is a strong man who can take his life at any time. In front of Chen Mo, courage inevitably feels nervous. As for the latter, you can ask him, Chen Mo finally said, and motioned to the broker who was still clinging to the counter. Yangdu immediately turned his head and looked at the broker, but his eyes suddenly became fierce. The broker is not Chen Mo, and Yangdu has never been polite to the weak. Although Yangdu has just been defeated by Chen Mo, it is still not something that can be provoked by a broker. Seeing Yandu's poor vision, the broker immediately said, "I have a surveillance video here. I'll show it to you right away." Yandu nods when he hears the speech. If there is a surveillance video, it will be much easier. Through the video, he can know how the relationship between Chen Mo and Xingju is. Soon, the broker put out the surveillance video from the store, not only with pictures, but also with sound. Seeing Xingju and Chen Mo appear together, and there is no sign of holding him, Yandu can't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then, hearing Xingju mention that he was attacked by Ronan's men in Morag's Star, which also confirms Chen Mo's previous words. As before, Chen Mo threatened the broker with a flying knife, which made Yandu agree with Chen Mo more. Under the condition that the two sides are not hostile, Yandu still feels very kind to Chen Mo, a strong man with similar ability and strong determination. It was Kraglin who looked sympathetically at the broker and felt sorry for what had happened to him. This guy is also too unlucky. I'm afraid that if he is asked in the same way by two guys in a day, it will cast a great shadow on his mind. After watching the last video, Yandu believes that Chen Mo and Xingju are really together. What's more, he can see that Starlord seems to have great respect for Chen Mo, which seems to be more than just a friend. The closeness and reverence shown in his words and eyes made him the adoptive father who had always treated Xingju as his own son, could not help feeling jealous. The stinky boy of Starlord never showed such feelings to him. Is it just because the person in front of us is also from the earth? Looking at Chen Mo, who is covered with black armor, he is jealous of his bravery. But in his mind, he can't help but think of the poster that Xingju cherished most since he was a child. He remembers that the guy on the poster who was taken as an idol by Starlord was also wearing black full-body armor. Is this just a coincidence? Not to mention on Earth, even in the entire galaxy, there are not many people wearing similar body armor. All kinds of mechanical modification usually try to keep the original shape of the body, and the equipment such as exoskeleton armor and defense armor is rarely covered by the whole body. Chen Mo's armor makes Yandu connect him with the characters on the poster. Contact Xingju's attitude towards Chen Mo, and Yandu feels that his guess is likely to be true. With doubts, Yandu turns to look at Chen Mo and asks, "I don't know what to call your excellency." Looking at Yandu's eyes, Chen Mo almost guessed what he was thinking and didn't hide it. He immediately replied, "On Earth, people usually call me Commander." Yandu hears the speech and the eye flash a glimmer clear. He is indeed. Yandu not only saw the poster of Starlord but also heard him mention his name countless times. He is the commander. Yandu has no children and he doesn't know how to teach him. Therefore, since he was a child, he has been strictly trained in accordance with the way Staka used to cultivate him. He has been allowed to join in the action of the predators since he was a child, taking him and other members to carry out tasks together. However, it is precisely because of his harshness to Starlord that other members of the Predator team do not know his feelings for Starlord. Naturally, he will not be too friendly to the young and clumsy Starlord. Yandu did not care about this, and regarded it as the cultivation and training of Xingju. Therefore, Xingju suffered a lot from childhood. Although he grew up under this kind of training, he did not have much identity with the predators and Yandu, which is the reason why he often betrayed the predators. When he was a child, he would find a corner to look at the poster and lick his wounds. He would soon regain his fighting spirit and become strong again. Chen Mo can be said to have made great contributions to Xingju's ability not to be abandoned by the rough and extreme training method of bravery. Yandu naturally noticed this point, and had a certain understanding of this commander from Xingju's sporadic words. From Xingju's mouth, Yandu learned that the commander, who was regarded as an idol by Xingju, was not just a virtual character worshipped by children, but a real superhero. Almost 70 years ago, he almost ended a world war that was going on Earth at that time, and saved countless people's lives. He was a famous great figure on the Earth, and was respected and worshipped by countless people. Although Yandu looked disdainful on the surface and even deliberately ridiculed Xingju, which made him angry in fact, Yondu's heart was very envious and admirable for the commander. He did not want to be a great hero like the commander, and was worshipped by all people. However, he was sold as a slave by his parents when he was very young. After suffering and suffering, he was rescued by Staka, joined the Predator and grew up in it. Although he finally became a powerful Predator and had his own team, he had no chance to be a hero like Chen Mo. His hometown centaur was destroyed by other powerful alien forces when he was still his hometown centaur was destroyed by other powerful alien forces when he was still a slave. At that time, he did not even have freedom. It was not easy to survive tenaciously. There was no chance to save his own planet like Chen Mo. Yondu did not expect that the Earth commander who once made him extremely envious actually appeared in front of him one day. But this also explains why the Star Baron, who has always disagreed with anyone, has such respect for a person who has just known him. However, according to Xingju, the commander was a figure more than 70 years ago, and he should have lived to be over 100 years old. Yondu could not help but guess what Chen Mo looked like under his armor, and his eyes at Chen Mo could not help becoming more respectful. Although he is a predator, he has great respect for the real hero. In particular, the commander is nearly 100 years old, and he is still so old and strong, which makes Yondu admire him. After watching the surveillance video and knowing Chen Mo's real identity, Yondu no longer has hostility to Chen Mo, and no longer suspects that the arrest of Xingju is related to Chen Mo. But then he remembered what Chen Mo said at the beginning. "You said there was a big deal." Yondu's face is full of curiosity. He doesn't know what kind of big deal Chen Mo, the superhero, will have with him. Chen Mo glances at the broker who stands aside and dare not speak, and then says to Yondu, "Let's go to your ship and say it." Yondu's smell speech also did not hesitate, nod directly to say, "Good." Then the three left the broker's shop together, greatly relieving the broker. However, when he left, Yondu took some exquisite ornaments that he liked in the shop. He planned to put them on his own bridge in a row after going back. It must be very nice. Several people arrived at the airport and boarded a small spaceship of the same size as Star-Lord's Milano. As for Star-Lord's spaceship, after he was arrested, he was towed away by the new Star Corps, and all his personal belongings of Star-Lord were sent to Klin prison according to regulations. Klegelin flew out of the atmosphere in a small spaceship, and soon came to a huge spaceship moored in outer space. This is a large warship much larger than Milano, with a length of several hundred meters. Although it looks a little old, it is not as bright as Milano, but its huge size and complex structure still give people a sense of power and strength. This ship is the flagship of Yondu's Predator team, and also the home of these Star mercenaries. They spend most of their time on this ship, except for performing missions and occasionally getting off the ship to relax. As their small craft approached, a giant hatch at the bottom of the Predator ship slowly opened, and Craig drove the craft straight in from below. The interior of the huge cabin door is not a common landing platform, but a three-dimensional apron composed of steel frame and track. At a glance, there are more than 20. After driving the ship in, Klegelin quickly controlled the spacecraft to slow down and hover, slowly changing its attitude and landing on an apron. The lock device on the tarmac immediately locked and fixed the spacecraft. Then, the huge hatch below slowly closed, and their spacecraft, along with the tarmac, slowly ascended along the track, passing through 2 gates and entering the real parking area. At the same time, Chen Mo also saw other small combat ships of the same type as Milano. Like the cars in the 3-dimensional parking lot, they are arranged orderly on the tracks, with a total number of hundreds. If they are put into battle, the pilot can quickly board the spaceship, open the cabin door below, and quickly release along the track and fly out of the warship directly to fight. Following Yondu and Kraglin, Chen Mo comes out of the small craft, passes through a passageway and hatch, and enters the cabin. Along the way, Chen Mo also saw the inside of the Predator ship. As it looks, the ship should have been some years old, and its interior is very old and even dilapidated. All kinds of lines and pipelines are directly exposed, and many places are covered with oil and dust, which is very messy. Even the metal in many places has rusted. At first glance, it looks more like a dilapidated factory than an advanced warship sailing through the universe. Chenmo can't help but worry. He feels that the ship may break down at any time. However, Chenmo knows that the spaceship just looks old. Although it has been some years and compared with some advanced large warships, it is indeed relatively backward, but its performance in all aspects is not too big. It's like the old cars running on the road. Although the appearance is shabby and the technology is somewhat backward, there is no problem in running. These spaceships are not rockets and spaceships on Earth. Their service life is very short, and a little damage and failure may cause them to be completely destroyed. Even if this kind of old spaceship is a little backward, its technology is actually quite perfect and mature. Although the interior of the spacecraft seems to be a bit old after decades of use, the performance of various core equipment and components is very stable, and there will be no problem if it is used for decades. Of course, there's no comparison with a top-class warship like the Dark Elves. The technology, materials, and equipment used by the Dark Elf warship, even in the current galaxy, is the most advanced. After thousands of years without any changes and failures, it is enough to show that it is advanced and powerful. Seeing Chenmo looking around the spaceship, Yondu said with some pride, "This is my old man, who has been with me for more than 30 years. I robbed him from a gang of star bandits alone." Listening to Yondu's words, Chenmo can completely imagine the scene at that time. This guy must be relying on his own sentinel arrow, whistling directly to kill all the star bandits. The star bandits are the most ferocious people in the galaxy. Although the marauders sometimes do some illegal and criminal things, they are good law-abiding people compared with the star bandits. The places where these cruel and brutal guys pass are full of killing and death. The spaceships and even the planets they are staring at usually don't end well. Although their marauders are mercenaries, they will not hesitate to kill them as long as they encounter star bandits. Yondu is very proud of his glorious journey of killing a group of star pole bandits and seizing this large spaceship by himself. Especially in front of the superhero Chenmo, Yondu doesn't want to show off that he used to drive this ship to rob the ASFA Carol Bank. Bravery in front of other people will feel that it is an honor, but it is difficult to speak in front of Chenmo. Chenmo hears the show-off in Yondu's words, but he doesn't feel disgusted. Instead, he looks at Yondu and nods slowly and says, "Well done. To eliminate evil is to promote good." Although Yondu seems fierce, it is easy for people who don't know him to regard him as a star bandit, but Chenmo knows that his heart is actually more kind than most people. Yondu has been recognized by Chenmo. Although he pretends to be calm on his face, he is already happy in his heart. Although others will also praise him for his feat of killing the star bandits, it is only because of his great strength. In the eyes of those under him, there is no difference between killing a star bandit and killing an army. They are all proof of his strength. What Chenmo praised is obviously not his strength, but the fact that he destroyed the star bandits. It is a praise for his personality. This sentence from Chenmo's mouth is much more meaningful than any other person's praise. Being recognized by a powerful superhero who is admired by the whole planet is a feeling Yondu has never experienced before, which makes him feel a sense of achievement that he has never had before. That feeling was far more intense and lasting than that he had completed a difficult task and had stolen treasures that others could not steal. He even felt a surge of emotion. He was eager to lead his subordinates to destroy a group of star bandits immediately. Yondu's mood is somewhat similar to that of a gangster who saved the drowning child. He was praised by the police uncle representing justice and awarded the banner. His sense of achievement was obviously much stronger than his fight. Of course, the premise is a kind-hearted, with the principles of life and the bottom line of the little hunk. Controlling his excitement, Yondu deliberately put on a serious look and said to Chenmo, "Can we talk about the business now?" However, Chenmo did not talk about business directly but said to Yondu, "It's better to call on all your men. It has something to do with them." When Yondu hears the speech, he frowns and looks at Chenmo but finds that Chenmo has no meaning to explain. After thinking about it for a moment, he turned his head and said to Clara Green, "Call them all to the hall." Although I don't know what Chen Mo has in mind, it doesn't matter. He is also not afraid that Chen Mo will deliberately gather his men together and take advantage of the opportunity to kill them all with a flying knife. If Chen Mo really wants to, he can't stop it at all, and now he still trusts Chen Mo more. Then, under the leadership of Yangdu, Chen Mo comes to a hall in the center of the Predator ship. Here, he also meets the members of the Marauder team called by Clara Green. Hundreds of people were standing in the middle of the hall talking to each other in disorder. The whole hall was noisy. To tell you the truth, these guys look more like star bandits. Not only do they have strange shapes and fierce faces, but also their clothes are messy. Except for the flame badge of predators, they can't see that this is a regular mercenary corps. In Chen Mo's opinion, this is a group of scattered soldiers, which cannot be put on the stage at all. It has to be said that although the strength of Yangdu is very strong, it is far from enough in the management of subordinates and teams. It is almost entirely relying on his personal charm and strong strength to maintain the whole team. If it had not been for Clara Green, an assistant with strong ability to help manage it, and some loyal confidants, the team would have been in chaos or even disintegrated. Seeing the arrival of Yangdu, the chaotic crowd gradually quieted down. The people standing in front of him dodged to make way for a passage and let Yangdu and Chen Mo come to the middle of the hall. For now, the Marauder team is firmly in the hands of Yangdu, but how long it can last is hard to say. Feeling the flashing eyes of the surrounding crowd, Chen Mo is not optimistic about the control of courage. In the middle of the hall, surrounded by a crowd of people, Yangdu turns around and says, "Now you can talk about the big deal you're talking about." When the marauders around heard Yangdu's words, they couldn't help but whisper. The hall, which had just been quiet for a while, became noisy again. Brave Degree C's appearance facial expression can't help but look up. Immediately sharp voice scolds away. "Shut up, all of you." In the Marauder team, Braver's power is still very strong. In his yell, everyone shut their mouths, although some face still with a trace of dissatisfaction, but no one dare to continue to speak. Chen Mo takes all the people's reactions into his eyes and ignores them. Instead, he says directly to Yangdu, "I'm going to hire you, but I'm not going to pay." Yangdu can't help frowning when he hears the speech. Although Chen Mo is very powerful, he can't force them to work for nothing. Although he has a good feeling for Chen Mo, his business belongs to business, and he can't help others work for free. The Marauders team were also dissatisfied with what they heard. If it had not been for Yangdu, who had just warned them, they would have been scolded. Chen Mo, however, didn't betray the truth and said his cards directly. "But I can make you regain the identity of the predator." Bravely heard the speech, but his face could not help but change. His eyes fluctuated violently, revealing his inner restlessness. Although Yangdu's mercenary team, also known as the Marauder, used to be a member of the Interstellar Marauder Organization. In fact, he has been exiled by the Marauder Organization and is no longer recognized as a member of the Marauder Organization. The Star Raider Organization is the largest star mercenary organization in the galaxy. It is composed of hundreds of sub-teams, each of which is no less powerful than the Bravery team. Hundreds of factions are independent of each other, but they all abide by the creed of plunderers. On the surface, their strength is loose, but in fact, they are very cohesive. They have a strong sense of honor. Each faction has a strong sense of belonging and identification with the Predator organization. They strictly abide by the creed of the Predator, and no one is allowed to violate it. Yangdu was expelled by Staka Vaughn, the leader of Yangdu, because he helped Igor collect offspring from all over the universe and sell children, which violated the creed of the Predator organization. Although Yangdu still regards himself as a predator, always wears the Marauder's flame badge, and abides by the Predator's creed more strictly than before. But in fact, he has been removed from the Predator organization and is not recognized by them. If what Yangdu wants most now is to be accepted by the plunderers again and get his share of glory, Chen Mo's words just hit his deepest obsession, which made him feel a little trance. But Yangdu didn't lose his mind. He soon calmed down, frowned, and shook his head. It's impossible. Staka won't forgive me. Yondu knows the rules and traditions of the predator better than anyone else, and knows that Staka will never violate his creed and accept himself again in order to maintain the honor of the predator. Although this is what he has been longing for, but in fact his heart is very clear. It is impossible. Chenmo just looks at Yondu quietly and doesn't speak. At the beginning, Yondu still had a firm face and seemed not to be moved. However, after a short time, his expression on his face became loose. After hesitating for a long time, he still couldn't help asking, "What are you going to do?" He didn't believe that Chenmo was just talking nonsense. There must be some way. He couldn't let go of the matter of recapturing the predator. He wanted to hear what Chenmo had and whether it was possible to achieve it. Chenmo looks at him, deliberately making a casual look, but the courage of expectation is revealed in his eyes. He can't help but smile and speak slowly. "You did make a mistake, but what if you made up for it?" Brave Degree hears speech but frowned to say, "How to make up for it? Those children are all." Yondu suddenly stopped in the middle of his speech, which can be said to be the biggest secret in his heart. He never mentioned it to anyone. Even Staka and the other people of the predator just thought that he was abducting and trafficking children. They didn't know what was going on behind him. However, when he was excited just now, he almost said something. However, Chenmo's next words made him suddenly realize that his secret had been known by Chenmo for a long time. "Even without you, Igor would have sent all those children to someone else, and even Star-Lord would not be spared. And Igor is really their father, and no one would have thought he would do something like that." Chenmo looks shocked, looks at his courage, and continues. "The next thing you can do is to save the children." So what if you save more people? When Yondu first heard Chenmo mention Igor and the children who had been killed, he was very flustered. If Staka knew that those children had been killed, he would have no chance to return to the predators. However, after hearing Chenmo's words, he was suddenly moved and finally someone understood him. In the beginning, he did help Igor look for his sons and daughters all over the universe for money, but every one of them he had confirmed was the offspring of Igor. Yondu didn't think it was a bad thing to help a father find his child. He could never have imagined that Igor would be attacking his own children. But when he happened to find that all the children sent before had been killed by Igor, he regretted that he had not given the Star-Lord to Igor, but also raised him as a son. He admitted that he was wrong, but he was really not like Staka thought, completely ignoring the creed of the predators, mercenary and unscrupulous. Chenmo's understanding undoubtedly touched his heart. Over the years, Chenmo was the only one who understood him. This made him look at Chenmo's eyes and could not help but feel grateful. Thinking of Chenmo's method of saving more people to make up for it, Yondu couldn't help but be interested and asked with some expectation, "How to save it? There are billions of people on Shandal, and Ronan and Mieba are working together to destroy Shandal." Chenmo looks at Yondu and says slowly, "If you save Shandal, do you make up for your mistakes?" When he hears the speech bravely, he can't help frowning and pondering. Although the Marauders are an interstellar mercenary organization, they are different from those ordinary star mercenaries. Besides money, they have higher honor and pursuit, which can be seen from their strict creed. In fact, several decades ago, Yondu and Starka once formed a team to fight for justice in the galaxy and eliminate the Star Bandits. At that time, they were called the Galactic Guard. It is because of them that the Star Bandits in the galaxy have been almost wiped out. Nowadays, only a small number of small Star Bandits are still surviving and hiding in every corner of the galaxy, but they dare not make any big moves, which greatly reduces the harm. If he can really save Shandarksing from Ronan and Mieba, Staka and others will certainly make a difference to him. As for Ronan and Mieba, Yondu doesn't care who they are and how powerful they are. As long as he can return the plunderers, he dares to fight anyone. But then Yondu frowned and shook his head. "I'm afraid that's not enough." With courage to understand Staka, it is usually difficult for him to change his principles. At that time, he violated the creed of the predator and used children to trade, which broke Staka's heart and disappointed Staka. Even if he saved Shandal, Staka would at best change his view of him and be less disappointed with him, but it is unlikely that he will return to the predator. Hearing the speech, Chen Mo looks at the complicated face, full of expectation and regret, and continues. What if it was the whole universe? The whole universe. Courage cannot help but a face of doubt. Remember Igor. Because of him, you will be exiled by the predators, and eventually you will be accepted by the predators again because of him. As he frowns and ponders, Chen Mo continues. What do you think he asked you to help him collect offspring? Father and son meet. Then why don't you give him the Star-Lord? If other people asked about this, he would say that it was because Star-Lord was small and easy to steal. But from Chen Mo's previous words, he knew well about Igor's affairs and his ideas. So Yondu didn't speak hard anymore. Instead, he seriously thought about what Chen Mo said. Remembering the skeletons that I saw on Igo and all kinds of abnormal behaviors of Igor, I look at Chen Mo bravely and solemnly. He had not thought carefully before why Igor collected so many offspring and killed them all. Now, after listening to Chen Mo's words, Yondu finally realized that there must be a huge secret hidden in this matter. As far as he knows, Igor's strength should be very strong, which cannot be countered by ordinary people, so the plot he planned must be very huge. According to Chen Mo, Igor's purpose is likely to threaten the safety of the whole universe. However, Yondu is not afraid. Instead, he can't help feeling a little excited. This may really be his chance to make up for his fault and return to the Predator again. Save the universe. Return of the King. Staka and the rest of the Marauders will no longer refuse him to return to the team. Imagining the scene of returning to the Marauder, Yondu could not help feeling excited. He looked at Chen Mo excitedly and said in a loud voice, "Good, I trust you. I've done this business." Chen Mo can't help but smile at the corner of his mouth. However, just as Yondu's voice fell, a tall, strong man with a big beard whose face seemed to have been splashed with sulfuric acid suddenly stood up and questioned in a loud voice. "Why do we have to return to some predators and obey their broken rules? We are as good as we are now and do what we want." The words of a strong man with a big beard, like a fuse, ignited discontent in people's hearts instantly, and many people began to echo. "Well, what's good for us? What's the matter with Shandari? They don't give money, yes. We are star mercenaries. We work for money. Brothers can't work in vain, yes." Listen to the words of opposition. Bravely face a heavy, fierce eyes swept to a group of hands. All along, Yondu has been suppressing these rebellious people through his own strong strength, and most of them are willing to follow him because of his strong strength and fierce style. However, because of Xingju's relationship, Yondu tolerated his betrayal again and again, which made some people dissatisfied. At the same time, he also thought that Yondu became weak and did not fear him as much as before. Now, in order to recapture the predators, Yondu has to take them to help Chen Mo to work for free. What's more, their dissatisfaction has broken out completely, and their fear of Yondu has been restrained temporarily. The so-called law does not blame the public. They think that Yondu dare not take advantage of so many of them, so they complain and blame one after another. Of course, the more reason is that most of the members of Yondu's mercenary regiment are not good at thinking. They only know how to fight and kill. Their dissatisfaction and anger drown out their little reason, which makes them forget the strength and ruthlessness of Yondu. However, after all, Yondu has been in charge of the team for many years. Relying on his own strength and personality charm, he has many confidants and supporters, so there are still many people standing on his side, firmly supporting and refuting those who question. By contrast, however, there are obviously more opponents. As people's quarrel became more and more fierce, some people became more and more presumptuous. If they didn't have guns with them in the spaceship, I'm afraid someone would have pulled out their guns and made a direct attack on Yondu. Seeing the situation gradually out of control, Yondu did not speak, but his face gradually cooled down. His eyes swept over all the faces one by one, remembering everyone's performance one after another. Then, in the fierce quarrel, Yondu reached out to lift the windbreaker and revealed the sentry arrow in the arrow cover. Just when Yondu is ready to use his sentry arrow, Chen Mo reaches out and stops him. Now, Yondu also guessed that the reason why Chen Mo asked him to gather all his subordinates together was to let those who were dissatisfied with him and wanted to overthrow him come out and clean up the door. However, Chenmo stopped him now, but he was puzzled. Chenmo did not explain to Yangdu, but directly yelled at the crowd. "Quiet!" Chenmo's voice spread all over the hall with the strength of his mind, which made the people in the fierce quarrel stop, and then they have their eyes on Chenmo. Chenmo's eyes swept over the faces of the most cheerful bearded men and others, and said in a loud voice before they wanted to continue to talk and incite the crowd, "Money, yes. Solve Ronan, I'll give you 100 million. After a brief silence, the crowd immediately began to discuss. 100 million, so much. I'm rich now. I've never seen so much money. After hearing Chenmo's words, everyone was excited. They forgot their previous dissatisfaction and began to calculate how much money they could get. Even the bearded man with a disfigured face, who was the first to make trouble, started his fingers with excitement on his face, but he didn't understand after a long time of calculation. With his intelligence quotient, he can't understand 1,000,000, let alone 100 million. Exasperated, he put down his finger, which had been pickling for a long time, disfigured face, gave up the complicated problem of his own calculation, and asked directly to the person next to him, "How much can each of us share?" Although he wants to overthrow Yangdu and become the boss himself, money is still more important. It's not too late to kill Yangdu after finishing this vote. The people standing next to him immediately said their own calculation results. "We have more than 100 people, each of us can get several 100,000. No, it should be more than 1 million. 2 million is right. Fool, 2.5 million. Disfigured face listened to other people's completely different numbers, suddenly regained self-confidence and said his calculation results directly by feeling. "You idiots, it should be 5 million. Each of us can get 5 million. Yondu looks at his group of idiots and feels Chenmo's interest in looking at them. He can't help feeling very ashamed. These guys can't even count. They think of rebellion all day long. It's a shame that they have such a group of subordinates. He couldn't help but wonder if his way of focusing on numbers, courage, and combat effectiveness was wrong. It seems that it's time to make a change to the team, and it's time to clean up all the unstable guys. His eyes coldly swept over those guys who had the most fun just now. Yondu made a decision in his heart. Then he ignored the people who were still arguing about how much money they could get. He turned his head and said to Chenmo seriously, "What are we going to do next?" Chenmo's eyes are still looking at the disfigured face of the quarrel, but he says slowly, "Save Star-Lord first." In a meteorite belt, a huge space prison is built on the largest meteorite in the center. The prison is bigger than that meteorite. This is the highest security level of the new Star Empire prison, Klin Prison. 2 new Star Corps ships passed through the meteorite belt and arrived at the Klin Prison in the central area, docking the hatch with the entrance of the prison. Then Star-Lord, Gamora, Rocket Raccoon, and Tree Man Groot were taken from the ship in handcuffs and escorted by 2 cold-faced prison guards and headed for the prison interior. As a prison veteran who has been arrested for dozens of times, Rocket Raccoon can see the details of these prison guards at a glance and say to others while walking forward, "I guess the members of the new Star Corps are generally law-abiding, but they are corrupt and cruel here. Anyway, I don't have to worry about it. I can't stay long. I've passed 22 times and this is no exception." The Rocket Raccoon talked about his intention to escape from prison in front of the interview of the 2 escorting guards, and the 2 prison guards seemed not to have heard of it. They walked forward, seemingly without paying any attention to them. But in fact, it is also the case. The prison is extremely well guarded. It is not only located in space itself, but also impossible to escape without a spaceship. In addition to the prison guards, a large number of automatic guard UAVs are deployed inside the prison. They are usually responsible for supervising prisoners to maintain order. Once someone breaks out of prison or riots, UAVs equipped with automatic weapons can quickly control the situation. So far, no one has been able to escape from Klin Prison. So for the Rocket Raccoon boast of Heiko, the 2 prison guards, just as a joke, simply ignore. They even wish the Rocket Raccoon to get out of prison so that they can have a reason to kill him openly. Life in prison is very boring, and killing escaped prisoners is one of their few amusements. Rocket Raccoon didn't know what the 2 guards thought, but even if he did, he would not. Just as two prison guards are confident in prison defense, Rocket Raccoon has no doubt about whether he can escape successfully. So there was no pressure in the heart of the Rocket Raccoon, and completely regarded the prison as a playground. While walking forward, he continued languidly, "You're lucky to see this girl, or Gertrude, and I will be paid by now. As for you, you have been torn apart by Yangdu and those plunderers." Xingju naturally refused to show weakness and said scornfully, "There are so many people who want to kill me these years. How could they be captured by a tree and a talking raccoon?" "Wait." Rocket Raccoon Smell Speech is ready to refute, suddenly found a problem. A face puzzled said, "What is a raccoon?" Star-Lord listened to Rocket Raccoon words cannot help feeling very absurd. A raccoon asked him what raccoon is. This time, he was arrested in prison because of the attack of several Rocket Raccoons, so he did not have the slightest favor for the Rocket Raccoon, and immediately said impatiently, "What a raccoon is, you are. Stupid as like as two peas. The raccoon is not a creature on the earth. It is even less aware that the raccoon on earth is almost the same as him. It is a pride of a raccoon who has been transformed and possessed of human intelligence. Layazi is unique in the world." Seeing this, Xingju didn't bother to pay attention to this arrogant raccoon again. Instead, he pretended that he knew nothing about the spirit ball of the universe, and he tried out Karmora. This cosmic spirit ball is the mysterious box in the Kiss of Death, the Ark of the Covenant in the Raider, or the statue in the Eagle of Martha. What is it? Xingju, who was captured from the Earth by Yangdu in the 1980s, has left behind all the memories of the 1980s. He said these terriers, not to mention the alien Kamura, even the Earth people who are a little younger. Carmichael didn't pay any attention to him, but Gertrude, a tree man walking behind the Star-Lord, opened his mouth. "I'm Gertrude." "So what?" Star-Lord frowned, turned his head to look at Glut, and then asked Kamura again, "What is that cosmic spirit ball?" He wanted to see if the woman who attacked and robbed him of the Universal Spirit Ball knew whether the real secret of the Universal Spirit Ball had anything to do with Ronan. But Karmala said without looking back, "I have nothing to say to the sinister thief." Star Baron is not helped but roll a white eye, and has not waited for him to fight back. Rocket Raccoon is the initiative to help him fight back. "You are also a running dog of a madman who wants to exterminate others." Truth is full of anger. On hearing this, Camilla turned her head and looked at the raccoon. She was surprised, but she didn't speak anymore. Xingju's eyes also could not help blinking. Want to exterminate other people's madmen. The name of Ronan and Mieba came to mind. One of these guys wanted to destroy Shandel, and the other wanted to kill half of the universe. And Karmora, no matter who is under them, is the enemy Star-Lord must deal with. In this regard, Xingju can't help but feel some regret. How can you be a thief? Although he is the real thief, Kamura, as a subordinate of Mieba or Ronan, is obviously much worse than he is. Moreover, he is now with the commander. Their goal is to fight against Ronan and destroy the tyrant and protect the galaxy. How noble and how great! Kamura, the running dog of this evil camp, is not qualified to be compared with his future superhero. However, if he can conquer her with his own charm, help her to reform and turn to the light, he will also contribute to Shandel and the whole universe. When Star-Lord and Karmora are thinking about it, the Rocket Raccoon is unreasonable and arrogant and continues to say to Carmichael, "Yes, I know who you are, and everyone knows who you are." Star-Lord saw that Karmora's reaction was obviously said by the Rocket Raccoon. It seemed that he was a little guilty and immediately agreed with the way. "Yes, we know who you are." But as soon as he had said that, he leaned back to Gertrude and asked in a low voice, "Who is she?" Gertrude's answer made Xingju feel some headache. "You have said it already." Kamura, who was at the front, looked a little complicated after being found out by a Rocket Raccoon. He hesitated for a moment and finally opened his mouth to explain. "I'm not here to help Ronan get the orb back. I betrayed him. I've talked with the third-party buyer privately. I won't let Ronan get the cosmic spirit ball." Camilla didn't find out. Just when she mentioned Ronan and the universal spirit ball, the eyes of the prison guard who was in the front suddenly flashed. On the surface, he was still silent, but he secretly wrote down every word he said. The Star-Lord, who was walking behind, heard Kamura's words, but his eyes lit up in an instant. Kamura's words revealed a lot of information. First, she was under Ronan and betrayed. Second, she should know about Ronan's deal with Mieba and is trying to prevent Ronan from getting the orb. Third, she found another buyer. Star-Lord couldn't help but wonder whether the buyer Kamura is looking for is richer than the collector. Star-Lord didn't think Kamura was lying, because he had been merciful to him when he was in Shandaria. Otherwise, with the strength she showed to crush him completely, she could easily kill him, take away the cosmic spirit ball and return it to Ronan. It also proves that she is not as cruel as Ronan and Mieba. Betraying them is a reasonable thing. If this is the case, doesn't it mean that they are actually standing on the same position, and the purpose is to organize Ronan to get the cosmic spirit ball and destroy Shandal? At the thought of this, Star-Lord's eyes on Kamura could not help but soften a lot and became more hot. If Kamura is really Ronan's running dog, he will not be merciful to her even though she is a type he likes very much and takes different positions. Now, without this concern, the thought he had when he first saw Kamura could continue. As comrades in arms standing on the same front, they can have a little more than friendship between the two to enhance mutual understanding, more conducive to their concerted efforts against Ronan. Just as Star-Lord looked at Kamora's slender and vigorous back in front of him, he suddenly heard a voice that interrupted his fantasy. The Star Baron, who was interrupted, couldn't help but look at him with an idiot's eyes, and it's as refreshing as 99 times before. Star Jew said, looking down to walk in front of him, height only to his thigh. Root Rocket Raccoon Mouth asked, "What's wrong with your love tree?" The Rocket Raccoon said as he walked without raising his head. "He can't speak as well as you and I, so there are only I, yes, and gruet in his lexicon, and they can't be disorganized. You know what? My patience is going to the limit." A stupid wooden man who could only say the same words walked behind him and constantly brainwashed him, which made Xingju feel a little crazy. At this time, they happened to pass through an open iron gate. Xingju turned his head at will and found a blue-skinned, tall prison guard with his confiscated Walkman and headphones, ready to put on his head. "Hey, put it down for me," exclaimed the Star Baron. The blue skin of the tall prison guard just looked at him, but did not pay attention to, still put the headphones on his head. This made Xingju suddenly angry. This Walkman and the tape inside are all gifts given to him by his mother. They are of great significance to him. They are the most important things in his mind. He can't stand other people touching his Walkman casually. It's no different from touching his lifeline. At this time, the iron door in front of him suddenly began to close. Star-Lord quickly stepped in and looked at the prison guard angrily and yelled, "You blue-skin monster, take off that earphone, that's mine. It should be detained. The tape and the Walkman are all mine." Speaking of the back, Star Jew is excited to roar at him. Hearing Xingju's roar, the blue-skinned High Warden felt offended. He grabbed an electric stick on the table and stabbed him fiercely. Excited and handcuffed, Xingju didn't avoid at all. He let the electric stick poke at him, and the strong electric current swept over his body, making his legs soft and kneel down on the ground. But his anger did not abate at all, and he still raised his head and glared at the blue prison guard. That's the blue Swede's obsession in 1973. That's my song. Looking at Xingju, who is still stubborn, the blue guard stabbed the electric stick into his body again. This time, Xingju was directly electrified and fell to the ground, temporarily losing the ability to speak. The blue guards didn't stop there. No one in the prison dared to contradict them for a long time. He needed to let these new garbage know who was the boss here, no matter how fierce they are outside, whether they are star bandits or super killers. As long as they are in Klein prison, they will only be honest and honest. If they dare to fight against them, they will die. This is not the ordinary prison. All the prisoners' lives are pinched in their hands. Who they want to let die, that person will never live for the next day. Therefore, the blue-skinned prison guard did not care whether Xingju was dead or alive. He directly stabbed the electric stick into his body and refused to let go. He did not care whether he would be electrocuted directly. As the dazzling blue arc continues to rage, Star-Lord's body twitches violently on the ground, just like when he was shot by a rocket raccoon on Shandel. Under the violent action of the blue guards, the earphone plug inserted in the Walkman is pulled down. A burst of dynamic music is followed by Xingju's convulsion, reverberating in the room and corridor. I am fascinated by this feeling. I don't know if Star-Lord is infatuated with electric shock, but he still didn't die under the electric stick. The criminals in Klein prison are all dangerous felons, and their electric sticks are far more powerful than those of the same model. If an ordinary Earthman had been changed into an ordinary Earthman, he would have died of cardiac arrest if he had been stabbed at the heart by the blue-skinned prison guard. But after all, Xingju's constitution was different from that of ordinary people. He convulsed for several minutes with the music. After the electric rod was out of power, he soon got up again. Then he was taken away by 2 prison guards and took a bath with a high-pressure water gun, but he still failed to eliminate his anger. After being pushed into the dressing room, Star-Lord angrily wanted to come out, but suddenly several security drones flew down from the top, surrounded him in the middle, and the muzzle of the gun pointed at him. Star-Lord had to stop, standing in place, panting furiously. He vowed that as long as he found a chance, he would let that blue bastard who dared to tamper with his Walkman look good. Seeing that Star-Lord didn't resist again, the prison guards in the control room who controlled the guard UAV couldn't help but feel some regret. If Star-Lord continued to resist, he could kill him with justice. Watching several guard drones fly away, Star-Lord breathed a sigh of relief, and then straightened up his mood, temporarily put down the Walkman, picked up a suit of yellow prison clothes suitable for his size from the shelf beside him and put it on. Then he saw the rocket raccoon naked by the CO and kicked him in at the door. At this time, the rocket raccoon obviously had just been baptized by a high-pressure water gun. Wet all over, originally fluffy hair all pasted on the body, looked like a drowned chicken, very embarrassed. Originally many words of him at this time also did not have the mood to speak and changed his clothes. Standing behind him, Xingju found that there was a large area without hair on his back, several pieces of metal inlaid in his exposed skin, and some were directly connected with the spine. Obviously, the rocket raccoon has undergone physical transformation, and the degree of transformation is not low. Even the spine has been replaced by metal. Thinking of what the prison guard called him, the experimental body 89P13, I think this raccoon who can speak should be the experimental object of some organization, and has received a lot of reinforcement and transformation, so that it can have human intelligence and extraordinary strength. But Star-Lord could also imagine his suffering. Looking at the numerous scars left by the reconstruction of the rocket raccoon, and the pieces of metal that are extremely incompatible with the body, Star-Lord cannot help but feel sympathy. If you can choose, who is willing to be transformed into a monster? At the same time, Star-Lord, for their own preparation to strengthen the plan, also can't help hesitating up. The appearance of the mechanical skull he met on Morag also came to his mind. He didn't want to be such a monster. Otherwise, the transformation will be over. In fact, equipment is the most important. As long as the equipment is advanced enough, it can make up for the lack of strength. Star-Lord believes that as long as he gets enough powerful new equipment, he can also kill all those guys directly if he meets the situation on Morag before. As for physical transformation, it is not necessary to do it. After changing their clothes, the two met again with Carmela and Gurut, and entered the prison under the guidance of prison guards. After giving each of them a blanket, several guards ignored the 4 and allowed them to move at will. Although the prison is heavily guarded, the requirements for prisoners are not strict, or almost no requirements. As long as they don't break out of prison, the prison guards don't pay attention to them and let them move freely inside the prison. There is no compulsory labor, and they don't need to be kept in separate cells all the time. Xingju can't help but look at this huge prison. It looks like a huge tube tower, surrounded by layers of cells, with a height of tens of meters. They are now in the circular square at the bottom of the prison. There are iron tables and benches fixed on the ground in the square. Many prisoners in yellow prison uniform like them are sitting at the table, chasing plays alone or chatting with each other. There are many people standing around, or simply sitting on the steps, which is very lively. If the environment here is not repressed, most of the people inside are vicious. It seems that there is no difference between them and ordinary leisure square. There were no prison guards in the area where the prisoners lived, except in the watchtower which stood high in the middle of the square. There is nothing. Prison guards disdain to step into the living quarters of prisoners. The prison area seems calm, but in fact it is full of danger. There is no order to speak of. Injuries and killing happen all the time. It is through this internal elimination and clean-up that Klin prison has not become overcrowded. While Star-Lord was looking around the prison, a can suddenly flew from a distance and hit him on the head. Star-Lord could not help looking up but saw that there were many prisoners standing on the outside corridor of the surrounding cells, lying on the railing looking at them, or to be exact, looking at Carmora. In addition to the prisoners in the corridor, they did not know when a circle of people gathered around them and surrounded them. From time to time, some of them threw their belongings at Carmala and yelled angrily, "You are dead! You're dead! Murderer, I will kill you first! Carmala, you're dead, you trash bitch!" Looking at the angry look of the crowd, Star-Lord could not help looking at Carmora in surprise but did not expect her to be so popular. "I told you she's famous," Rocket Raccoon said with a proud face. "There are a lot of prisoners' relatives here who died under Ronan and his dog legs. She can last one day at most." Xingju could not help saying something worried. "Will the prison guard protect her?" Rocket Raccoon said as he walked. "They just stop us from escaping. They don't care how we die in it." Kamura looked at the hostile eyes of the prisoners around her, and her heart was complicated. However, when she heard the conversation between Star-Lord and Rocket Raccoon, she said without showing weakness, "No matter what, the future has big waves, compared with my experience is also a dream." Kamura is not pretending to be calm. In fact, her previous experience is indeed full of pain. Under the cruel training of exterminating tyrants, she thinks about how to live every day. She doesn't know which day she will die. Compared with her experience in these years, the hatred and revenge of these people in prison is not so terrible. Star-Ju turned his head and looked at the cold and indifferent Kamala, but in his heart, he couldn't help but feel some heartache. What did she go through to say that? Xingju always thought that his experience was tragic enough. He had no father since he was a child. His mother died of illness when he was very young. However, he was kidnapped from the earth and had to live with the predators Yangdu. Xing, you felt that it was a miracle that he could grow up safely. But now, he found himself among several people did not seem to be the most miserable one. Xingju can't help but re-examine his own experience in these years and what Yangdu has done to him. The vitriolic Rocket Raccoon has a more tragic past. It has been used as an experimental object to carry out various transformations. When he takes off his clothes, his body is covered with scars and marks of transformation. Although he did not know the specific situation of Carmora, from her words just now and her extraordinary skills, it was obvious that she had experienced more painful things than he had imagined. In this comparison, in addition to only one sentence like a fool, Gruit is the happiest of several people. In any case, he also experienced more than 10 years of normal life, enjoying maternal love. Although he suffered a lot in the life of the predator, he did not encounter any real danger. When he was an adult, he could act recklessly and even could not take his courage. Think about it carefully. In addition to taking him away and being very strict with him when he was a child, Yangdu especially liked to frighten him by eating him. Besides, it seemed that Yangdu was not as bad as he thought. At least he didn't tear them apart when his mother was still alive. Instead, he took him away after his mother died, which can be regarded as taking him away from the sad place. In the predator's strange life, but let him not too immersed in the pain of losing his mother, soon came out. Yangdu didn't steal his Walkman and tape like those prison guards, helping him retain all the memories from the earth and his mother. Yondu's strict training for him is actually more like a strict teacher. Although he suffered a lot of crimes, he was not really hurt. At least he couldn't say anything like Gamora. Instead, he felt that after he promised to help Chen Mo guard the galaxy, compared with the big storms he would face in the future, his previous experience was a dream. Think of here, Star-Lord Heart has been on the courage of the hatred and resentment cannot help but dissipate a lot. While thinking about it, he walked forward. Suddenly, he felt something was blocking the way. He looked up and saw a blue alien which was bigger and stronger than Gyurut and looked like a giant monster in front of him. He looked down at the Star Baron and said with a silver face, "Look at this new fresh meat. I'm going to get you covered in Gunnavan and have a good time." As he spoke, he reached out and touched the face of Star-Lord. Although Xingju is also a veteran of Huanchang and has a strong taste. He has played with aliens of any race. His sexual orientation is still very normal, even when he is disgusted by the blue giant, whose taste is heavier than him. But obviously, with the huge size gap between them, if the other side is strong, he will have no resistance. Just when Star-Lord thought he was doomed, a big rough hand stretched out from behind him. 2 fingers went directly into the blue giant's nostrils and grew longer rapidly and poked into the depths of his nostrils. Along with the blue giant's scream, the tree man Glut directly put one hand in his nostril and lifted him into the air. Star-Lord could not help but turn his head to look at Gertrude. He was holding up the blue giant with one hand. Looking mighty, Gertrude bowed his head and showed him a silly smile. Xingju could not help feeling the contrast of the picture. For the first time, he realized that this seemingly clumsy and stupid tree man, Gertrude, was actually very powerful. He could not only grow rapidly but also attack with vines, and his own strength was also very strong. The Star Jew, who was just about to lose his chrysanthemum, had an impulse to rush up and embrace the big tree. In Klin Prison, everyone talks with their fists, and the blue giant, relying on his huge size and powerful strength, also stands on the top of the pyramid among the prisoners in the whole prison. Few people dare to provoke him easily. But now he is easily subdued by a tree man, which makes people around him surprised. When these prisoners were suppressed by Tree Man Gruet, the Rocket Raccoon was arrogant and put up a fierce word. "Speak clearly first. This boy's chrysanthemum is ours. If you want to move him, you should pass our test first." Rocket Raccoon's cold eyes swept around, showing sharp teeth in the corner of his mouth, and said in a fierce voice, "Or to be more precise, we did you first." As soon as the Rocket Raccoon's voice was finished, the tree man Gertrude withdrew his finger that had been inserted into the blue giant's nostrils. In the process of withdrawing the rough branch, he caused secondary damage to the blue giant's fragile nose, making his scream even more shrill. Seeing this scene, people could not help but feel a burst of acid in their noses. Even if they are confident that their own strength is no worse than the blue giant, they cannot guarantee that their noses are strong enough. This tree man's move is too cruel. If it is not necessary, they absolutely do not want to offend them. They don't want to try it, and they had no doubt that if the tree man wanted to, he could grow the branch directly into his brain. Imagining the growth and destruction of branches in their own brains, all of them could not help but get a chill on their backs, and completely eliminated the idea of provoking at this time. Grunt also took back his fingers and threw the blue giant to the ground. His heavy body made the ground shake with a gust. The giant blue, who was still arrogant just now, is no longer as powerful as before. His majestic body curls up on the ground, covering his devastated nose with both hands, leaving only a scream. It's not the first time Rocket Raccoon and Tree Man Gertrude have been in prison. Li Wei's business has been done very well. In the face of the Rocket Raccoon arrogant warning, but no one stood up to speak, the entire square was quiet. Only the blue giant's scream constantly sounded. Only when you see the strength of Gyurut, the fool will jump out to die. Most of them didn't dare to provoke the blue giant, let alone the tree people who were more powerful than him. Grunt and the Rocket Raccoon's Livy were obviously very successful. From today on, no one in prison dares to provoke them. Seeing the goal achieved, the Rocket Raccoon immediately took Gerud across the blue giant and continued to walk forward. Star-Lord looked around at his many prisoners, pointed to the two men in front of him, and I'm with them. Star Baron finished saying, hurriedly stride over Blue Giant, follow up, but listened to the Blue Giant behind him sobbing and crying. I hate you, Star-Lord shrugged his shoulders. Let you want to explode Leazi Chrysanthemum, now suffer retribution. Two nostrils were burst. You deserves it. In order to prevent his chrysanthemum from being missed again, Star Jew closely followed the Rocket Raccoon and Gertrude. Although the two guys were offered a reward for bravery, the Star Baron was very good at judging the situation. At least in Klein Prison, he had to hold fast to the big tree of Grut. However, Kamura did not join them. After all, the four were hostile to each other and had no friendship. Seeing that Gertrude easily subdued the Blue Giant, she left alone and walked to the independent cell next to her when the Rocket Raccoon spoke hard. Rocket Raccoon and Grunt can keep Starbuck, but they can't keep her. Because there is no deep hatred between these people and Star-Lord, there is no need to offend them against Star-Lord. But her situation is completely different. As Rocket Raccoon said, many people here have a deep blood feud with Ronan. In the prison, the details of each prisoner are not a secret at all. It can be seen from the reactions of those people before that her identity has been known for a long time. The prisoners who were killed by Ronan's family will never let her go because of Rocket Raccoon and Grunt. Moreover, Xingju is their mission target. They naturally want to protect them, but she has nothing to do with them. They have no obligation to help her. So Kamura chose to leave voluntarily and face the coming danger alone. At first, everyone's attention was attracted by the Rocket Raccoon and Gertrude, and when the game over there was over, many people turned to Carmela again. No matter how strong the cell is, you can't be saved. You're dead. Obviously, there are not a few people who have a grudge against Ronan. Under the threat and curse of a group of hate-faced prisoners, Carmela walked into her cell with a cold face. As the electric door of the cell slowly closed, the people were all blocked out, but they still refused to leave, lying on the door, looking at her through the glass with hatred. A bareheaded man with red eyes slapped his hands on the glass with his hands. His face was fierce, and he ran his fingers across his neck, shouting, "Dead!" Carmichael forced herself to sit in the cell with her eyes fixed, but her heart was far less peaceful than she seemed. It was the first time that she had encountered such a situation. She was deeply hated by so many people that she wanted to be eaten alive. Although the real hatred of these people is Ronan, she is only implicated in him, but these people obviously will not listen to her explanation. She can really feel the strong resentment in these people's hearts, which also shows how many angry things Ronan has done in recent years. For his decision to betray Ronan and destroy Ba, Camilla could not help but become more firm. But first, she has to survive the crisis. Although her strength is very strong, but here are also some vicious, dangerous thugs, not a weak one. Among them, the strength of the strongest ones is not much worse than her. And her strongest ability is agility and skill. If it's outside and the knife is in her hand, she can be fearless of anyone. But now in prison, she can only deal with these guys who are covetous and hate her with bare hands. Without weapons, it's okay to deal with several people, but now almost all the people in prison want to kill her. She can't be the opponent of so many people. After venting, all the people outside the cell finally left. But in front of a table facing the cell, a man with a black upper body, a big body and his face covered with protruding red marks, was sitting there, looking up quietly at Carmora's cell. Although his expression is not as excited as others, but calm, but from his eyes the transmission of the cold killing is stronger than anyone else. In this Kryn prison full of danger, violence and chaos, the danger of Star-Lord has been solved, and the danger of Carmora has just begun. Although Camilla has been very careful in order to prevent being attacked, she cannot even come out of the cell, but she still ignored a point. Although the prisoners cannot open the cell to break in, but the prison guards can. Moreover, it did not wait too long. That night, after most of the people in the prison had fallen asleep, a prison guard opened the door of Carmela's cell. Several prisoners broke in with their own knives, which were secretly made by themselves. Before Camilla could resist, he was subdued by a sharp blade around his neck. Take her to the bathroom, where blood stains are easy to clean up. Kamura looked at the carefree-looking prison guards. Unexpectedly, they colluded with the prisoners. They could not help but roar angrily. However, the sharp blade tightly pressed on his neck pressed his throat and could not speak at all. Although the new Star Regiment had ordered that Kamura should not go wrong when it was sent to him, the prison guards, who had already rotted to their bones, were easily bribed after the prisoners had paid enough price. The task mentioned above is not good for them. There is no real money available. Anyway, they didn't kill people. If there were no dead people in Klin prison one day, even if they were investigated, they would not really do anything to them. When Kamura was taken by several prisoners and went to the bathroom, he was lying on the floor with other prisoners in the public cell. However, the Star Baron, who could not sleep because of the incessant snoring, heard Kamura's roar. He couldn't help but look out from the ground, just saw Camilla was abducted from the outside of the cell. Xingju's expression could not help but sink. He quickly took off an arm pressed on his body, got up from the ground and quietly followed him up. On the other side, the rocket raccoon who was sleeping soundly in the crowd was awakened by Xingju. With half of his crushed facial hair, he got up vaguely and asked, "Quill, what are you doing?" Xingju has been out of the cell at this time. His attention is focused on Kamura, and he doesn't pay any attention to him. Quill the rocket raccoon ran to the wall and whispered a few calls across the barbed wire. He found that Star Jew didn't pay any attention to him, so he had to follow him. Several criminals who bribed the prison guards pressed Carmela into the bathroom and pushed it to the wall. The bloody, bald man who had left the prison room last time put a dagger on Carmela's neck. His blood-red eyes looked at her and said excitedly, "Carmela, I now sentence you to death. Pay for your crimes against the galaxy." However, just as he was ready to attack, and Carmela was also ready to fight back, a deep, angry voice suddenly sounded at the bathroom door. Dare you? Several people in the bathroom can't help but turn their heads and look at it one after another. However, a burly man with red marks on his upper body strides in. The faces of several prisoners changed when they saw him clearly. "You know who I am," said the burly man in a deep voice. "You are Dracula." Destroyer red-eyed bald man's face at this time has no previous excitement. Looking at his face, fear if the blue giant, which was used by Tree Man Gertrude to make his way, is on the top of the pyramid in prison, and only a few people dare to provoke him. Then the destroyer Drakes is located at the top of the prison pyramid. No one dare to disrespect him. Just after Dracos walked into the bathroom, Star-Lord and Rocket Raccoon also came to the bathroom door one after another, hiding and quietly observing the situation inside. "Quill." The Rocket Raccoon grabbed the leg of Star-Lord's trousers and whispered, trying to pull him back. Although he was very arrogant when he spoke hard before, it was just that he deliberately did it for the sake of prestige. He had been in prison for dozens of times. He was very clear about the way to survive in prison. On the one hand, we should show our strength and let others dare not to provoke you. On the other hand, we should not meddle in our own affairs and make trouble for ourselves. Only in this way can we survive in prison. Those who are too arrogant, make trouble at will and make enemies everywhere, usually will not have a good end. However, Star-Lord's eyes were only Kamura at this time, and he was not moved by the Rocket Raccoons pulling his trouser legs. His eyes were fixed on the bathroom, looking for an opportunity to touch in. "You know how I got my name?" As he spoke, Drakes the Destroyer walked towards the men in the bathroom. Red-eyed bald man looked at the stride of Delax, can't help but swallow a saliva, voice some trembling said, "You've killed dozens of Ronan's villains. Although many of them have deep blood feuds with Ronan, it is undeniable that Ronan's strength is very strong, which they can't compete with, just like the super boss. To be able to kill one of Ronan's men is something to show off, while Drucker, the Destroyer, has killed dozens over the years. It was this brilliant achievement that made Drax win the title of Destroyer and was respected and revered by all those who were hostile to Ronan. Dracula walked up to Carmela, looked at her with hatred in his eyes and said angrily every word. "Ronan killed my wife Ovid, and my daughter Cameria." Carmela's face was complicated. "He killed them to death." said Drakes, turning his head to the red-eyed, bald man in a loud, angry voice. But he laughed. "You can't take her life. He killed my family, and I'm going to kill his family too." Red-eyed, bald man was completely subdued by the momentum of Drax and quickly handed him the knife in his hand, full of fear, said, "Of course, Drax, here you are. In the prison of the powerful, Drax the Destroyer is the most powerful one." Although he did not form cliques like others, and he was always alone and did not communicate with anyone else, his position in prison could not be shaken. No one dares to violate what he says. Anyway, their purpose is to kill Kamala. It's the same for anyone who does it. Seeing that Dracos took over the knife, which was polished with iron bars, Kamala didn't want to wait for his death. Taking advantage of the opportunity of two prisoners holding her on both sides and paying attention to Drake's, she suddenly hands out, grabs the hands of the two people holding knives, twists them hard, and takes off both knives at the same time, and then one person puts them down together. Before Dracos and the red-eyed bald man could react, Kamara had put two knives around their necks. Star-Juicy no one notice himself, immediately quietly moved toward the bathroom. The raccoon of the rocket grabs Xingju's trouser leg and tugs at it. Star Baron, his head also don't return. A face impatient clap off his hand, continue to sneak into the bathroom. Kamura took advantage of the opportunity of a few people to relax and rely on their excellent skills to turn the situation around. However, she did not kill them directly, but looked into the eyes of Dracos and solemnly said, "I'm not Ronan or Mieba's family." When Carmichael finished, he directly threw the two knives in his hand to the ground, showing his sincerity, and said in a solemn voice to Dracos, "I'm your only hope to stop him. If she is a normal person, it is easy to feel her sincerity from Carmela's actions and judge the truth of what she said. However, what Camilla didn't expect is that the IQ of the destroyer Drax is obviously not in the ranks of normal people." After Carmela had finished speaking, Dracula suddenly reached out and grabbed her by the neck and pushed her hard against the wall. At the same time, he put the knife handed to him by the red-eyed and bald man against Carmela's neck and said angrily, "Woman, your words are nothing to me." Being strangled by Dracula's neck, Carmela tried to resist but found that the power of Drax was far greater than she had imagined, and her strength was not enough to break free from the grip of Drax. Seeing that Carmora had controlled the situation, the Star Baron, who was still slowly sneaking in, saw that the situation was reversed again. Kamura was in danger and could not hide himself immediately. He quickly walked in and yelled, "Hey, he, Rocket Raccoon can't help but cover his forehead. This guy really will have nothing to look for trouble." However, the Star Baron's sudden voice still made Drax stop the action in his hand, and several people couldn't help turning to look at the Star Baron, who suddenly appeared. Originally thought that he was doomed to die, but was already a little desperate. Camera looked at the Star-Lord, who suddenly stopped Drax, and could not help but flash a touch of surprise and emotion in his eyes. She didn't expect that when she was in a desperate situation, it would be Xingju who came forward to rescue her. "If your goal is to kill Ronan, killing her will not help you achieve your goal," Star-Lord said, while he raised his hand to placate Drake's, but he walked slowly towards several people. Draco still put the knife against Carmela's neck, turned his head and looked at Star-Lord, puzzled. "Didn't this cheap woman assassinate you too?" As the revered destroyer in Klein prison, Drake's had long received information from other people about Kamura and the several people she had been sent to prison with. Starju smells speech, but a face does not matter to say. "She's not the first woman to kill me anyway, you see," Starju said, lifted up his clothes, exposed the left rib, pointing to a scar above, said. The scar was stabbed with a fork by a huge, fiery girl who didn't want me to leave her early in the morning. Starju said and opened the collar, pointing to a larger scar under the clavicle. "This scar is because a Crimson tried to rip me open because she caught me hanging out with a skinny Ascavarian girl from the Nova archives. I'm just trying to get some information. Have you met the Ascavalians? They have antennae and teeth like needles. Do you think I really like it? Although all kinds of alien beauties of all races have played the game for almost every time, He has been stabbed by those thorny roses. However, this obviously cannot reduce his interest, but even more stimulate his desire to conquer. His favorite is this kind of rose with thorns, and Karmala is obviously one of the most fascinating. Star Baron is said to rise, but Delax was, he said, a little annoyed, glared at him fiercely. Xingju immediately stopped. Well, you don't care, but what I want to say is, the Star Baron said. His face became serious, pointing to Karmala and saying, she betrayed Ronan. He will surely come after her. When he finds her, you can. Xingju said here, raised his right hand with his fingers across his neck compared to a cutthroat posture. Drakes asked in a deep, puzzled voice, why should I put my finger on his throat? What? Star Baron can't help but feel a little confused, full of doubts, staring at Delax, but see that he does not mean to joke and seems to really do not understand this posture, immediately explained. It's just a gesture. It means you cut his throat. Drakes, however, frowned and said earnestly, I don't want to cut his throat, I'll cut his head off with a knife. Star Baron can't help but be a bit crazy. This guy's brain can't turn. It's a universal gesture, it means killing people, Xingju said, turning his head and looking at the red-eyed bald man on one side. He said, you've seen the gesture, haven't you? You know what that means, don't you? Yes. Yes, the red-eyed bald man nodded in a hurry. He didn't just know that he had made this gesture to Karmala through the glass of his cell. After being confirmed by the red-eyed bald man, Xingju felt much more comfortable. It seems that not everyone here is the same as the big tattoo in front of him. You see, everybody knows it, Starlord said to Delax with some pride. Delax Smell's speech is a face, angry stare, red eyes, bald man, one eye, scared, his neck a shrink, hastily change away. I don't know. Starju can't help but roll a white eye and then, no longer tangle with this topic, turned to look at his face seriously, said, I mean, you'd better save her life, don't help your enemy. Although Drakes was simple-minded and no longer a complete idiot, after staring at Karmora for a long time, he released his hand and took back his knife. Having been pinched by Dracos for a long time, Karmala, who was suffering from hypoxia, could not help but feel soft at his feet and sat down on the ground, coughing violently. Starlord saw this, but he was relieved at last. Drakes did not stay in Guanca magic, but looked down at the short knife hand polished with steel bars in his hand and said slowly, I like your knife, I take it. After that, Drakes left the bathroom with a knife. However, the red-eyed bald man who had robbed his hard, polished knife did not dare to stop him. He could only lower his head and murmur in a grievance like a little angry daughter-in-law. That's their favorite knife. At this time, the red-eyed bald man felt like crying without tears. He paid a high price to bribe the prison guard. He finally took Kamura to the bathroom. In the end, he failed to kill him, and he paid for his favorite knife. The most important thing is that he has no place to reason. Of course, Delax didn't dare to provoke him at all, and the Star Baron in front of him was not easy to bully. He was also present when the tree man Gertrude picked up the blue giant yesterday. He didn't want to be stuck in his head by the branch. It seems that their money is in vain. A crisis was disappeared by Starlord with his 3-inch eloquence, and the crowd dispersed. Carmela, Starlord and Rocket Raccoon returned to the cell where they had rested before. Listen, I don't care if you're alive or dead, said Starlord to Karmora. According to his understanding of Camilla, although he saved her life just now, he would not think that she would agree with her because of this. However, he saved Camilla after all, which can deepen the relationship between them. He can take this opportunity to talk about another more important matter. Karmora did not know the calculation in Xingju's heart. He was very grateful to Xingju for coming forward when she was in danger. She could not help asking back, what did you stop the big man for? Xingju did not beat around the bush and said bluntly, it's very simple, you know who you can sell the cosmic orb to. Although there is already a target buyer and collector, Xingju doesn't mind having another choice. He wants to choose the richest one to trade and get enough money to arm himself. As for who turns out to be the bad guy who provides money for him, it depends on whose offer is higher. Kamura asked in a puzzled way, we're stuck here with that thing, how do you sell it? Starju Smell's speech, the face can't help but show a smug smile, turned to look at the Rocket Raccoon standing on the side, introduced way. I, Rocket Man, have escaped 22 times. Rocket Raccoon smells speech not from the arm of pride, say confidently. We must be able to get out. But then he pointed to the Star Lord and said aloud, then we'll go straight to Yondu to get your reward. Star-Lord heard the words, but his face did not change at all. He turned to Gamora and asked with a smile, how much is your buyer going to pay for my cosmic orb? Xingqiu knows what kind of treasure is hidden in the universe spirit ball. Even if the buyer of Gamora doesn't know the goods, the price offered by him is far more than 40,000 yuan. Gamora hesitated for a moment, thinking that Star-Lord had just saved her. She still said the buyer's offer. 4 billion. How much? Hearing this, the Rocket Raccoon's eyes suddenly widened. Their eyes were shining, and their ears were even more excited. As for the Rocket Raccoon, who regards 40,000 yuan as a huge sum of money, 4 billion yuan is an astronomical figure. Even the Star Baron, who had already been prepared psychologically, could not help exclaiming, I grasp. In an instant, Xingqiu gave the collector to pass in his heart. He decided to give the chance to buy the cosmic spirit ball to this more generous and wealthy new buyer. Looking at the shocked two people, Gamora said with a straight face, Cosmic spirit ball is my chance to escape from Mieba and Ronan. If you can escape from prison, I will take you to see the buyer directly. We will share the money sold equally among us. As soon as the voice of Gamora was falling, a low, slow voice suddenly rang out beside the three of them. Turned their heads and saw that Gertrude, a tree man, did not know when to wake up. He was lying on the barbed wire in his cell, looking at them excitedly. Divide the 4 equally. Rocket Raccoon looked at Glut and said angrily, if something goes wrong, I only know how to sleep. When I hear the money, I will come back to my spirit. I am so stubborn. In the face of Rocket Raccoon's accusation, Tree Man Grunt could not help but look at him with anger. Star Baron is not dissatisfied because of the request for an extra share, let alone the fact that Gertrude has just helped him protect the precious chrysanthemum yesterday. His strength alone is enough for him to share. What's more, 4 billion yuan is far beyond his expectation, even if 4 people are equally divided. The next day, several people began a plan to escape. If we want to escape, we have to get into the watchtower over there, and I need a few things for that. The Rocket Raccoon said to the others as he was eating. The guards are all wearing security armbands to control people in and out. I need one. Camilla looked up at the prison guard standing leisurely by a passageway in the opposite direction. On his right arm, he was wearing an arm guard-like device, which could control the opening and closing of channels and gates in the prison. The man Gamora was looking at was the same prison guard who took bribes last night and helped other prisoners open the door of her cell in the middle of the night, which nearly killed her. Give it to me. Carmela looked at the CO, remembering last night's dangerous experience, and took over the task with a cold face. With these words, several people had finished their meal and walked towards the table on the square. The Rocket Raccoon again motioned to a prisoner with a mechanical prosthetic limb and opened his mouth. That one over there, I need his legs. His legs? Star-Lord could not help but look puzzled. Rocket Raccoon said seriously, I don't need the rest. Look at him, trash. Although Star-Jew did not understand what Rocket Raccoon wanted a mechanical leg for, he nodded and agreed. All right. Last but not least, there's a black panel on the back wall, flashing yellow lights. The Rocket Raccoon, with his back to the watchtower in the middle of the square, sat down at the table and said, Have you seen it? Xingqiu. Several people smell speech, turn one after another look, then see in the middle of the watchtower. There is indeed a black panel flashing yellow lights, immediately nodded and said, Yes. There's a Korn's battery, purple then green wire, and I need it to get into the watchtower. How can I get it? Gamora asked involuntarily. Xingqiu also frowned at his words. It's more than 20 feet above the ground, and it's in the middle of a heavily guarded prison. It's impossible not to be found out, Rocket Raccoon said impatiently. I've got a plan, and it's going to require a damn Korn's battery, so you're going to do it for me. The 3 men who were discussing the escape plan fiercely, but none of them noticed that the tree man Grunt was missing. After hearing the Rocket Raccoon say he needs KONIS batteries, he turned straight to the watchtower, where he is already under the watchtower. Looking up at the box with yellow light, which was 5 or 6 meters above the ground, Groot quickly stretched out his legs and arms, reached the box easily, and pulled the shell out, revealing the KONIS battery which was shining in lavender. The metal shell pulled out by Glut just hit an unfortunate man's head and knocked him to the ground and fainted. Star-Lord and his 3 men gathered at the table to talk about the escape plan. They did not notice the unauthorized action of Gruet, but Delax, the destroyer, just saw this scene. He took his plate and looked at Gertrude, then turned to look at the 3 Star-Lords who were gathered together not far away. He looked puzzled and a little confused about the situation. Rocket Raccoon did not know what was happening behind him and continued to say to the 2. I went on to say that this is very important next. Once the battery is removed, the prison will be on alert, so once you get it, you have to move quickly. Therefore, be sure to remove the battery at the last step. However, as soon as his voice fell, the lights in the prison suddenly dimmed, and then a harsh alarm sounded. They can't help but turn their heads at the same time. They can see that Glut is holding a cylindrical metal battery with purple light in his hand and reaches out to the Rocket Raccoon. There is an expression of asking for credit on his dull wooden face. Rocket Raccoon can't help but cover his face, feel a burst of big head, but time does not allow him to delay, immediately said to Xingju 2 people. Or take the battery first and then improvise. Carmichael and Star-Lord also knew that the situation was urgent, and they did not talk nonsense. According to the task mentioned before, they said respectively, I'll get the armband. I'll get my legs. When they finished, they turned and left. The Rocket Raccoon rubbed his furry face and quickly cleared up his mood. He rushed toward Gertrude. At this time, the prison guards in the watchtower also found Gruet with KONIS battery. At the same time of the alarm, the automatic guard UAV has also been deployed for the first time to surround him. Feeling that the situation is completely under control, the prison guard in the watchtower did not take it seriously. He pressed the radio button calmly and opened his mouth to command. Prisoner, immediately put down your equipment and return to the cell, or we will fire. Grunt was surrounded by several security drones, and he couldn't help becoming irritable. The thick vines grew and extended rapidly on him, like muscles attached to his body, making him more robust. There are also many sharp spines like branches extending out of the body everywhere, as if wearing a set of thorn armor, which is impossible to get close to. Before holding the battery, he stretched his limbs to a height of more than 3 meters, which made him look a little slender. But now, after entering the combat state, Gertrude seems to have become bigger and bigger, and his body is bigger and stronger than the previous blue giant. Some of the original Dull Meng's eyes also became sharp, glaring at the security drone around him. Gray and angry roared. Yes. Gruet, the guard inside the watchtower, did not hesitate to order. Fire. Several security drones surrounding Glut immediately opened fire, and the first-class bullets hit him, splashing bits of sawdust, but they could not do any real harm to him. Instead, the angry Gruet waved off several guard drones. At one time, the bullets were flying in the square, and the prisoners around were in a hurry to escape. All prisoners, return to the rest area immediately. In the warning sound of the prison guards, the Rocket Raccoon did not run into the surrounding rest area like other prisoners, but braved a barrage of bullets, using both hands and feet, like a real raccoon, rushed to Gerut, a tree man surrounded by guard drones. Along his thick thighs and torso, the Rocket Raccoon quickly climbed up his shoulder and growled in his ear. You idiot! Why didn't you hit me with these things? As the Rocket Raccoon spoke, the guard drones were still shooting at them, and Gertrude's entire right arm grew rapidly into a thick shield of stout vines, blocking bullets from the guard drone. However, at this time, the armed prison guards who came to reinforce them also focused on them. After all, they are a giant tree man, a raccoon that can speak, which is too conspicuous. It's the animal that commands. At my command, prepare to fire. 3 armed COS lined up and pointed their guns at the Rocket Raccoon lying on Gruet's shoulder. But before they could shoot, Drakes, the destroyer who had been standing by, rushed towards them. Although his brain is not good, he also knows that he should help Rocket Raccoons at this time. Delax immediately rushed to several armed guards. At present, one of the guards was directly knocked out by his huge force and hit the wall behind heavily. There was no movement. The rest of the COS were no match for Draco's, and they were all knocked down by him. As the strongest man in the Kryn prison, the destroyer Drakes is not in vain. Picking up a rifle from a CO, Drakes looks at the rocket raccoon and shouts, "Wretched little monster." If someone called him that way, the rocket raccoon would definitely fight with him, but looking at the rifle Drakes threw at him, the rocket raccoon decided to forgive him for the time being. He stood up from Gruet's shoulder, reached for the rifle thrown by Drakes, loaded it skillfully, and his furry raccoon's face showed a look of indecency and ferocity. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. After being attacked by several security drones for a long time, the rocket raccoon has been bent and nearly crazy. At this time, the weapon is in hand, and the rocket raccoon glares at several security UAVs still attacking them and pulls the trigger hard. Our rocket raccoon roared while shooting, huge heavy guns in his small hands but steady. The power is played to the maximum. Pieces of bullets shot at the guard drones, shooting them down one by one. With the gun in hand, the rocket raccoon, compared with before, is simply different. Ha ha. Looking at the security drone, which just made them breathless, he exploded one by one, and the rocket raccoon laughed happily. Under the cover and cooperation of Grunt, the rocket raccoon didn't need to consider defense at all. They played their own shooting skills and quickly reversed their disadvantages. The rocket raccoon carried the attack from the guard UAV. Star-Lord also found the prisoner with the prosthetic limb and explained his intention. "What do you want from me?" The lame prisoner looked at the Star Baron, thinking he had heard something wrong. Star-Lord looked at the prisoner, but also full of helplessness. How did he know what the rocket raccoon guy wanted for a mechanical leg? He was not familiar with the business of prison break, so he had to do it honestly. If it were not for the weapon, he would have snatched it directly. Although the prisoner is missing a leg, but if the fight really starts, the Star-Lord is not necessarily his opponent. Not to mention that the strength of the mechanical leg can directly kick his bone, and a lame man can be locked here. It is enough to show that he is not a good guy to be provoked. So can use the mouth to solve. Star-Jew is determined not to start. "I need your leg, the fake one. Are you teasing me? I'm not in the mood. I can pay for it." When Star-Lord was buying legs to talk about the price, Carmora also found her target. She took bribes last night and opened the door of her cell. Compared with the Star Baron, who became useless without weapons, Carmora's skill is still very strong. After killing several COS who were in the way, Camilla easily subdued the bald CO and pinned his right hand with a security arm. "Give me this." Carmilla looked at him and said in a cold voice. However, the balding CO doesn't think that Carmilla can escape. He wants to clean up Carmora's situation and looks at her and says arrogantly, "Go ahead, it's built in." A cold light flashed in Carmilla's eyes and said coldly, "I have my own way." As soon as the words fell, Carmilla pinned his long leg on his arm and twisted it violently. In a clatter sound, he directly broke the arm of the bald CO. Amidst the screams of the bald CO, Carmilla grabs the security strap on his arm and pulls it off. As Carmora pulled, the wires were pulled out of the flesh, making the screams of the bald guards even more shrill. Holding the security arm belt dripping blood in his hand, Camilla looked coldly at the bald CO who was holding his arm and screaming, without any pity in his eyes. But for Star-Lord, she would have been killed by this bastard last night, and her torture would have been more cruel with the prisoner's hatred of Ronan. At the thought of this, Camara's eyes flashed a cold light. Step forward, Carmilla grabs the bald CO's head with both hands and twists it in his startled eyes. Click in the sound of bone fracture. The head of the bald guard turned directly behind him. The look of horror on his face still remained, but the look in his eyes gradually disappeared. With a cold eye at the balding CO who was lying on the ground, Carmilla flung the blood on the security arm belt and turned directly away from here. As the adopted daughter of Mieba, she grew up under his cruel training and was known as the most dangerous woman in the universe. Carmilla is not a soft-hearted person. Although Camilla will be merciful to ordinary people or people who have no hatred for her because of the kindness left in her heart, she will let them know what heartlessness means to her enemies. especially those who want to cure themselves to death. After killing the bald guard and getting the security arm belt, Kimura immediately came to the fence, saw the rocket raccoon kill the last guard UAV around him, and immediately called out, "Rocket!" Then he threw the security arm belt. The rocket raccoon immediately threw away the weapon and reached for the security arm belt thrown by Carmela. Then the raccoon called out to the tree man Groot, "To the watchtower!" While he stood on Gruet's shoulder, took over the KONIS battery in his hand, and flexibly operated his hands, assembling the security arm belt and KONIS battery together. On the other side, Xingju also successfully got the mechanical prosthesis. He was in a hurry to meet the rocket raccoon, but was just found by a gun-armed prison guard and stopped. "Put your legs down," the prison guard shouted at the Star Lord with a gun, but he could not help but make complaints about it. "Are there idiots in this prison? It's just that some people try to break out of prison. It's just that some people take advantage of the robbery and rob a leg. Does he think his leg is not strong enough, so he wants to cut it off and replace it with this mechanical leg?" With a kind of look at the idiot Star-Lord, the CO once again loudly warned, "Put your legs down. Go back to your cell facing the muzzle of the gun." Xingju held up his hands with his mechanical legs. Feeling the contempt in the eyes of the prison guards, Xingju was angry, but at the same time he could not help but feel helpless. How does he know that rocket raccoon guy? What's the use of this robotic leg? But in order to escape, he has to finish his task and bring him this leg. Pointed by the prison guard's gun, Xingju slowly put down the mechanical leg, but when the guard's muzzle moved slightly, he suddenly lifted the mechanical leg upward and shot the rifle out of the guard's hand. Then the backhand is another leg, the prison guards directly dry to the ground. He picked up the gun that the CO had dropped to the ground and rushed to the watchtower with his mechanical leg. Kimura stood in the corridor on the 3rd floor and looked at the watchtower in the middle of the square. There was a passageway to the watchtower opposite her, but there was an iron gate blocking the passage in the corridor, which could not be passed at all. But it won't stop her. Without wasting time to run to the entrance of the passage, Kimura directly turned over and jumped onto the guardrail. After confirming the distance, his legs suddenly exerted force. His body crossed the distance of nearly 10 meters in the air and jumped to the channel connected with the watchtower. Camilla's body is much stronger than that of ordinary people. With her agility, it is not difficult to do it. Grove also quickly came to the lower part of the passage, quickly stretched his arms and legs, and the vines stretched around the passage railings nearly 10 meters above, turning into a tall tree ladder connecting the ground and the passage. At this time, Star-Lord also ran to Gerut. He did not have the strong physical quality of Carmela, so he could only throw away his rifle and climb up the tree ladder formed by Groot with his mechanical legs on his shoulders. Fortunately, Gertrude grew some branches on his legs. It was very easy to get up, but he was just halfway up when a security drone flew over and pointed the muzzle at him. Star-Lord could not help but feel a little flustered. The rifle was still under him, and now he has only one mechanical leg in his hand, which he doesn't think he can use to knock down the guard drone. If you can't, you can only jump down. If you jump directly from this height, you can't fall to death as long as you don't land on your head, but you can't avoid serious injury. But it's better than being shot. Just as Xingju was ready to kill himself, a figure suddenly jumped up from below, hugged the guard UAV and pulled it back to the ground. Star-Lord quickly looked down, but it was the destroyer Drakes who pulled down the guard UAV and saved him. Holding the guard UAV in his hands, Delax let the UAV's thruster burn his chest. His thick arms tore the guard UAV in two, but his body was unhurt. Drakes looked up at Star-Lord, and in his way, a solemn greeting. The man who slept with the Askavalians. Xingju didn't expect that in order to save Carmora, the dark history he mentioned casually was remembered by this stupid guy, and he named himself as some kind of feat. Compared with Kamala's title of the most dangerous woman in the universe, this title is really too low. I knew I wouldn't mention it last night. Just once, the Star Baron said resentfully, and then he ignored Drake's at random and continued to climb up along the thick thighs of Gertrude. Delax didn't realize that the way he said hello to Star-Lord hurt him a little. He followed him and climbed up. Inside the watchtower, the remaining guards also found that the situation was out of control. They were flustered. They quickly connected the internal communication and said in a hurry, "All standby guards, please be fully armed." However, as soon as his voice dropped, there was a sudden alarm of the door opening in the watchtower. The left-behind prison guard's face could not help changing. He turned around and looked at him, but saw that the gate of the watchtower was slowly opening, and there were several prisoners standing outside, looking at him with a kind face. Carmora, Rocket Raccoon, and Star-Lord stood in front of them. The last to come up, Drax and the tree man Groot stood behind them. At this moment, 5 members of the Galactic Guard team gathered for the first time. With the gate fully opened under the control of the Rocket Raccoon, several people strode into the watchtower. In the face of the threatening 5, the left-behind prison guards raised their hands in fear, but before they could even beg for mercy, they were entangled by the vines growing rapidly from the tree man Groot's arm. As Gruet's arm pulled back, the CO was pulled out of the watchtower. The whole man flew out and hit the opposite wall heavily. Then he fell down in a scream. As soon as the raccoon entered the watchtower, he went directly to the console to operate. Carmala stood behind him and looked at his operation curiously. The light from the corner of his eyes suddenly found a tall figure appeared beside her. Carmala suddenly turned her head and saw that Drake's, the destroyer who had nearly killed her last night, was standing by her side, and her brows immediately frowned. Dracula felt Kamala's bad look, and immediately returned with a fierce expression, said in a cold voice, "Don't stare at me bitterly, woman." Carmela could not help but turn his head to Star-Lord and asked, "What is this guy doing here?" Xingqiu glanced at the 2 people who were tit for tat and answered casually, "We promised to let him follow us until we got to you, boss. I always kept my promise. Especially in the face of a muscle jerk, I don't agree to kill me." Xingqiu said that he threw the mechanical leg, which he had worked so hard to get, to the console beside the raccoon. "Here you are." Rocket Raccoon glanced at his mechanical legs, shrugged and said, "Legs, I'm joking. I just need these 2 things." Xingqiu's eyes widened in disbelief. The Rocket Raccoon turned and looked at him, spreading his hands. "I thought it would be funny. Think of what he looks like when he jumps on one leg." "Ha ha, Star is not a little laugh out," looking at the Rocket Raccoon angry said. "I bought his leg for 30,000 yuan." Rocket Raccoon saw Star-Lord angry, quickly turned around to continue to operate on the console, but his face is still unable to help but snicker, looking like a weasel who stole a chicken. Drake's, the destroyer, saw that they didn't make any action, but there were many guards outside the window, and drones kept coming, so he couldn't help asking, "How can we escape?" With Drake's words, a guard drone outside the watchtower started shooting through the window. Fortunately, the windows of the watchtower are bulletproof glass, which cannot be penetrated by machine gun bullets equipped by the security drone. However, this sudden attack still scared several people in the watchtower. "He has a plan," Star-Ju said, but turned to look at the Rocket Raccoon. "The tone is not good," said. "Do you have a plan? Don't tell me it's just made up for fun." Rocket Raccoon, hands busy, while repeatedly said, "There is a plan. Of course I have plans." Dragos, the destroyer, looked out the window at more and more security drones and said impatiently, "Stop talking nonsense and get us out of this disgusting prison." Xingqiu heard the speech and nodded in agreement. "This time I have the same opinion as this walking dictionary." But when Drakes heard what he said, his face sank. He turned his head and glared at him angrily. "Don't call me dictionary again." Star Baron was Delax's reaction to make some speechless, helpless to explain. "That's just a metaphor, man." The Rocket Raccoon was busy on the console, interrupting. "Their race can only understand the literal meaning, and they are confused by a metaphor." Drakes, however, said with a serious look, "I don't feel dizzy. My reaction is so fast that I can go out." The Star Baron can't help but twist his head to one side, and Carmela says to himself, "I'm going to die with the dumbest man in the galaxy." Just as Xingqiu and others were anxiously watching the Rocket Raccoon busy in front of the console, A team of more than a dozen armed prison guards rushed over. This time, what they were carrying was no longer a rifle, but a rocket launcher with a caliber of more than 10 centimeters. A dozen armed guards lined up under the watchtower and pointed the rocket launcher at the tower. Yesterday led several people into the prison and heard several people talk about the spirit ball of the universe. The prison guard stood on the side of the command. He just sold the news of Camilla and Cosmic Spirit Ball to Mieba's men yesterday. He got a huge amount of intelligence fee. He also expected to get more benefits from them. He must not let them escape. As the Rocket Raccoon said before, the prison guards in Klin prison had already rotted to the root, not only accepting the bribes of the prisoners, but even willing to act as the eye of the tyrant and provide intelligence for him. Several people in the watchtower looked dignified when they saw the armed guards coming from below, especially the rocket launcher on their shoulders. "Those guns are very powerful," Star Baron can't help but say. The prison guard who had taken refuge in Mieba didn't give them a chance to react. "At my command, first serve." As his voice dropped, an armed CO pulled the trigger of the rocket launcher. A rocket shot out of the gun barrel, accurately hit a piece of glass on the front of the watchtower and exploded. The bulletproof glass that can block the bullets of the guard UAV machine gun is full of cracks in an instant under the attack of rockets, so it is impossible to resist the second shot. Camilla, who has always been calm, can't calm down at this time. Looking at the Rocket Raccoon still busy in front of the console, he anxiously said, "What's your plan, Mouse?" "What's the hurry?" Rocket Raccoon said, while came to the side of the console to continue to operate up. "Second serve." A second rocket was fired at the watchtower as the CO yelled. It seems to think that the overall situation has been decided and that they can't escape. It may also be to frighten them and make them surrender voluntarily. Instead of hitting the glass, which was on the verge of collapse in the front, the second rocket hit another glass on the side of Star-Lord, which also made it full of cracks in an instant. In the watchtower, everyone's faces were all anxious. Only Delax looked at the busy Rocket Raccoon in front of the console and suddenly recognized his breed. His eyes lit up and said happily, "I know this kind of animal. When we were young, we would bake it on the fire. The meat is very delicious." The raccoon, who was nervously operating the rocket in front of the console, could not help turning his head and looking at Drakes angrily and shouting, "It's bad for you." Just then, the prison guard's shouts rang out again. Third round. Boom! This time, the rocket ejected into the glass in front of the Carmela noodles, and not only made it full of cracks, even the glass began to fall. All 3 front windows have been destroyed. Another round of attack will blow them up. Through the broken glass, Camilla and others looked at more than a dozen armed prison guards below, as well as the thick muzzle pointing to them. Their faces were gradually occupied by panic. Rocket Raccoon's face is also rare, full of grim color, hands like flying in the control panel quickly operating. "All at my command." Prepare for a volley. The prison guard, who had taken refuge in Mieba, looked at the broken glass of the watchtower and cried out in a cold voice. As for the quality of her body, it's better for her not to be killed by the rocket. 3, 2. In the countdown of the CO attack, the Rocket Raccoon opened a nearby panel, revealing many lines below. Rocket Raccoon quickly stretched out his hand to look for it, and soon found the 2 lines to look for. But when he tried to pull out the 2 wires, he found that they were all entangled in other wires. The Rocket Raccoon immediately pulled at the wires in anger, trying to pull them out and plug them together. 1. It's over. Dying. Just as Star-Lord and Carmora looked at the rocket launcher below, and their faces were full of panic, a black figure suddenly flew out from the side and rushed to the armed prison guards in a row. Before they fired the gun, the fast-flying black figure bumped them out one by one, and the rocket launcher on his shoulder fell to the ground. At the end of the day, the only CO standing on the side was still standing. The situation of the original crisis was lifted in an instant. A sigh of relief at the same time. Several people cannot help but look at the impact of more than a dozen prison guards, suspended in the air that covered with black armor. After seeing what he looked like, Carmela looked surprised. It was him. and the Star Lord is full of excitement to shout away. "Ha ha, it's the commander, guys. My boss has come to save me because the Rocket Raccoon is too short, standing in front of the console, cannot see the following situation. Originally, he was worried because the wire could not be pulled out. He thought it was difficult to escape the next round of attack. However, he found that after the prison guards were counting down, the expected attack did not come. Instead, Xingju cried out with joy. Aware of the temporary relief of the crisis, the Rocket Raccoon immediately dropped the two entangled wires, jumped onto the console curiously, and looked down. At the first sight, he saw the steel battle suit suspended in the air, and his eyes could not help brightening. Rocket Raccoon itself is a top mechanical engineer. Naturally, his vision is much more virulent than that of Star-Lord. It can be seen at a glance that this set of steel battle suit is not simple, and it is also the most advanced equipment in the whole galaxy. In particular, the heavy armor and sharp and angular domineering shape make the Rocket Raccoon reluctant to move his eyes. He forced himself to look away, and you saw a dozen armed guards lying on the ground. That guy wants to run. The Rocket Raccoon saw that the only one standing guard was turning and running toward the passage, and immediately he could not help shouting. They almost died in his hands just now. Rocket Raccoon doesn't want to let this damned guy go. Naturally, Chen Mo also noticed the guy behind him who was ready to escape. Chen Mo didn't feel any favor for the prison guards in Klein Prison. In fact, they were no better than the prisoners in the prison. And this prison guard who has taken refuge in exterminating tyrants is more than worthy of death. Suspended in the air, Chen Mo leans slightly, reaches out his right hand, and points his palm at the fleeing prison guard. A dazzling white beam of light shot from the arc pulse gun in the palm of his hand, instantly cut through the air, hit his head, and directly exploded his whole head. The running body of the prison guard lost its strength in an instant and fell forward to the ground, but his head had disappeared. Rocket Raccoon see appearance not from excited say. "Oh, roar, a blow to the head. Violent enough, I like this guy." Looking at Chen Mo's steel suit, the Rocket Raccoon added with glowing eyes. "And his uniform." Star Ju smell speech chin not from high yang up, a face of pride said. "Commander is the legend of our Earth." Chen Mo's arrival made Xingju relax completely. The panic on his face had already been swept away, and he told them the brilliant deeds of the commander. For Chen Mo, who appeared in time and solved all the armed prison guards with one blow and saved them, everyone was extremely curious. Carmela, who had met with Chen Mo once, also listened to the story of Star-Lord with all his face. Bright lights flashed in his eyes from time to time. In fact, Xingju's understanding of Chen Mo is limited to the deeds of the First World War II, and the later events were told by Chen Mo not long ago. But that doesn't stop him from showing off. After Chen Mo killed the prison guard who had taken refuge in Mieba, a series of bullets suddenly shot at him. However, security drones flying from all over the prison automatically determined Chen Mo as a dangerous target and launched an attack on Chen Mo. It's not difficult for Chen Mo to avoid these bullets, but the power of these machine gun bullets can't pose any threat to him. Chen Mo simply doesn't want to dodge. He just stands there and shoots himself on the steel jacket and then flies out. Looking at the increasing number of security drones in the air, Chen Mo directly opened the shoulder armor of his steel combat suit, revealing the tiny missiles arranged orderly inside. A series of miniature automatic tracking missiles were launched one after another, aiming at the security drones in the surrounding air. In a flash, they hit the target and exploded one after another. The explosion power of each miniature automatic tracking missile destroys several guard UAVs around at the same time. After a series of explosions, one of the security drones above the square is suddenly empty. However, Klein Prison is very large in scale, holding a large number of dangerous prisoners and equipped with a large number of security drones. From time to time, there are security drones flying out of the passageways of the surrounding floors. Most of them fly to Chen Mo, but a small part of them fly to the watchtower. This is the watchtower. The 3 windows on the front of the watchtower have been cracked by rocket launchers. They can't resist the bullets from the guard drone. In order to prevent the death of Xingju and others in the watchtower, Chen Mo immediately stepped up the attack. A series of miniature automatic tracking missiles flew out continuously, drawing arcs in the air, destroying all the security UAVs close to the watchtower. People are watching Chen Mo and listening to his brilliant deeds. Although I admire Chen Mo's spirit of ending a star-level world war and willing to sacrifice his spirit in order to save the people, his feeling of Chen Mo's strength is limited after all. For them, the Earth is just a relatively backward civilized planet. It is not too difficult to end a world war with their strength, equipment, and technology. However, when they learned from Xingju that Chen Mo had defeated and completely destroyed the Zetari army sent by Mieba, their eyes toward Chen Mo changed completely. For Mieba, the top power in the universe, no one knows about it. One of his 2 legions, the Zetari army, is also famous. I don't know how many civilized planets are destroyed in the hands of the Zetari army. And now they even know that the powerful Zetari army has been completely destroyed by the Earth-strong man called Commander in front of them. "You must be joking," the Rocket Raccoon said with disbelief. "It's impossible at all. Even the powerful Carry Empire and the New Star Empire, I'm afraid it is difficult to completely eliminate the powerful Zetari army. Although Chen's strength is very strong, it seems that it is far from enough to destroy the Zetari army." Starju heard Rocket Raccoon's question, can't help but look discontented, but before he opens his mouth to refute, Camera is active to say, "I believe what he says." Rocket Raccoon can't help but turn to look at Kamora. He knows the identity of Kamura. As the adopted daughter of Mieba, Camilla obviously knows more about the situation of the Zetari army. He didn't lie. The Zetaris were completely wiped out when they invaded Earth, and they didn't even get a message back. Kamura looked at Chen Mo outside in the explosion solemnly and said slowly with a serious face, "It is reasonable to say that, with the technology and strength of the Earth, it is impossible to be the opponent of the Zetari army. However, the final fact is that the Zetari army has never come back, and the exterminator is worried about it and has not launched any attacks on the Earth. Now it seems that he was responsible for the destruction of the Zetari army." Carmichaela finished, looking at Chen Mo reflected in the fire. His eyes were complex and incomparable. She did not expect that the man she met in Shandari was the Earthman who destroyed the Zetari Legion. No wonder she felt a trace of palpitation from him at that time. She was able to destroy the Zetari Legion alone. Even if she was not powerful enough to destroy a planet, she was definitely a superpower who could destroy a planet. Her strength should be far above her. It would be normal to bring him that strong sense of oppression. With Karmura's confirmation, the Rocket Raccoon had to accept the fact that the guy in the steel uniform really destroyed the powerful Zetari army. This makes the Rocket Raccoon look at Chen Mo's eyes with more awe. In the face of a super strong man that he could not match, even the Rocket Raccoon, who was always cynical, had to feel awe from the heart, especially when the other side appeared in time to save their lives. Although the Rocket Raccoon has a fierce tongue, he is also clearly resentful. When others help him, he will certainly keep it in mind. However, he soon found that his plan seemed to be broken by Chen Mo. When the continuous explosion outside stopped, the debris of countless guard UAVs fell from the air, and the fire was scattered. Rocket Raccoons found that all the security UAVs outside were destroyed, and none of them was left. And in his original escape plan, these security drones are an essential part of it. According to his plan, as long as the 2 lines are connected together and the artificial gravity of the whole prison except the watchtower is closed, Klin Prison will be completely disordered. They can unlock the fixed device of the watchtower and use the guard UAV to push the watchtower out of the prison. But now, all security drones are destroyed by Chen Mo. Even if he turns off artificial gravity, the watchtower can only be suspended in the air and cannot escape as planned. And in a short time, he did not think of a second escape plan. Just when the Rocket Raccoon is at a loss, Chen Mo, after cleaning up the guard UAV, flies to the outside passage of the watchtower and lands. Star Ju saw this, quickly turned to the Rocket Raccoon called. Rocket, open the door. The Rocket Raccoon hears the speech to open the gate in a hurry. The Star Ju one face excitedly rushes to the door, said happily. Boss, I knew you would come and save me. Chen Mo is not surprised by Xingju's intimate attitude and address. It can be imagined that if the Rocket Raccoon didn't intend to take him to Yangdu to get the reward, he would have lost his life if his safety had not been guaranteed. His heart is bound to look forward to Chen Mo, the great supporter, to protect and save. Just now, he was faced with repeated attacks from security drones and rockets, which almost killed him, which made him a little frightened. At this time, it was good that he didn't directly jump up to hold Chen Mo's thigh. Chen Mo did not enter the watchtower but said directly, "Come on, let's get out of here." Chen Mo says and turns directly to walk out along the passage. Star Ju follows behind without hesitation. Kimura looked at the raccoon and asked in a low voice, "Your escape plan?" The Rocket Raccoon looked at the debris of the guard drone scattered on the square and shook his head helplessly. "There's no plan. Let's go with him," the Rocket Raccoon said, grabbing the KONIS battery and security arm belt on the console. While operating on it, he jumped off the console and ran after the two of them. Seeing this, Gurut of the Tree Man followed him directly. Carmela looked at Chen Mo's back for a while and followed him out. Only Draco's, the destroyer, stood there with question marks. "It's hard to break in just now. Why are you going out again?" But although he was puzzled, seeing all the people leave, Delax glanced at his watchtower, shook his head and stepped up. "Don't understand what they are doing. There is always a feeling of dizziness around." The next 5 people follow Chen Mo and walk all the way down. When they encounter the closed gate, the Rocket Raccoon opens the door with a security arm. The 6 men walk through the square full of the remains of guard drones. Under the gaze of many prisoners in the cell, they left the prison area and entered the prison guards' activity area. Here, they met again the prison guards who came to support them when they heard the alarm, but they didn't even have the chance to attack. As soon as they appeared, Chen Mo raised his hand and several arc pulse guns were completely knocked over. Soon, they went through the long passage to the prisoners' personal belongings room, found their own boxes and got their own things. "It's impolite to roll my trousers up. You're all folded." Rocket Raccoon took out his clothes from the box and could not help complaining. But Star Baron found the Universe Spirit Ball in the knapsack and looked in the box for a long time, but his face sank. Damn it. That bastard didn't come back. Camilla, who had already got his clothes and weapons, could not help asking, "What didn't come back? Is the Universe Spirit Ball?" Other people can't help but look at it. However, Chen Mo knows what Xingju is talking about. Among his personal belongings, the Walkman that his mother left him is the most important one for him. "You go to the boat first, and I'll be there later." Xingju shakes his head calmly, grabs the clothes and weapons in the box, and hands Chen Mo the backpack containing the Universe Spirit Ball. However, he is ready to return to prison alone and get his Walkman back. Chen Mo looks at the Cosmic Spirit Ball in his backpack. Instead of catching it, he says to change your clothes at once, and I'll accompany you back to get them. Chen Mo said, turning to look at the others, he said, "You go to Star-Lord's spaceship, the orange and blue one at the corner of the tarmac. You don't have to wait for us. Just leave the prison and park the ship nearby." Camilla and Rocket Raccoon can't help but look at each other, hesitated for a moment, or according to Chen Mo said, grabbed their own clothes and weapons, left the room, rushed to the tarmac. If only Star-Lord returns by himself, they can't rest assured that he has the Cosmic Spirit Ball. There are still many prison guards coming. He is likely to be caught again, and the Cosmic Spirit Ball will be put back in the storage room. However, with Chen Mo and him, the situation is different. With Chen Mo's strong strength before, these prison guards are not his opponents at all, and there will be no problem with him in the Universe Spirit Ball. Seeing that Chen Mo has made a decision and others have done the same, Xingju does not refuse. He looks at Chen Mo gratefully and quickly puts on his clothes and equipment. Holding 2 energy pistols, Star-Lord activated his mask, took a look at Chen Mo, then turned back to the channel and rushed to the position of the blue leather prison guard who had taken his Walkman. Along the way, prison guards appear from time to time. Without waiting for Chen Mo to make a move, Xingju, who is suppressed in his heart, raises the muzzle of the gun and knocks them all down. However, Xingju, who rarely kills people, is not as cruel as Chen Mo, or he doesn't want to offend the new Star Empire. Instead of killing all the prison guards, Xingju paralyzes them with arc bombs. Chen Mo didn't say anything about it. Anyway, these guys are doomed to die. Soon, they came to the room where the blue guards were. Across the iron fence, Star-Lord found that the blue guards were wearing his headphones, shaking their heads and listening to music. Star-Lord could not help but shoot out the flames of anger in his eyes. That's his headphones, his Walkman, his music. Star-Lord immediately strode in from the open iron door and stood in front of the blue leather prison guard angrily. Blue Pie prison guard seemed to be fascinated by music. He didn't hear the alarm at all and didn't know what happened outside. Until Xingju stood in front of him, he suddenly woke up and looked up at him in surprise. Originally, Xingju wanted to put him down with an electric arc gun, but he was worried that the intense electric arc would damage the Walkman. He raised the muzzle of the gun directly and pointed to the blue leather prison guard and said angrily, "Put down my headphones and Walkman for me." Facing the muzzle pointing at his head, the blue prison guard instantly counsels, no longer arrogant, quickly raised his hands, "Dare not move." Star-Ju pointed a gun at the blue guards in one hand and grabbed the Walkman in the hands of blue leather prison guards with the other hand. Feeling the familiar touch, Xingju's mood finally relaxed. Put the Walkman back to his waist, Star-Lord reached out and took off the earphone on the blue leather prison guard's head, removed the helmet mask and put it on his head with one hand. When Xingju's attention shifted to the Walkman, the blue guard's eyes flashed and wanted to seize the gun. However, when he saw Chen Mo standing on the side staring at him coldly, he immediately gave up the dangerous idea. Although Xingju seems to have diverted his attention, he has not relaxed his vigilance. If the blue guards dare to do it, he will shoot at the first time without hesitation. Take back the beloved Walkman, Star-Ju, a face intoxicated to listen to the music in the headphones. Coincidentally, the Walkman is playing the Blue Swede's infatuation with this feeling, the last time he was robbed of his Walkman by blue leather prison guards. Xingju immediately set his eyes on the blue prison guard again. In his mind, he could not help thinking of the situation when he used the electric wand to abuse him. His eyes twinkled with dangerous light. "It seems that you like this song that belongs to me very much." Star-Ju looked at the blue leather prison guard coldly, which made him feel cold. Then he saw Star-Ju turn his head to look at the table beside him and picked up an electric stick from above. In the blue leather prison guard's flustered eyes, Star-Ju sneered at him and said in a cold voice, "Let me see if you're addicted to that feeling too." Star-Ju's voice just fell, then the electric stick toward the blue leather prison guard body stabbed up. Zai. A strong electric arc was transmitted from the electric rod to the blue leather prison guard, which made his body stiff and convulsed. He fell from the chair uncontrollably and hit the ground heavily, but Xingju didn't let him go. He poked the electric stick up again, making him collapse on the ground like a big fish leaving the water, constantly twitching. "I'll let you take my Walkman. I let you listen to my music. I asked you to call me." Looking at the blue guards wrapped in the arc and listening to the music in the headphones, Xingju felt extremely happy in his heart. Then he stabbed the electric stick on the blue guard and watched his blue skin covered by electric arc of similar color. Xingju didn't know whether this guy was fascinated by this feeling, but he was really fascinated by it. To borrow the words of Rocket Raccoon, "Tremble." Aliens, although the blue guards look bigger and stronger than Star-Lord, in fact, they are not as powerful as the Protoss Mix Star-Lord. After a while, they are turned white by electric eyes and foaming at the mouth. It seems that they may die at any time. The Star-Lord saw this and then stopped. Leaving the baton aside, Xingju finally glanced at the blue guards, then carefully put away the earphone and Walkman, restarted the mask, and left with Chen Mo. Along the way, I met a few prison guards. They were all put down by Xingju with arc bullets. If you don't like what you see, you will make up a few more shots. Just after using the electric stick to clean up the blue leather prison guard, Xingju seems to be more fascinated by the electricity man. At this time, there was no chaos in the prison before they were intercepted. Star-Lord did not have enough addiction. They came to the tarmac. The Milano spaceship, which had been parked in the corner, has disappeared. Obviously, several rocket raccoons have already driven the spacecraft to leave according to Chen Mo's instructions. Without delay, they opened the airlock to the space and flew out. Although Star-Lord's portable helmet and equipment can't let him move in space for a long time, his short stay is no problem. Although the thruster on his legs can't really fly on a gravitational planet, it can let him fly freely in the space without gravity outside Klein Prison. This is also the only way to make Star-Lord fly with this set of thrusters, which are not very powerful. Usually Star-Lord doesn't go into space directly for the fun of flying. Even though the helmet mask has oxygen supply device, the low temperature and radiation in space are still very lethal. His cheap equipment can only guarantee his life, but his flying experience is not so good. A layer of white frost is gradually coagulating on Xingju's body surface. Feeling the deep-rooted cold in space, Xingju feels that his body is gradually becoming stiff and sluggish, and he may be frozen stiff within a few minutes. He can't help but turn to look at Chen Mo, but found that Chen Mo's thick black armor surface is still bright. In this dark space appears more mysterious. The surface of the armor is not even frosted. It can be seen that this steel suit should have the function of preventing low temperature. Star-Lord can imagine that the inside of the steel battle suit must be as warm as before, and the cold outer space is totally two worlds. Looking at the more and more thick frost on his body, as well as gradually numb body, Star-Lord is more urgent to make money and replace more advanced equipment. In addition to his equipment, Star-Lord also found that Chen Mo's flying attitude was quite different from his. Xingju seldom flies in space before, and his flight experience is almost zero. Therefore, his flying posture directly imitates the Superman movies he saw when he was a child, clenching his hands and stretching out to the front. Chen Mo's arms are naturally inclined on both sides of his body, palms backward, and two white flames are ejected. With the thruster under his feet, Chen Mo's flying posture is not only very handsome, but also more flexible than him. By contrast, his superhuman stance is a bit silly. Feeling that Chen Mo didn't pay attention to him, Xingju quickly took back his arms and learned to put Chen Mo on his side. Although there was no propeller on his palm, he also faced behind him like Chen Mo. After changing his posture, Xingju felt more handsome. It seems that Superman, or what cannot be blindly learned, to learn from the commander such a real superhero. This is the real handsome. In the space not far away from Klein Prison, the orange and blue Milano spacecraft is quietly lurking there. Inside the cabin, the rocket raccoon sat in the driver's seat, looked at the Klein Prison not far away, and asked in some anxiety, "How are they going to meet us?" Carmela's face was also a little anxious and said with a frown, "I don't know. They should have a way. What can I do?" "It's not going to come straight here, is it?" The rocket raccoon turned directly and looked at Kimura, who was sitting in the back. "The starship will come soon. If we don't leave now, we will be blasted to pieces." "No way," Carmela shook his head and said. "We can't go without the Universal Spirit Ball." During their quarrel, Delax, who had been sitting in his chair and looking around, suddenly found two bright lights in the direction of Klein Prison in the distance. After carefully seeing their appearance, Delax could not help but interrupt them. "Look, Camilla," and Rocket Raccoon smell speech, quickly turned to look, and then found the spaces flying toward them two figures. "Are they really flying here?" Rocket Raccoon said in surprise. Delax looked at the two people getting closer and closer and their handsome flying posture in space. He couldn't help exclaiming, "The way they fly is so handsome." On hearing this, Camilla nodded and agreed. "I have to admit, the two people from space to the spaceship look really handsome." Of course, she might not have said that if she had seen the superhuman gesture before Star-Lord. Milano was not far away from Klein Prison. They soon arrived at the bottom of the ship and flew from the outer gate into the airlock inside the spacecraft. The rocket raccoon stayed and continued to drive the ship away. Kamura and Dracos went down to the ground floor to help open the inner gate of the airlock. A burst of cold air came out of the open hatch, and Star-Lord was the first to climb up. "You have the courage. It must be a good help in the war against Ronan Dracoris, and Kamura helped to pull the Star-Lord up from below," he exclaimed and asked curiously. "Man, what did you go back for?" Star-Lord lifted his mask, looked at the curious Drakes, took out the Walkman from his bag and handed it to him. Then he rubbed his frozen body and walked straight to the rest cabin. "It's too cold outside." He will never try to fly in space again until he changes more advanced equipment. Never. Delax looked at the Walkman in his hand, and his admiration for Star-Lord disappeared in a moment. What an idiot! Drakes originally thought that Star-Lord would risk returning to prison to retrieve something important. Unexpectedly, it was just such a small thing. One side of the Carmora staring at the Walkman in the hands of Drax cannot help but some silly eyes. Delax did not know, and Star-Lord, with her own eyes to see him for this thing and Blue Prison Guard's conflict, was severely electrified. She didn't understand it very much, but it was an ordinary and backward music player. As for the importance, she was beaten up for it and returned to prison again when she was about to escape successfully, just for that thing. Just as Camilla's face was puzzled, Chenmo flew up directly from the cabin door, took a look at their expressions and explained. "It's a gift from Star-Lord's mother. It's more important to him than anything else." Two people smell speech, flash in the eyes suddenly, but then can't help but think of their own family. Delax originally had a happy family with a beautiful wife and lovely daughter, but they were all killed by Ronan. Since then, Delax's heart was occupied by hatred. His life goal is to kill Ronan and avenge his wife and daughter. At this moment, he understood why Star-Lord valued such an ordinary thing so much that he even risked his life and returned to prison to get it back. If it was him, I'm afraid he would do the same. Unfortunately, his family left nothing and his home was destroyed by Ronan. He can only remember the appearance of his wife and daughter firmly in his heart and set foot on this long road of revenge alone. Kamura's situation is similar to that of Draco's, but it is quite different. Her family was killed by Mieba when she was very young, and she was adopted by Mieba and became his adopted daughter. At that time, she was too young. After so many years, she had already blurred the appearance of her parents. On the contrary, it was very clear that she had brought up Mieba in her mind. Although Mieba is extremely strict with her training, but after years of getting along with each other, Camilla inevitably has some feelings for him. But at this time, after listening to Chenmo's words, she suddenly woke up. Mieba raised her as a killing tool after killing her parents and countless other people. Carmilla can't help but think of the Nebula she grew up with. If she didn't win every battle, she would be transformed into a half-human and half-mechanical monster like her. The reason why he dotes on her over the years is that she is more powerful and can help him deal with more and more difficult problems. If she is the one who loses every time, I'm afraid the Nebula is the favorite of Mieba, and she will be transformed into a machine. Thinking of this, Camilla's only feelings for exterminating tyrants instantly dissipated most of them. Most importantly, she almost forgot the hatred of killing her parents. The reason why she betrayed Mieba is more because he killed all kinds of civilized races crazily and didn't want to be his accomplice anymore. However, her strength was not enough to fight against the powerful Mieba, so she finally chose to escape. By taking the opportunity to seize the Cosmic Spirit Ball, she betrayed Mieba, took the money to sell the Cosmic Spirit Ball, and left far away to get rid of the control of Mieba. As for revenge, she never thought about it. I dare not think of it. Over the years, Mieba has been branded with an invincible strong impression in her heart. The harsh training also makes her think about how to survive every day, almost forgetting the sadness and helplessness of losing her parents in her childhood. Until then, she suddenly remembered the situation when she was taken away from Zehuberi by Mieba when she was a child. The figure of her parents, which had already been blurred, gradually became clear. Although she still couldn't remember their appearance, the warm feeling of being held in her arms by her parents became extremely clear. She thought of the Zetari soldiers who broke into the square and caught them in the square. She remembered the panic and fear when they lost their parents in the crowd. She thought of Mieba's appearance and said that she would help her find her mother. She also remembered the continuous gunfire from behind her. He took out a gorgeous silver handle inlaid with red gemstones from his body. Carmela grasped it hard, and two sharp blades twinkling with cold light suddenly popped up on both sides of the long handle. Camilla held the dagger that Mieba gave her at that time, and her eyes showed a strong sense of killing. Although her parents did not leave her anything, and even their appearance was blurred in her memory, the dagger given to her by Mieba when she slaughtered her parents and clansmen can remind her at any time what Mieba did to his parents and his people. Destroy the tyrant. I must kill you. Take revenge on my family and people with this dagger you sent me out of the bottom cabin. Chen Mo comes to the rest cabin. Through the glass on the rear bulkhead, Chen Mo sees the fading Klein prison floating in the meteorite belt. Chen Mo knows that soon Ronan will come here to look for Star Baron, and in order to prevent the leakage of his search for the cosmic spirit ball, he kills all the people in this prison. But Chen did not mean to help them. This is the prison with the highest security level in the New Star Empire. All the criminals here are vicious thugs. Everyone's hands are stained with countless blood. If it had not been for the death penalty of the New Star Empire, they would have been shot countless times, and death in Ronan's hands would have been deserved. As the Rocket Raccoon said, the management of the prison has been rotten to the bone. This can be seen from the actions of the prison guards who helped the prisoners to kill Kamura and even took refuge in exterminating tyrants. It can be said that there is no innocent person in this prison. It is a good thing to ask Ronan to help clean up the prison. It is also a contribution to the galaxy. After receiving Star-Lord and Chen Mo, the Rocket Raccoon directly turned its direction and drove the Milano spacecraft away from the meteorite belt where Klein Prison is located and flew toward the deep space of the universe. The new Star Corps may come at any time after receiving the alarm. If they leave late, they may be blocked. Although the Milano spacecraft of Star-Lord is good, it will either surrender or be directly destroyed against a large number of new Star Corps warships. In order to prevent encountering the new Star Army that came to support him on the way, the Rocket Raccoon chose a direction far away from Shandel and flew far away. After it was sure that it would not be overtaken by the new Star Corps, the Rocket Raccoon turned its direction and flew toward the direction Carmora told his cosmic spirit ball buyer. On the other side, the new Star Corps headquarters of Shandal quickly sent a fleet to support after receiving the news of the riot in Klein Prison. But at the same time, in the airspace not far away from Klein Prison, a huge warship that is several times larger than the size of Klein Prison is also coming this way. Out of danger, the Rocket Raccoon set the ship to autopilot and even went down the gangway to the rest cabin. At this time, all the people on board stayed here. They just had a thrilling escape from prison and then they really relaxed. They didn't have much interest in chatting. They found a place to rest or meditate. Xingju is sitting at his desk, holding a cup of hot water to relieve the cold caused by space flight. Chen Mo and Glut sit at random, but Kamala and Draco's look abnormal. The Rocket Raccoon had a strange look at the heavy-faced Kamura and Draco's, and found that one of them was playing with the gorgeous double-edged dagger in their hands, and another was constantly pulling out the machete from his waist and inserting it back. Feeling that they are not in a normal mood now, the Rocket Raccoon did not come forward to find uneasiness. They scanned the whole cabin and went to the toolbox in the corner and opened the box to look for it. Soon, the Rocket Raccoon found the tools he wanted, and some of the parts he wanted, but there was still some gap from his needs. He couldn't help but drop his eyes on the spaceship under his feet, and immediately bent down to open a floor hatch under his feet, revealing the complicated structure and various devices inside. The eyes of the Rocket Raccoon gradually brightened as the two eyes swept over the devices. Good. Can satisfy his need completely. The Rocket Raccoon almost got under the deck and reached out to dismantle the equipment. Now they have a big deal worth 4 billion yuan, and they may need to compete with Ronin or even Mieba. Rocket Raccoon urgently needs a powerful weapon that can give him a sense of security, so that he can safely earn the 4 billion yuan. The Rocket Raccoon has the intelligence quotient comparable to human, and has a strong talent for machinery. It can use some simple parts and devices to manufacture various weapons and equipment. Using KONIS battery and security arm belt together, he successfully activated the security arm belt that can only be used on prison guards, and controlled the security system of Klein Prison, so that they can easily pass through each door. This time, with the sufficient spare parts of Milano spacecraft, he can safely and boldly manufacture the powerful weapons he wants. Of course, with his mechanical transformation ability and understanding of the spacecraft, the removal of a small number of parts will not affect the safety and performance of the spacecraft itself. However, Xingju soon found the abnormal behavior of the Rocket Raccoon. He quickly removed the last hot water in the cup, got up and came to the Rocket Raccoon. Looking at a pile of parts assembled in front of him, he frowned and said, "Hey, what are you doing?" When he saw the open hatch cover on the floor and the equipment with parts removed, he could not help but change his face and roared at the Rocket Raccoon. "Why did you dismantle my ship without permission?" With that, Xingju found that there was something about 3-4 cm in diameter and shaped like a shell on the ground beside the raccoon. He immediately frowned and bent down to reach for it. "And what is this?" Sitting on the toolbox all the time, facing the Rocket Raccoon with all kinds of parts assembled by Xingju, he didn't pay attention to Xingju's angry questions and was busy with his work. At this time, he noticed the action of Starju just raised his hand to block him and said casually without lifting his head, "Don't touch that, it's a bomb." "Bomb?" Starlord could not help but stare at the words. "That's right," the Rocket Raccoon said without raising his head. "You just leave the bomb like that." Starlord's face is unbelievable. It's hard to imagine that if Glut or someone accidentally kicks it when passing by, he will blow up his spaceship directly. Rocket Raccoon's smell speech is still indifferent to say, "I was going to find a box to put it in." Is it useful to put it in a box? Xingju feels that he is going crazy. Is there something wrong with this guy's brain? Xingju didn't expect that the Rocket Raccoon was not talking about it casually, but was really going to find a box to put shells. He pulled out a storage box in front of him and picked up a cardboard box wrapped in colored paper and tied with a blue ribbon. "How about this one?" Starju saw the box in the hands of the Rocket Raccoon, but his face changed. He quickly stepped forward and kicked the storage box back with his feet. "Don't touch it." Rocket Raccoon quickly took back his hand and asked, "Why, what's in this?" "Shut up." Xingju didn't want to talk about it anymore. He interrupted the Rocket Raccoon rudely. The Rocket Raccoon shrugged helplessly and continued to assemble the mobile phone. Chen Mo sees the box with colored ribbon picked up by Rocket Raccoon, but he guesses what it is. It was a birthday present given to him on the day of his mother's death. Shortly after the gift was given to him, his mother stopped her heart and left him. It is precisely for this reason that whenever he sees this gift, he will think of his mother's death. So far, he has not opened the gift but has always put it in the storage box, neither willing to throw it away nor open it. So when the Rocket Raccoon picked up the gift, his reaction was so great. "Put away the gift," Starlord turned to the Rocket Raccoon in front of the assembly of the device asked, "What is that?" Rocket Raccoon listened to Star Baron ask his masterpiece, turned his head and said triumphantly, "This is for emergencies, or when you want to blow up a satellite you can use it." Rocket Raccoon said, eyes cannot help but flash a touch of excitement, seems to really want to bomb a satellite. Carmala could not help but wipe the Rocket Raccoon, said coldly, "No one wants to blow up a satellite. You've wiped out all the fun." The raccoon complained, then lowered his head and continued to assemble. "Even if you can't blow up satellites, it's a good idea to bomb warships." But Starju did not pay attention to the Rocket Raccoon, but went to Chen Mo and whispered to him, "Boss, there is a buyer in Carmala's hand who is willing to pay 4 billion for the Cosmic Spirit Ball. I am ready to give up the original goal and trade with him." Chen Mo naturally knows what "deal" means in Xingju's mouth when he hears the speech. He who understands the plot knows the real identity of the buyer in the hand of Carmelo. However, he didn't say anything, just nodded and let Xingju do it by himself. After getting Chen Mo's approval, Xingju is confident. After all, Chen Mo got the cosmic spirit ball, and Chen Mo's identity and ability were there. Obviously, Chen Mo's words were the main thing between the two people. Some important decisions still need Chen Mo's nod, so that he can make them safely and boldly. Xingju's address to Chen Mo also showed his position, and he obeyed Chen Mo's decision in everything. This is quite different from his attitude when he was under Yangdu, but it's easy to understand. Not to mention that Chen Mo's own strength is obviously much stronger than bravery. Chen Mo's brilliant war record in World War II also proves that he has excellent leadership and command ability in addition to his strong strength. His ability to analyze and deal with problems and overall situation is far from that of Yangdu, a star mercenary who can only use violence. The most important thing is, from the emotional aspect, one is the ferocious alien who abducted him from the Earth, and the other is the superheroes he worshipped since childhood. The attitude of Star-Lord to the two people is very different, which makes it very normal. With Chen Mo's approval, Star-Lord immediately goes to the touchscreen beside the table and calls up the star map. Meanwhile, he turns his head and says to Carmichael, "I need the coordinates of the buyer you contact." Carmora was immersed in his own world. When he heard the words of Star-Lord, he couldn't help looking up at him. When she saw Star-Lord, Carmela also remembered what Chen Mo had said to her in Delax. Star-Lord was an orphan just like her, which made Carmela's eyes soften a lot. However, this does not mean that she will trust Star-Lord without reservation, even if he has just saved her life. Growing up under Mieba, he came into contact with some cruel and cunning people. Although Camilla was not completely assimilated by them, he was very defensive to others. Unless it really touches her heart, she won't trust a person easily. Therefore, in the face of Star-Lord's question, Carmilla just said lightly, "For the time being, we have no problem with the direction of our voyage." Xingju could not help rolling his eyes and said, "If you really want to cooperate, at least try to trust me more." "How much do you trust me?" asked Carmora. When he returned to prison, Star-Lord always took the Universal Spirit Ball with him, preferring to risk being caught and robbed by the prison guards, but did not give it to them, and never disclosed that Chen Mo might come to save them. It was not until Chen Mo suddenly appeared that they knew that Xingju had such a strong backing. "If you tell me what this is, I can trust you more." Xingju wants to see if Carmela knows about the power gem. When he puts the cosmic spirit ball on the table, he tries. "I guess it's some kind of weapon." When she said this, Star-Lord's eyes were fixed on Carmora, observing her reaction. If she knew that it was a power gem, she would have a reaction when she heard him guess it. Under Star-Lord's gaze, Carmela looked at the Universal Spirit Ball on the table and said with a frown, "I don't know what it is." Camilla only knew that Ronan had made a deal with Mieba and offered the Cosmic Spirit Ball for Mieba to help him destroy Shandel. She didn't know why Mieba wanted this Cosmic Spirit Ball, but she knew that once the Cosmic Spirit Ball fell into Ronan's hands, Shandel could not stop Mieba's army and would be completely destroyed overnight. And she can feel that Mieba attaches great importance to this Cosmic Spirit Ball. It may be just like what Star-Lord guessed. There may be some powerful weapons hidden in it, and it is even more impossible for him to get the Cosmic Spirit Ball. Otherwise, more and more people will die in the hands of Mieba. At this time, Drake, sitting on one side of the chair, heard the words of Star-Lord, could not help but get up and picked up the Universe Spirit Ball, said excitedly, "If it's a weapon, it can be used against Ronan." Kamura's face sank when she saw this. She had no good impression of this rash, impulsive, muscular man. She was even more worried that the Cosmic Spirit Ball, which was likely to contain some powerful weapons, was in his hands. "Put it down, you fool, you're going to kill us." Dracula, who was the female assassin of Ronan's, was also dissatisfied. He immediately opened his eyes and said angrily, "I just want to kill you." Woman killer Camilla could not help but step forward, glared at Dracos and said angrily, "I let you go once, miss. I'm not a lady. I am a man." Drakes, who couldn't turn his head, didn't hear Carmela's sarcasm, but it didn't affect his tit-for-tat glare at Carmela. Seeing the two men at war, it seems that they will start at any time. Xingju quickly dissuades him with righteous words. Don't kill people on my ship. At least until we get the money, we have to stick together. Hearing the words of Star-Lord, they just stopped. Drax threw the cosmic spirit ball in his hand to Star-Lord and said in a deep voice, I'm not for money. His only goal is to kill Ronan. He doesn't care about the money. Xingju said happily, Great, then the three of us can have more points. As soon as the Star Baron's voice fell, the tree man Gertrude, who had not been moved, suddenly stood up. Yes, Gruit. Star-Ju saw the situation but turned a white eye more upright. 4 of us. Is that all right? Xingju suddenly realized that he was not right. He turned his head to Chen Mo and said to Carmela, No, it should be 5. If it wasn't for my boss, we would have been blown to pieces by the guards, right, Rocket? Xingju said, while turning to look at the other side of the Rocket Raccoon, he asked. The Rocket Raccoon with weapons nearby had heard Xingju say that he would add another person's money, but he was still dissatisfied. He was about to stand up and retort. Hearing what he said behind him, he stopped and glanced at Chen Mo, pretending not to hear. He bowed his head and continued to assemble the weapons in his hand. This prison break can be said to be the Waterloo in his prison-breaking history. If Chen Mo didn't arrive in time to solve the prison guards and rocket launchers, they would never have been able to sit in the spaceship and leave Klein prison as easily as they are now, let alone sell the astrosphere for money. And even if it is 5 people, each person can get 800 million, which is also an astronomical number for him, so he did not say anything. Star-Ju saw that the Rocket Raccoon was a little guilty, but silence was the default. He immediately turned his head and looked at Camilla and said with his neck up, You know, this cosmic spirit ball was snatched by my boss from a group of Ronin soldiers and a monster with a mechanical head. If he doesn't agree to sell it, you won't get any money. Carmela looked at the Star Baron but could not help looking at Chen Mo. She remembered what Class had said when reporting to Ronan that, in addition to Star-Lord, there was indeed a guy in full armor who had his arms cut off. Just because the Universe Spirit Ball was in the hands of Star-Lord, and he ran away alone, she thought Star-Lord was a person, and she didn't think of Chen Mo to the person who had hurt Class. Until this time the Star Baron himself said, She just on the number. This makes her take a look at Chen Mo's strength again. As Ronan's #1 subordinate, Class is very powerful. Even she has to work hard to defeat him. However, in Chen Mo's hands, he has not even taken a move and has directly cut off his arms. But for his good luck, I'm afraid he would never come back. Carmela turned to look back at Star-Lord and nodded slowly. As you said, I'll inform the buyer that we're on our way. Said Carmichael, turning to the gangway, saw a long transparent thing lying on the floor behind the gangway. He immediately frowned and turned to Star-Lord. Quail, your boat is disgusting. The Star Baron is proud of a smile, looking at camel-tight leather pants outlined under the 2 sexy long legs on the gangway to the cockpit, turned to the Rocket Raccoon said, This is where, with a black light, the whole ship is my graffiti. Rocket Raccoon looked at a face proud of the Star-Lord. According to the impulse to beat him, a meal discontented said, It's time for you to take your medicine, Quill. Xingju didn't care. He told this raccoon that it was like casting pearls before swine. Star-Lord couldn't help but look at the others and wanted to show off his brilliant achievements with them. However, after sweeping his eyes around the cabin, Star-Lord still resisted his desire to show off. Naturally, Chen Mo did not dare to show off these things in front of the commander, but the raccoon and the tree man did not belong to human beings and had no common language at all. Looking at the remaining drakes, Star-Lord shut his mouth honestly. This guy has a problem with his brain, his taste is abnormal, and he doesn't want to talk to him about sleeping with Ascavalians. After contacting the buyer, Kamura drove the ship himself, corrected the direction, and ensured the correct route. The Rocket Raccoon finished his work, found a box to put the shell into, put it in the locker together with the weapon, and then ran to the cockpit. The Rocket Raccoon, who has the gift of mechanical mastery, not only has a good understanding of the structure and maintenance of the spacecraft, but also has high driving skills. However, he was too poor before, only a broken ship that was about to be scrapped. This time, he was still in Klein prison. However, the Milano spaceship of Star-Lord was much more advanced than that of his broken one. He couldn't put it down. After finishing his work in hand, he drove with Carmela. Xingju didn't care about it. It happened that he was too lazy to drive. Someone helped him drive the spaceship. He stayed in the rest cabin and tidied up his equipment. Although his equipment is somewhat backward, he still relies on the old equipment to fight before getting the buyer's money and replacing it with new equipment. Having experienced the experience of being unarmed in Klein prison and having no resistance from prison guards and prisoners, Star-Lord paid more attention to equipment and wanted to sleep with a gun, as if only in this way could he feel secure. After all, Chrysanthemum almost lost the experience. The stimulation of Star-Ju is still very big. Thinking of helplessness in the face of the blue giant, Xingju was suddenly stunned, and then suddenly turned his head and looked at Chen Mo, his eyes shining with light. Just as a treasure of the equipment is still on the table, Xingju quickly got up and went at Chen Mo. A fawning smile asked, "Boss, can you beat Drakes without weapons and equipment and only by physical strength?" Chen Mo takes a look at Xingju and guesses what he wants to do, but he still nods and says, "In fact, Delax's physique is very strong. His simple physical strength is almost 10 times that of ordinary people. His defense is very strong. Ordinary rifle bullets can't hurt him at all. The relatively weak ones are speed, reaction, and intelligence. Speed and reaction speed are only slightly stronger than ordinary people. They are much weaker than Carmela, who is good at speed. They are equivalent to Star-Lord. As for intelligence, they are about the same as Guru. However, relying on the power and defense, Drax's overall strength is still very strong, and no one dares to offend him in Klein prison. However, for Chen Mo, he was only punished. Not to mention that Chen Mo's overall quality and the increase of riot have reached 17 times that of ordinary people. Both strength and speed crush him in all aspects. Even when Chen Mo's strength is weaker than him, it is not difficult to deal with Drax with stronger agility, reaction speed, and strong fighting skills. Xingju gets the answer he wants from Chen Mo's mouth. He is more excited. He looks at Chen Mo with his eyes shining and asks excitedly, "Did you accept any reinforcement? If you are an ordinary Earthman, you can't think of this. But as an interstellar mercenary who has been in the galaxy for so many years, he can't understand body strengthening anymore. So it's easy to think that Chen Mo must have accepted some kind of enhancement. Otherwise, a man on Earth cannot have such a strong fighting capacity. Moreover, Chen Mo also has an official status. He is a senior officer of the Allies." Star-Lord can't help but wonder whether the Allies developed some strengthening methods during the World War II, which led to the creation of commanders, Captain America and Captain Carter. It has to be said that vision is really important sometimes. Although Star-Lord is just an ordinary mercenary in the galaxy, his broad vision and insight make it easy for him to analyze the fact that many ordinary Earthlings are not clear until now. Xingju finished and looked at Chen Mo expectantly, expecting to get the answer he wanted from him. At present, the mainstream transformation methods in the galaxy are mechanical transformation and genetic transformation. The former is to replace some organs and structures of the human body with mechanical parts with higher strength, greater power, and stronger functions through surgery, so as to improve the ability of the reformer such as strength, defense, and speed, or increase special functions such as infrared detection. Before they met on Morag under Ronan, class is the product of mechanical transformation. Strength is not under the destroyer Drax. The combat effectiveness is very strong. But correspondingly, their bodies have also been transformed beyond recognition. Most of their bodies, structures, and organs have been replaced by machines, becoming half human and half machine monsters. Usually, only those who are crazy about the pursuit of strength, or those who do not have the money for advanced biochemical transformation, will choose this mechanical strengthening method. Another kind of biochemical genetic modification is similar to that of Rocket Raccoon. At the lower level, some genes from different races, even animals, will be implanted into the transformants, so as to change their genetic structure and make them possess some of the abilities possessed by the genetic race, such as strength and speed. However, the effect of this kind of genetic modification is usually not stable. When the transformation is completed and part of the ability of the implanted gene race is obtained, some side effects are often accompanied, resulting in changes in body shape, structure, and even temperament. The more advanced biochemical genetic modification is mainly aimed at strengthening the human body's own genes and constitution, which can ensure the effect of strengthening to a great extent without too much sequelae. However, the degree of reinforcement is limited and there is a great probability of failure. The higher the degree of enhancement, the greater the risk of failure. In addition, advanced biochemical genetic modification is also the most expensive. In particular, some of the reinforcement effect is good, the probability of failure is low, and the cost is skyrocketing. Only some powerful forces with strong financial resources can afford it. The reinforcement that Karmara received was some kind of advanced biochemical genetic modification, which was far beyond the ordinary people in terms of strength, speed, bone strength, resilience, nervous system, and vision. She and Xingyun have been trained by Mieba as top killers to help him eliminate the enemies who oppose him, so a lot of money has been invested in them. Every once in a while, Mieba will make Kamura and Xingyun fight each other. The winner will be able to accept advanced biochemical genetic modification, while the one who fails will undergo mechanical transformation at a lower cost. In order to be able to live well, Carmela tried her best every time to win, so her body is still the original body, and after many biochemical transformation, strength is strong. The vast majority of the nebula's body has been transformed into a machine by Mieba. Although its strength is not weaker than Karmala, this is no longer a normal person. It is impossible for Yixingju to fight against Ronin and destroy hegemony. It is necessary to strengthen it in order to have the strength of the First World War. Star-Lord's initial plan was to carry out the most cost-effective mechanical transformation. In order to protect the Earth and the galaxy, he was willing to pay some price. However, after seeing the transformed body of Rocket Raccoon and the ugly mechanical head of Krasna on Morag, Star-Lord could not help but retreat and want to give up the transformation and rely on stronger equipment to fight against the strong enemy. However, after experiencing the dangers and setbacks in prison, Star-Lord really realized the importance of his own strength. After knowing that Carmela could sell the Universe Spirit Ball for 4 billion yuan, Star-Lord set the goal of strengthening on the advanced biochemical genetic transformation. Even if it's only 4 billion, after a few people divide it, he can get 800 million. That's enough money for him to undergo advanced biochemical modification, and he has enough money left to buy powerful equipment. At that time, he can also have the strength and speed similar to that of Kamura. Although in terms of combat skills, he's still far from being superior to Karmala, the top killer in the universe, but he is not totally incapable of fighting back in her hands. With the new powerful equipment, he is really qualified to fight against Ronin and Bully with Chen Mo. However, when he looked at Chen Mo just now, he suddenly realized that Chen Mo, the superhero from the Earth, has much stronger strength than Camilla, who has undergone advanced biochemical transformation. After a little analysis, he came to a surprising conclusion. During World War II, the Allies developed a more powerful transformation method than the top biochemical transformation in the galaxy. Chen Mo also has nothing to hide. He nods his head directly to confirm Xingju's guess. Seeing this, Xingju can't help being excited. He looks at Chen Mo with his eyes shining. He says to Chen Mo excitedly and uneasily, "Well, can I accept this reinforcement as well?" After that, Chen Mo's eyes are fixed on Chen Mo, and his heart is very uneasy, for fear that Chen Mo shakes his head and refuses. Chen Mo looks at Xingju and does not answer in a hurry. Instead, he analyzes the situation of Xingju. In terms of strength, Star-Lord's strength is really weak now. It is almost at the bottom of the Galaxy escort team. It really needs to be greatly strengthened in order to play a real role in the next fight against Ronin and Meiba. However, Chen Mo's only concern is the Protoss lineage in Star-Lord's body. This half of his lineage is quite special. Now he is in a state of deep sleep and has not been really awakened. Therefore, in addition to his strong physique and recovery ability that he has not noticed, there is not much outstanding in Xingju. But the Protoss lineage from Igo is real. Chen Mo is not sure what effect Star-Lord will have after injecting super soldier serum. After all, he is not a 100% Earthman, and the original strengthening effect may not be fully applicable to him. However, it should not be dangerous. After all, Chen Mo had injected super soldier serum into non-human species such as horses and blue whales before, and there was no problem in the end. Chen Mo's real concern is whether the super soldier's serum fortification will affect Xingju's awakening power in the future. However, after one side weighing up, Chen Mo still nods in Xingju's excited eyes and takes out a super soldier's serum from the space. Finally, he decided to strengthen Star-Lord. After continuous improvement, super soldier serum has been very safe. In addition to the intense transformation, it has higher requirements for the physical quality of the fortifier, and there is no side effect in the reinforcement effect. Moreover, according to Chen Mo's analysis, there should be no conflict and suppression between Star-Lord's own Earth-human gene and the Protoss gene from Igo, and the reinforcement of super soldier's serum should not make him unable to awaken his divine power. Moreover, his divine power itself comes from Igor's Numenon. Once Igor's Numenon is destroyed, his divine power will disappear. So it doesn't matter if the super soldier can't wake up to his divine power because of the enhancement of his serum. And after the super soldier serum enhancement has the stronger strength, the situation may appear some good changes. This is super soldier serum, which was secretly developed by the Aegis Bureau at the beginning. It can enhance all aspects of human quality. Chen Mo said and handed the serum in his hand to the excited Xingju. There are 3 kinds of super soldier serum. The one in your hand is the one with the best strengthening effect. After injection, the quality of all aspects of the body can be raised to 6 times the level of ordinary people. Yes, Chen Mo directly took out the enhanced super soldier serum that only a few people could bear, but the transformation and improvement range was the highest. If Xingju is just an ordinary Earthman, Chen Mo will only take out the standard super soldier serum at most. After all, the enhanced serum requires too much physical fitness and willpower of the reformer. But Xingju's situation is not the same. It seems that his strength, speed, and other aspects are not too different from ordinary people, but in fact, his constitution is far stronger than ordinary people. When he was in Morag, Star-Lord escaped from the secret chamber with thrusters and fell to the ground from a height of more than 10 meters. Although it was a dive, which was lighter than a direct fall, ordinary people would at least fall a few bones. But Xingju was in pain all over. He turned over and got up from the ground and ran away quickly. It can be seen that his constitution is not so ordinary as it seems. This is also the main reason why Star-Lord survived more than 20 years of dangerous star mercenary career without any damage. Of course, he himself attributed all this to his own strength and luck. Hearing Chen Mo's introduction to the super soldier's serum, Xingju looked at the serum in his hand, and his eyes could not help flashing a light of incomparable excitement. All aspects of quality are 6 times of that of ordinary people. That doesn't mean that his strength will be even stronger than Camilla. Just after Xingju thought about strengthening himself and relying on his powerful strength to conquer Carmora, Chen Mo continued to say, "But this kind of serum enhancement is also the most painful. Are you sure you want to inject it?" Xingju heard the words, but there was no fear in his eyes. In order to fight against Ronan and Mieba and save the Earth and the entire galaxy, Xingju has made up its mind to carry out mechanical transformation. Now there is such a strengthening agent which is better than the most advanced biochemical genetic transformation in the galaxy. What is the pain? Xingju is not a gangster on the street. Since he was abducted from the Earth by Yangdu, he has suffered a lot. All kinds of injuries have long been a common occurrence. All kinds of rigorous training and difficult tasks have already made him extremely strong. Previously, in Klein prison, the blue skin prison guard's continuous electric shock failed to make him give in. For Chen Mo's pain and strengthening, Xingju did not pay attention to it. He believed that it was only a trifle for him to bear this pain with his own willpower. As long as you can have a strong strength, no longer be pressed by Carmela, everything is worth it. Looking up at Chen Mo, Xingju said firmly, "In my dictionary there is no word for pain." Chen Mo looks at Xingju's self-confident appearance and can't help but smile. "Good, you can just inject it." Star-Lord immediately did not hesitate to inject super soldier serum into his arm. If someone else gave him the serum, he would never inject it into himself so easily. Whether it was Carmora or Rocket Raccoon, or even Yangdu, Star-Lord would have reservations. But for Chen Mo, Xingju has 100% trust. Not to mention the identity of Commander Chen Mo, just because of his powerful strength, it's not easy to deal with him. There is no need for such trouble. Chen Mo sees Star Ju directly standing in front of him injected serum, can't help but remind Wei. "I suggest you sit down at once." Xingju could not help but feel a little puzzled, but the next moment he understood why Chen Mo said so. With the injection of serum, a sharp pain as burning as fire spread rapidly along the arm to the whole body. The pain was so strong that Star-Lord couldn't help but want to scream, but he thought that Carmora and others were in the upper cab. As long as he called out, they could hear it clearly through the gangway. He'll be in a mess then. Thinking of this, Xingju quickly clenched his teeth and did not let himself make a sound. However, his body had already spread to his whole body, and the increasingly strong pain still made his body lose control gradually, and soon lost the strength to stand and collapse to the ground. Looking at Xingju, who is lying on the floor in front of him, his face is full of pain, and his body is stiff and twitching from time to time. Chen Mo helplessly shakes his head and grabs Xingju from the ground and puts it on the sofa bed beside him. Later, Chen Mo did not withdraw his mind power, but put it into Xingju's body to observe the changes in his body to prevent accidents. At this time, Xingju had no energy to pay attention to Chen Mo's ability to move things. He felt the crushing pain all over his body. Xingju wanted to cry in his heart. "This is too much pain. I'm still too naive to think that the pain will be almost the same as the electric shock with such a large enhancement." Compared with this deep-seated pain, the electric shock given to him by the Blue Guards was like a massage. He would rather let the Blue Guards call him all day, rather than bear the pain. Chen Mo did not care about Xingju's feelings, but put his attention on his body. As Chen Mo analyzed, Xingju's body did not produce rejection or other adverse reactions, and Xingju's constitution can fully withstand the transformation of the serum of the enhanced super soldiers. With the passage of time, the whole strengthening process is very smooth, and Xingju's with the passage of time, the whole strengthening process is very smooth, and Xingju's body is changing little by little with the speed visible to the naked eye. Originally, some slightly fat face gradually became thin up, fat gradually disappeared, the outline of the cheek became clear. The change of body is more obvious. Even through the clothes, we can still see that Xingju's figure is changing. The slightly protruding abdomen becomes flat, and the chest and arms are bulging a little bit, becoming stronger and stronger. Even the height is also a little bit higher. The original fitting clothes and trousers gradually become shorter. In places invisible to the naked eye, Xingju's bones are becoming thicker and longer, and at the same time, they are becoming denser and harder. Muscle fibers are not only thickening and increasing, but also the structure of each muscle fiber is changing, becoming stronger and stronger. Even his internal organs under Chen Mo's observation are becoming stronger and stronger. At the same time, all aspects of Xingju's physical fitness is also rapidly improving. The strengthening process is very smooth, even faster than ordinary earthlings. However, Chen Mo is most satisfied with Xingju's willpower. In terms of physique, Xingju can be said to have taken advantage of half of the Protoss blood, but the pain during the transformation was a real effect on him. He could bear it and didn't cry out. It can be seen that his consciousness is much stronger than ordinary people. The transformation process of the enhanced serum was longer than that of the improved serum. After about 20 minutes, Xingju's tight body gradually relaxed, and the ferocious expression on his face finally returned to normal. It's over at last. After lying on the sofa for a long time, Xingju got up and turned to look at Chen Mo wrongly. However, he can't complain to Chen Mo, because Chen Mo has clearly told him that the process of strengthening will be very painful, and he takes it for granted that he can easily bear it. Finally, Xingju can only blame himself for being too careless, and at the same time silently updated the definition of pain in his dictionary. Compared with the intense pain of strengthening, the pain he had experienced before was not even a pain at all. After recovering from the pain of strengthening, Xingju also found his own changes and quickly stood up to check his own situation. The first thing to discover is the change of one's figure and height. The clothes that just fit the body become short and tight. Although they are strong, the muscles that are not obvious become stronger. The muscles on the chest, back and arms stretch the clothes tightly, and it seems that they can be broken with a force. When Xingju even raised his arm, bent his forearm, and strained his biceps, his already very strong upper arm expanded again. Hiss! Xingju felt only a slight resistance, and the clothes on his upper arm were split by the swollen muscles, revealing the tight muscles below. Xingju raised his left hand and pressed the high bulging muscle. He felt the hard touch and touched his hard chest muscle. He couldn't help smiling. His original charm has been very strong, and now he has this dream of strong muscles but also cannot kill all ethnic alien beauty. Thinking about his future sexual life, Xingju couldn't help but show a smile. Chen Mo looked at the wanton face of Xingju, but he couldn't help but look at him and take a shower and feel the change. Xingju woke up from the beautiful fantasy after hearing the speech. He also found that he was sweating. He immediately agreed and found a slightly wider suit of clothes and left the rest cabin. Although the Milano spacecraft is only a small and medium-sized spaceship, the internal space is not particularly spacious, but it is a spacecraft that can carry out long-distance interstellar navigation, and its various functions and facilities are quite complete. Of course, luxury is not to be expected. It can only be said that it can meet the basic needs of life, which is basically equivalent to the life support of an ordinary medium-sized yacht. When taking a bath, Xingju once again enjoyed his strong muscles after strengthening, narcissism for a long time before coming out. And when he saw his face in the mirror, he was stunned. Xingju found that, although his face is still the original one, many details have changed a lot. Although the whole facial features have changed, they are not only more beautiful but also more beautiful than the whole face. Looking at the mirror as if opened a filter beautiful face, handsome oneself, Starju almost shed saliva. The original super soldier serum can not only strengthen physical fitness but also cosmetic. Xingju understands what Chen Mo said, all aspects have been promoted. What does it mean? In this way, the previous crime seems more worthwhile. He was tall and strong, and some of them were handsome. Now, after the overall optimization of super soldier serum, he became more tall and strong, handsome and handsome. Combined with his strong male charm, Xingju felt that he could create a race. Thinking of the same strengthened part that he saw in the bath just now, Xingju is full of confidence in realizing his great goal. And in his more tall and handsome appearance and stronger capital, intoxicated for a long time, Star-Lord finally remembered his real purpose of strengthening. Just looking at his tall and strong body and strong muscles, Xingju can guess that his strength must have been greatly improved. He can also feel his body full of unprecedented strength. However, exactly how strong to what extent, Star-Lord still need to be tested in order to know. Wearing even more loose but still small on the size of the clothes, Star-Ju came to the sundry room. The area here is small, but there are a lot of things. Star-Lord found 2 dumbbells that had not been used for a long time. These 2 dumbbells are usually used by Xingju to exercise on the spaceship. Each of them weighs 10 kg. However, you can guess from the figure of Xingju who has faintly gained weight before. He has not used them for a long time. However, it is most suitable to test their strength after being strengthened by super soldier serum. Holding a dumbbell with both hands, Xingju tried to exert himself, but he picked up the two dumbbells all at once. He even nearly hit himself in the face because his strength was not well controlled and he exerted too much force. Star-Lord's face was deceived, even though he could not help but show a shocked look. So light. Xingju held a dumbbell of 10 kg in both hands, waving it constantly in the air, but it seemed that he was holding only 2 bottles of water without any heavy feeling, and even did not affect the movement of his arm. You should know that before the Star-Lord picked up these 2 dumbbells, he had to make some strength, let alone hold them in the air and dance at will. Although he hasn't touched only 2 dumbbells for a long time, he will feel more heavy and will never be as relaxed as now. All this is obviously the same as his body changes, our super soldier serum effect. Xingju didn't expect that Chen Mo gave his super soldier serum at will. The strengthening effect was so strong. His power has doubled directly. Xingju tried to hit the air with dumbbells in his hand. Then he heard the sound of breaking wind in his ears. His hands holding the dumbbell hit out quickly, even faster than his usual empty hands. When Xingju was about to put down the dumbbell, he waved his fist empty-handed. This time his fist became faster, bringing out the shadow of Diado in the air, tearing the air and making a sound. Listening to the sound of his fist breaking, the Star Baron could not help getting excited. As an Earthman, Xingju's physical fighting ability has always been a weak point, and it is the bottom of the whole Predator team. Relying on superb shooting skills and flexible brain, Xingju has earned a foothold. And now, just the strength and speed he showed was enough to defeat all of the Marauders. And Xingju can clearly feel that his reaction speed is much stronger than before. Although his punch is very fast, it is not beyond his control. He can accurately control the attack angle and direction of each fist, and ensure the accuracy of attack while maintaining the ultra-high attack frequency. If on Kimura again, he will not be as embarrassed as the last time. After being close to her, he will not be able to fight back. He would have been cold if he hadn't been merciful last time. However, although he is confident that his physical fitness is not weaker than Carmela, and even his reaction speed should be even faster than her, Star-Lord's close combat ability is too weak, and it is still a little difficult to defeat Carmela, especially when the woman's sword is in hand. Rao is so, Xingju has been very satisfied. Fighting ability has always been his weakness, mainly because his own strength is not superior to that of powerful races in the galaxy. Instead, it is not as powerful as guns. Therefore, he put more energy into the training of shooting skills and did not focus on the training of close combat. In fact, when he met the enemy who could not be beaten, he would run away directly, which was much wiser than rushing to fight. But now the situation is different. With such a strong physical quality, Star-Lord decided to put more energy into the fight, at least to be able to defeat Kimura, completely conquer her. With a beautiful vision, Xingju's face excited to the air has been continuous boxing, for a long time before enough addiction. With the constant explosion of speed and power, he was excited by his clear fist sound. However, such a long time of high-intensity boxing did not make Xingju feel tired. Instead, it seemed that he had just warmed up, which made Xingju have a new understanding of his endurance. But though he was not tired, his stomach growled. They had just finished their meal and were preparing to discuss the escape plan while eating. However, their plans were disrupted by the unauthorized action of Tree Man Groot, which forced them to start the prison break operation in advance, and they had no time to eat. The reinforcement of Super Soldier's serum consumes a lot of energy. Although the serum contains a lot of energy and nutrition, and his body fat has been completely transformed, he still needs a lot of nutrition. Although there is no delicious food in the spaceship, there are still a lot of reserves of energy bars that are convenient to store. Xingju immediately returned to the rest cabin with a box of energy sticks, sat in front of the table, tore open the package and ate it. Although the energy bar is a convenient food, it tastes good and smells good. The rocket raccoon in the upper cab has the most sensitive nose. It soon smells the gusts of fragrance floating from the gangway behind. It can't help but suck its nose, and its stomach also growls. Damn it, queer, that guy who eats by himself doesn't call us. Also did not eat breakfast. Rocket Raccoon directly put the spacecraft into autopilot mode, then jumped out of the pilot's seat, down the gangway to the rest cabin. Carmora and Dracos also quickly smelled the smell of the energy bar. In addition to the tree man Groot, Carmala and Drax felt the hunger from their stomachs and immediately left the cab, leaving Groot alone in the chair, still looking at the starry scenery out of the window with great interest. Camilla was walking down the gangway when he heard the sound of Rocket Raccoons. "Horizette, who are you? What have you done to Quill? Did you eat him?" On hearing this, Camura's face could not help changing. He did not care to go down the stairs. He jumped directly from the gangway. The one who landed quickly turned around and looked behind him. His hands were on the hilt at his waist at the same time. Then Carmela's eyes fell on Star-Lord, who was sitting at the table with an energy stick in his hand. After seeing it clearly, Carmela's eyebrows also could not help wrinkling. Although this guy looks very similar to Star-Lord, including his expression, temperament, eyes, and even his vulgar appearance when eating, his height, body shape, and facial features are quite different from that of Xingju, which makes Carmela a little suspicious. Delax also jumped down from the top, holding 2 daggers directly in his hand. He looked at Star-Lord fiercely and seemed ready to rush up at any time. However, when he saw the appearance of Star-Lord, the expression on his face was instantly replaced by confusion and said foolishly, "Are you Quell's brother? You are much more handsome than him." Star-Lord looked at the opposite gangway and looked at his 3 people foolishly. When he wanted to talk, he found that his mouth was full. He had to chew a few mouthfuls quickly and swallow the things in his mouth. Then he said angrily, "Falk Squid, Rocket, you were eaten. Be careful, Drax, and cook you on the fire while you sleep, not waiting for the Rocket Raccoon to speak." Delax was serious. "We all just wring his neck, we don't need to cook it while he's sleeping." As he spoke, Delax seemed to remember the scene of barbecue raccoons, licked his lips. "It's really delicious." Hearing this, the raccoon turned his head and gave Drax a look. He told himself to stay away from this guy. Then he looked at Star-Lord again and said with his head tilted, "Are you really Quill?" The fact that Delax liked to roast raccoon was only known by a few of them who were in the watchtower at that time. This sentence of Star-Lord has basically proved his identity, but the Rocket Raccoon is still a little unbelievable. It was less than an hour after he left the cabin. This guy had such a big change. He was not Gertrude. He said that he would grow up. In that case, he would like to have a try. He has been fed up with the air below the crotch. Star-Lord took a look at the raccoon, and then looked at the dagger in Drax's hand and Carmela's hand on the hilt on his waist. He ignored a few people and continued to nibble on the energy stick. Camilla saw that, but he put his hand down. Delax took hold of 2 daggers, looked at Rocket Raccoon and Carmela, hesitated, and inserted the dagger back. At this time, Rocket Raccoon and Carmichael have basically determined the identity of Star-Lord. After all, they are now in a flying spaceship, and they have been driving just now. It is absolutely impossible for any enemy to sneak in quietly. Moreover, judging from the commander's appearance that nothing happened, it was obvious that there was no attack. All this shows that the tall, powerful, and handsome guy in front of him is Star-Lord, and both had reasonable guesses in their hearts. Both Carmilla and Rocket Raccoon have undergone biochemical modification. Naturally, they know that some high-intensity modifications will change the shape and appearance of the reformer. However, most of these advanced biochemical transformation methods are in the hands of some of the top forces in the universe, and they need to pay a huge price to accept the transformation. In addition, although the strengthening effect of these high-intensity retrofits is very high, the failure rate is also very high. The transformation process usually takes a long time. It is impossible to complete the transformation in such a short time and sit there eating the energy stick like nobody else. However, the changes in Star-Lord's body can only be explained in this way. This means that in less than an hour when they were driving the spaceship, Star-Lord received a more advanced and powerful reinforcement than they had ever known before. After staring at Xingju for a long time, their eyes fall on Chen Mo. This kind of high-level strengthening method, which is extremely rare in the whole universe, is obviously not mastered by such a small star mercenary as Star-Lord, and only Chen Mo, the legendary hero from the Earth, is most likely to be in this ship. Recalling the legendary deeds of the commander told them by Star-Lord in prison before, especially his feat of completely destroying the Zetari army, the commander obviously has a very strong power, which is also confirmed by the strong sense of oppression of Carmela when facing Chen Mo. Chen Mo's pressure on her is much stronger than when facing Ronan, second only to Mieba. Carmela believes in her feelings very much, which means that Chen Mo's strength is the strongest among all the strong men she has met for so many years, except for destroying hegemony. It is not impossible for this super strong person to grasp a kind of top-level strengthening method in the universe. Rocket Raccoon has not seen Mieba and Ronan, and has no clear understanding of Chen Mo's strength, but he has a far better understanding of Chen Mo's steel suit than others. Out of a strong interest in powerful mechanical things, he observed Chen Mo's steel battle suit. From the way of flying and attacking, the fluency and delay of movement, to the sound of internal driving device running, every detail is not missed. Therefore, although we didn't see the internal structure of the steel battle suit, the Rocket Raccoon had a considerable understanding of the suit. And just some things he found proved that the technology level contained in the steel uniform was the top existence in the whole galaxy. Since the Earth can make such advanced steel clothing, it is not so difficult to develop another top biochemical transformation technology in the universe. They are staring at Chen Mo with complicated eyes, but they are interrupted by a clatter of wrapping paper. They can't help but turn their heads, but find that Star Jew from the box again picked up 2 energy sticks, tore open the package and ate. Looking at the heartless Star-Lord who only cares about eating, Rocket Raccoon and Carmela can't help but look at each other and see a trace of helplessness and envy from each other's eyes. This kind of extremely precious, even if it is rich, may not be able to get the strengthening opportunity Star-Lord so easily got. Both of them have very fierce eyes. Both of them can feel the change of Xingju's strength from the muscle contour of Xingju as cast by steel, and the subtle changes shown by their actions and actions. Although I don't know how much he has improved, he is definitely much stronger than he was. The intuition is very keen. Carmela feels a faint threat from Star-Lord, which means that Star-Lord's strength is no longer under her. Just a day ago, Star-Lord was almost destroyed by the blue giant in the prison. He was still protected by Rocket Raccoon and Tree Man Gertrude. Without weapons, he is almost a waste wood. And now, in a flash, he has the strength that can be comparable with Carmela. We should know that Camora can have the strength of today, but it has paid unimaginable hardships and efforts, experienced countless harsh hell training and dangerous combat training to reach this level. The Rocket Raccoon has experienced countless cruel experiments and transformation, and its strength is only slightly stronger than the original Star Jew. But now Xingju has done almost nothing. Just recognizing Chen Mo as a boss, he has gained the powerful strength that they need to pay countless pains and efforts to obtain. This world is too unfair. If they can, they want to have such a boss. However, the two also know that the relationship between Star-Lord and Chen Mo is not comparable. At least they are from the same planet. Xingju is a strong fan of Chen Mo and is loyal to him. It is natural for Chen Mo to help him strengthen, and they and Chen Mo just know each other. Even if they are willing to be a younger brother to Chen Mo, he is not necessarily willing to accept it, and not every little brother is qualified to accept this precious reinforcement. But at least they have a chance. Chen Mo, who has mastered this top-level strengthening method, is in front of them. As long as he can get his approval, they also have the opportunity to be strengthened like Xingju. Xingju, such a waste firewood, can have such obvious improvement after being strengthened. As a soldier with excellent strength, their strength will be even stronger after strengthening. The Rocket Raccoon looks at Chen Mo's eyes, which are burning hot. Even Carmela, who has always been very cold, flashed a dazzling light in his eyes. With her present strength, It is impossible for her to kill the tyrant and avenge her parents and clansmen. However, if she can further strengthen and gain more powerful strength, the difficulty of revenge will undoubtedly be reduced. At least, it will not be as impossible as before. However, both of them knew that even if they went to Chen Mo directly now, he could not easily agree. This is an extremely valuable opportunity to strengthen. Anyone who knows it will fight for it. Chen Mo will not easily strengthen them because of their words. Repressing the excitement in their hearts, they both made up their minds to follow the Star Lord and Chen Mo. As long as you are with them, they have a chance. The Rocket Raccoon immediately came to Star-Lord's side, jumped onto the chair, and took a look at the box of energy bars that had been half removed on the table. The Rocket Raccoon could not help but ask Xingju, "Quill, how strong are you now?" Rocket Raccoon is very curious. It can make the enhancer change so much in an hour. How strong is the effect of this strengthening method? Quell put the remaining half of the energy stick into his mouth, chewed it a few times, and then took the water cup and poured it several times. After touching the surface, he did not have much change in his stomach. Xingju felt no longer so hungry. Then he looked up at the Rocket Raccoon and glanced at his Carmora curiously. He raised his hand and clenched it tightly. He said triumphantly, "I feel that I have endless strength. If I meet the blue giant last time, I can knock him down with one punch." Star, Ju said to look at the Rocket Raccoon, picked up eyebrows, provocative said, "Dare you compare with me? Xingju is not bullying small animals. Although the size of Rocket Raccoon is much smaller than he is, the strength, speed, and other aspects of the reformed Rocket Raccoon are much stronger than the original one." The heavy rifle used by the prison guards of Klin Prison, Star-Lord needs both hands to carry it stably, while the Rocket Raccoon can shoot with one hand and ensure that the gun hits. Only in terms of strength, the Rocket Raccoon is at least 3 times that of Star Ju, and it can play a very strong effect on his small body. The speed of running and dodging is amazing. When he was on the ground, the guards couldn't catch up with him. For the challenge of Star Ju, the Rocket Raccoon can't help but see a bright, immediately nodded, agreed. "No problem. Let me see how strong you are now." The Rocket Raccoon stood up and stepped on the chair and leaned down on the table. He held out his right hand to Xingju. Xingju took a look at his Carmora, and with a confident smile, he put his arm on the table and reached for the hand of the Rocket Raccoon. A big and a small, too big difference between the size of the palm together. Delax can't help but be a little excited. The brain is relatively simple. He did not like Rocket Raccoon and Carmala. Analysis of Star-Lord body happened. He only knew that Xingju didn't know for what reason that he became bigger and stronger and looked more comfortable. In the Drax race, the bigger and stronger the warrior, the more respected he was. Although Star-Lord's figure was a little worse than him, he had already enjoyed it. He is also interested in the competition between Starbuck and Rocket Raccoon. Although his brain is a little simple, but also know that Rocket Raccoon is not an ordinary raccoon, but a super raccoon that has been strengthened. Xingju's original strength is not as good as it is. I don't know if the Star Baron who has become stronger now can defeat it. "I'll be the referee," said Drakes, counting down directly. 3, 2, 1, go. With the order of Drax, Star-Lord and Rocket Raccoon began to work at the same time. Originally, several people thought that the two would stand in a standoff, but they didn't expect that the game would be decided instantly. Xingju's thick arm suddenly pressed down, and the Rocket Raccoon felt a huge force coming from his hand. Even though he had tried his best, he could not compete with it. In an instant, his arm was crushed and heavily hit the table top. Touch. In the Rocket Raccoon and Kamura are a little sluggish, Delax is happy to say aloud, "Quelson, well done, Quill, you beat this raccoon." After the original victory over the Rocket Raccoon, Xingju's face was excited and proud. However, before he had time to knock, he heard the praise of Delax and his face could not help turning black. That doesn't sound good. He took a look at Delax and saw that there was no meaning of ridicule on his face. Instead, he was serious. Star-Lord knew that the guy who had a single brain and didn't understand metaphor could not ridicule him at all. Xingju turned back and looked at the Rocket Raccoon who was staring at his paws. He had to admit that he had just defeated a raccoon. There was nothing to be proud of. To prove himself, he must defeat the real Strong. Star-Lord immediately turned his head to see Gamora and challenged. "How about it? Do you want to try it?" Carmela has played with the Rocket Raccoon on Shandel before and knows his strength very well. Although Rocket Raccoon is far from her opponent, but the strength is not too weak. Star-Jew can easily beat him. Strength has been enough to make her face up. She also wants to know how strong Xingju is after being strengthened. Carmela nodded and went straight to the table. Having a look at the Rocket Raccoon sitting opposite Xingju, he is still in a daze. He seems unable to accept the fact that he is so easily defeated. Camoradin immediately reached for his combat vest, picked him up and put him on the ground while she sat down. At this time he looked at the rocket and said, "The magic horse came back to me with his fist." "Kill him, Carmela. Let the boy know that he is not big enough to be strong." Rocket Raccoon finished but found that Draco's was looking down at him. "Little thing, you just lost to a big guy." Drakes looked down at the rocket and whispered the raccoon. Rocket Raccoon was exposed by Drax, cannot help but angry loudly said, "I know, and don't call me a little thing." Ignoring the quarrel between Rocket Raccoon and Draco's, Camilla bent down on the table and extended his right hand to Star-Lord. Star-Lord glanced at Carmora's long and slender palm. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but draw a smile. He quickly reached out and held Camilla's hand. How soft. Feeling Xingju's fingers holding her hand dishonestly, Carmela frowned and suddenly clenched his hand. He wanted to give Xingju some color. However, he found that Xingju's face did not change, but his lewd smile became thicker. This feeling, if looking at Star-Lord's intoxicated look, Carmela could not help but see a touch of anger in his eyes, and without waiting for Draco's to call out, he directly broke the arm of Star-Lord and pressed it down. Feeling the sudden exertion of power from Carmora, Xingju suddenly woke up. Seeing that his arm had been half pressed down by Carmela, he would soon touch the table. Xingju quickly began to fight back. Originally, Xingju thought that Carmela would be like the previous Rocket Raccoon, and was directly defeated by him with absolute superiority, but found that Camura was not as easy to deal with as he imagined. After his exertion, he just stopped the trend of his arm being pressed against the table, but failed to suppress Kamala in turn. Carmichael for Star-Lord can quickly react to come over and carry her strength, is also very surprised. As Star-Lord continued to exert his strength, Carmela found that his arm was slowly rising uncontrollably, and soon recovered to its original position. Camraldang no longer kept his hand, but gritted his teeth with all his strength, ready to defeat Xingju neatly. Star-Lord originally wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to hold Camora's hand for a while, and take advantage of it. Camilla's all-out hand made his face change. Feeling the great power from Camilla's slender palm, Star-Lord knew that he had to do his best. The last time she was run over by Carmela twice on Shandel, Star-Lord didn't want to lose to her again. Xingju immediately used all his strength. His strong muscles in his arms were bulging up and holding up his clothes tightly. It seemed that he might tear at any time. Carmichael found that even if he used all his strength, his arm was slowly and uncontrollably pressed backward under the powerful power of Star-Lord. Feeling the power of Star-Lord that was more powerful than her, Carmela couldn't help but look up at Star-Lord's face. The Star Baron, who was concentrating on exerting his strength, did not have the previous frivolity. His angular face looked heroic, which made Camura's eyes fluctuate. Soon, the Star-Lord pressed the back of Carmora's hand on the table, and then looked up at Carmora and raised his eyebrows with pride. At this time, Delax and Rocket Raccoon also stopped quarreling. Watching Star-Lord win again and beat with him is not against Carmela, Delax said happily. "Well done, Quill. You beat this woman." Listening to Delax's sincere praise, the Star Baron, who was full of complacency, was suddenly broken down. First a raccoon and then a woman. If they win, they have nothing to be proud of. To some extent, it's a shame. Star-Lord can imagine what a shameful title Drakes would give him. Men more powerful than raccoons and women. He will never allow this to happen. Star-Lord immediately turned to look at Drakes and said to him with a serious face, "Come on, it's your turn." Drake see Star-Lord challenge him, first can't help but a Lang, then nodded and said, Well, if we want to compare strength, we real men have to compete, Drake said, glancing at the Rocket Raccoon, and Carmela disdainfully said, Animals and women only rely on speed and skill. Cut. Rocket Raccoon disdains to embrace the arm to turn head. Carmichael also gave Dracos a cold look, then got up and walked to one side, giving him the place. Even Star-Lord, looking at Delax's eyes, did not have the color of approval. Delax's strongest strength and physique are not his strong points. Speed and skill are not his strong points. There is a big gap between the Rocket Raccoon and Carmela. That's why he said that. But Star-Lord is clearly aware of the importance of speed and skill. The empty power is just a big fool. It's useless to hit the enemy no matter how strong it is. But the powerful speed and the skill, but may display the power of the strength to the extreme. However, Star-Lord also had a deep understanding of Drax's character and knew that his brain was not working well, so he didn't waste time arguing with him like Rocket Raccoon and Carmela. After 2 successive victories just now, Star-Lord was full of confidence and thought that he could defeat Drax, but in fact, he was not the opponent of Dracos at all. Even though he had clenched his teeth and put all his strength into it, his arm was still pressed a little bit on the table under the pressure of Drax. When his arm touched the table, Star-Lord's expression couldn't help being a little dull, just like the Rocket Raccoon he had defeated before. However, the Rocket Raccoon and Carmichael were not disappointed with his performance. They looked at each other and saw a touch of wonder from each other's eyes. Star-Lord's strength before they know very well just ordinary people's degree and have been strengthened they simply can't compare. But now Star-Lord can defeat them one after another, even in the hands of Drax also insisted for a moment and did not lose instantly. We should know that Drax's power is also very strong in the galaxy. In addition to Mieba and Ronan, few people are his opponents. Star-Lord's performance was enough to make them wonder, and that's just the power. They don't know if Star-Lord's speed, reaction, and recovery ability have been strengthened, and to what extent. Even if this kind of reinforcement is only aimed at the strength level, it is enough to make an ordinary person more powerful than them. After Drucker defeated Star-Lord, he raised his thick arms and laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha. This is the most powerful ship on board. Hearing the words of Drax, Star-Lord, Carmela, and Rocket Raccoon can't help but turn their heads and look at Chen-Mo at the same time. Delax laughed for a while, but also found some people's abnormality. Looking along their eyes, he saw Chen-Mo in his war clothes. Then Delax remembered that there was Chen-Mo, a mysterious and powerful existence on the spaceship. His proud look on his face instantly closed, and he looked at Chen-Mo and said earnestly, "The powerful man who destroyed the Zetari army, I will challenge you," Drake said, with a strong sense of war in his eyes. Xingju 3 people can't help but look at Chen-Mo, looking forward to his response. When Chen-Mo rescued them in Klein prison, he almost relied on steel war clothes and weapons loaded on them to attack, without showing his real strength. They also want to see how powerful Chen-Mo is. In the expectant eyes of several people, Chen-Mo stands up directly and walks towards. Seeing this, Starju quickly gives Chen-Mo a place. His face is full of excitement. Just now, he had personally experienced the power of Dracula, which was so powerful that it was even stronger than Kamara after being strengthened. No wonder Kamara was easily subdued by him in prison. He couldn't imagine anyone more powerful than the monster Drax. Maybe the commander can. When he comes to the table, Chen-Mo doesn't sit down directly. Instead, he opens his steel suit and comes out of it. It was the first time that Kamala, including Xingju, saw Chen-Mo's real appearance for the first time. Looking at Chen-Mo, who was even more powerful than the strengthened Xingju, but did not show any bloated figure, several people immediately believed that Chen-Mo must have accepted the same strengthening as Xingju. But what shocked several people most was Chen-Mo's young face. Although Chen-Mo's temperament looks calm and majestic, his face is younger than that of Xingju, as if he is only in his 20s. This is totally different from the antique that they imagined had become famous more than 70 years ago and was nearly 100 years old. There is a big gap between them. Does that kind of reinforcement also have the effect of prolonging lifespan and preventing aging? There are ways to increase lifespan in the galaxy, but they are more valuable than high-level physical reinforcement, and only a few people in the universe have access to it. In addition, there are some races that have long lives, but this obviously doesn't include Earthlings. Carmela looked at Chen Mo's young face, and her eyes were shining. Even if he doesn't love beauty as much as other women, he can't resist the temptation of eternal youth and youthful appearance. The eyes of the rocket raccoon are more staying on the steel clothing behind Chen Mo. From the moment the steel suit began to deform and open, his eyes were fixed on the armor, and the complex structure revealed inside. Although we only see a corner of the complex structure of the steel battle suit, we can see a lot of information from the top mechanical talent and deep understanding of machinery of Rocket Raccoon. Many of his previous conjectures about the steel suit have been confirmed, and he also found that this steel suit is far more advanced and powerful than he imagined. Although the suit does not use nanotechnology, it is very difficult to deform so many external armor and complex internal mechanical structures. At least, he has never seen such complicated mechanical deformation before. The Rocket Raccoon gazed at the black and heavy armor on the outside of the steel battle suit and could not help thinking. In principle, with Chen Mo's scientific and technological strength, nanotechnology should not be too difficult to master, but he did not use this more convenient, flexible, and fast-dressing technology to make war clothes, so there are two possibilities. One is that the Earth's scientific and technological development is not balanced and has not mastered nanotechnology, which is unlikely to be seen by rocket raccoons. Another possibility is that the armor material of this steel suit is extraordinary and more powerful than nanomaterials. In order to get stronger defense, Chen Mo will abandon the more convenient nanotechnology. It has to be said that the Rocket Raccoon's talent and vision in terms of machinery is really extraordinary, and all of a sudden they have guessed the truth. Vakanda has already mastered nanotechnology. Chen Mo's Zhenjin Nano Battle Suit is made of nanotechnology and Zhenjin. It can not only be quickly dressed and flexibly controlled, but also has strong defense. However, compared with the steel armor made of Edelman alloy, the defense of Zhenjin Nano Battle Suit is still much weaker. For the Rocket Raccoon, this set of advanced armor with magical deformation ability is more attractive to him than other advanced nano armor. Compared with nanotechnology, Rocket Raccoons prefer this kind of complex and exquisite deformation technology full of mechanical beauty. It is not that there is no similar deformation technology in the galaxy, but most of them are used for the compression and combination of some cold weapons. For example, Kamura's two short swords that can grow in an instant are relatively simple in technology, far less complicated than Chen Mo's steel suit. Even with the mechanical talent of Rocket Raccoon, we can't understand how this deformation technology works. Originally, the armor with almost no cracks, as well as various internal complex fixed, driving and control devices, can be completely unfolded through a series of dazzling deformation in the blink of an eye, which is extremely difficult. What happened just now opened the door to a new world in front of the Rocket Raccoon. Rocket Raccoon looks at the steel suit behind Chen Mo, and his eyes are full of obsession. This is a perfect artwork. Naturally, Chen Mo also noticed the surprised look of Xingju after seeing his real face, and the burning eyes of Rocket Raccoon looking at the steel battle suit. It has to be said that although the overall scientific and technological level of the Earth in the reconnection world is much behind that of the developed civilization in the galaxy, in some aspects, it has technology that surpasses the top level of the galaxy. It's not just super soldier serum and steel uniforms, the birth of Hulk, spider serum, PIM particles, Edelman alloy, etc., but also the most advanced technology that can't be copied in the universe. All of these technologies appear on the Earth, which is far behind the advanced civilization of the galaxy and has not even entered the interstellar age. But who makes the Earth the real protagonist of this world, this universe? Those who create or possess these top technologies in the universe are superheroes with the halo of the protagonist. And they all live on Earth. Driven by these superheroes, as the center of the universe, the Earth naturally has many special technologies beyond other civilizations. And most of these special technologies are in Chen Mo's hands, except for some that can't be copied. Plus Chen Mo's cutting-edge technology from all over the world and advanced civilization, Chen Mo's scientific and technological strength is far beyond the imagination of Rocket Raccoon. In Star-Lord's shocked eyes, Chen Mo goes directly to the table, sits down, and reaches out his right hand to Delax. Delax was looking at Chen Mo's young face and was a little dazed. The huge contrast between Chen Mo's age of nearly 100 years in Xingju's mouth and Chen Mo's young appearance in front of him made his brain unable to respond. It was only when Chen Mo put his hand in front of him that he suddenly woke up and reached for Chen Mo's palm. Seeing this, Xingju recovered from the astonishment at the first sight of Chen Mo's appearance and said in a hurry, "Ready. 3, 2, 1, go." With the start of Star-Lord's call, Chen Mo and Drakes worked together. Although Drakes was surprised by Chen Mo's young appearance, he still had absolute confidence in his own strength. In his opinion, no one can surpass him in strength. He thought that this time he would win as easily as the previous competition with Xingju, but he found that no matter how hard he tried, Chen Mo's arm seemed to be welded on the table, motionless. Drakes immediately used all his strength, clenched his teeth, and his already very strong arm expanded again, and his skin covered with red totem was held high by his tight muscles. Ah! Delax's face was ferocious and roared. It seemed that he had used his strength to suckle. However, their arms were still standing in the middle of the table. Star-Lord looked at each other. Is this guy acting? The expression is so rich, but the arm doesn't move. If you really want to use such force, how can you move it? However, Kimura looked at Chen Mo, who was calm, and had an amazing idea in her heart. In this situation, either Delax is deliberately acting and joking, or the power gap between the two is too big, and Drakes can't shake Chen Mo's arm at all. However, with Drax's dead brain, he can't joke or act at all, so there's only one possibility. Delax has indeed used all his strength, but Chen Mo's strength is so much stronger than him that he can't even make Chen Mo's arm move a little bit. After the competition between Star-Lord and her and Draco's, as well as the previous experience of being subdued by Drax in prison, Carmichael has a very clear understanding of the power of Drax. He was so powerful that she was no match for Draco's without weapons. Among the people she knew, almost no one could defeat him in strength, except for the top strong men like Mieba and Ronan. Now this powerful guy can't even shake his arm a little in front of Chen Mo. How strong is Chen Mo's power? Is it stronger than Ronan, and can it compete with Mieba? At this moment, Carmilla thought a lot in her heart, and there were many things in her eyes. Chen Mo saw that Delax had indeed used all his strength, so he did not waste any more time. He broke his arm hard, but Delax had no resistance. His arm was directly pressed onto the table by Chen Mo, and he was defeated neatly. Just as Chen Mo had judged before, Drax's strength is almost 10 times that of ordinary people. Besides him, he is indeed the strongest among Xingju. Even Xingju, strengthened by super soldier serum, is not his opponent. Through these competitions, Chen Mo also has a general understanding of the strength of Rocket Raccoon's physical fitness is about 3 times that of ordinary people. With his small size, it can play a stronger fighting force. Kimura's strength is slightly weaker than that of Star-Lord, but the gap is not big, and it is close to 6 times the strength of ordinary people. As for Grover, his strength is not well defined. Just as before, when facing the attack of Guard UAV when escaping from prison, Glut entered into a state of fierce combat. Under the growth of vines, his body size rapidly increased by a size, and his combat effectiveness was also greatly improved. Every vine on his body is equivalent to a muscle. When his strength is not enough, as long as a few more vines, the strength will naturally increase. Combined with the vine's flexible attack mode, the combat effectiveness of Shuren Gruit should not be lower than that of Drax. Rocket Raccoon and Kamura are good at guns and swords respectively. They are very good at shooting and fencing, and have rich combat experience. When weapons are in hand, their strength is not weaker than that of Draco's. Originally, relatively speaking, the weakest star Ju, after being strengthened by super soldier serum, has a strong physical quality of 6 times that of ordinary people in all aspects, and its strength is even more than a few people. No wonder Chen Mo is so important to the Galaxy Guard. The strength of these men can also be ranked at the upper middle level in the Avengers Alliance in the film. In addition to the top strong players like Thor and Hulk, only the American Captain and Iron Man can compete with them. Hawkeye and Black Widow are much weaker than them. Even after being strengthened by Chen Mo, the strength of the more powerful Avengers Alliance can also be ranked in the front. With them, it is equivalent to another Avenger Alliance. After winning Drake's and confirming his position as the strongest one in his spaceship, Chen Mo looks at him and says slowly, "With your current strength, you are not Ronan's opponent at all." Delax heard the words, but his eyes were round and wide, and he said excitedly, "No, I will stab his heart with a dagger, cut off his head, and avenge my wife and daughter." Chen Mo looked at Delax's excited look and shook his head without saying more. It's very difficult to persuade a dead brain guy. Chen Mo is too lazy to waste his words. When he really plays against Ronan, he will know the strength gap between them. Chen Mo directly gets up and walks back to the rest cabin. Instead of putting on the steel suit, he waves it into the space. This scene again made Kamura's eyes widen. The Rocket Raccoon, who has been staring at the steel suit, rubbed his eyes in disbelief. The steel suit was still there. How could it disappear in a twinkling of an eye? He's sure it's not nanotechnology. Even with the most advanced nanotechnology, it will take a process for such a large steel suit to be put away. But just now he can be sure that the steel suit disappeared in front of him in an instant. Nowadays, the use of space technology by the major civilizations of the galaxy is limited to the space jump technology used for spacecraft long-distance navigation. There is no space storage technology at all. No wonder Rocket Raccoon looks like a ghost. Camilla is also well informed with Mieba, but he has never seen such a magical ability. His eyes towards Chen Mo are even more colorful. However, Xingju was more calm. He couldn't help thinking that Chen Mo had appeared out of thin air, no matter whether he took out the throwing knife, sword shield, or super soldier serum. At that time, he guessed that Chen Mo should master some kind of magical spatial ability. However, after Chen Mo showed his more magical mind control ability than Yangdu, Xingju had determined that Chen Mo had super ability. Therefore, he was not too surprised by the spatial storage ability. A simple wrist wrestling challenge made the atmosphere inside the spacecraft more delicate. From time to time, the Rocket Raccoon looks at Chen Mo in a daze, and constantly comes up with the picture of the rapid deformation of that set of steel war clothes. Carmela's eyes occasionally twinkled at Chen Mo. Although Drake's didn't seem to care about Chen Mo's admonition, he sat in the corner and wiped his dagger, his face heavy. Although Xingju lost to Drake's in the competition, he successively won the Rocket Raccoon and Carmela, proving his strength and extremely satisfied with Chen Mo's super soldier. However, he also heard what Chen Mo said to Delax before. Even Drax is not Ronan's opponent, so he should be more careful. There is no way to improve his physical fitness for the time being, but there is still a lot of room for improvement in equipment and skills. Equipment needs to wait for this plan to be completed, and sufficient funds can be used to purchase equipment, but combat skills can be honed now. So in the next flight, Star-Lord brazenly went to Kamala and asked her for close combat skills. Carmichael's impression on Star-Lord is generally good. He rescued her from Drax in prison, regardless of the danger, and was an orphan like her, which made Camilla feel pity for her. He's a nice guy, except his mouth is a little greasy. Moreover, Carmela also wants to know more about Star-Lord's strength after being strengthened. In the previous arm wrestling, only strength can be felt, and this is not the only factor that determines the combat effectiveness. So for Star-Lord's request, Kamura hesitated for a moment or agreed. While teaching Xingju's close combat skills, Carmela also thoroughly understands the strength of Star-Lord, and the final result is even stronger than she expected. Xingju has not only greatly improved her strength, but also her speed, reaction, flexibility, coordination, and even her physical strength, fighting ability and recovery ability have been greatly improved. Most aspects are stronger than her. If it was not for Xingju's close combat skills, she would not have been her opponent. However, Chen Mo didn't feel anything wrong with Xingju, who left him as a master-level fighting master to learn fighting skills from Carmela. Instead, he was happy to see his success. On the one hand, he was too lazy to teach. On the other hand, it was a better choice for Xingju to learn fighting skills with Carmela. Not to mention that Star Ju is more motivated, and Chen Mo will not be able to follow them all the time in the future. The study of fighting skills is not a matter of a day and requires a long-term persistence. From this point of view, Carmela is obviously more suitable than him. Moreover, as a top killer carefully trained by Mieba, she is known as the most dangerous woman in the universe. Kamura's close combat strength is not weak, and she is more than enough to teach Star-Lord. In the process of Kamura's teaching, Star-Lord takes advantage of the opportunity of physical contact from time to time. It's just that what he does is obscure and seems to be normal physical contact, and Kamura's time before has been spent in high-intensity training and fighting, very slow for men and women, and did not realize that Star-Lord was taking advantage of her. As a result, Xingju got rich in silence, and his enthusiasm for training became higher than ever before. It seemed that he had gained some weight before. It was not him who dropped the dumbbells in the utility room. Besides Chen Mo, only the Rocket Raccoon can see the despicable behavior of Xingju. Looking at the two people who are entangled with each other from time to time, the Rocket Raccoon shook his head helplessly, and the Star Jew with a wanton expression cast a look of contempt. In addition to the thirst for knowledge Star Jew, for others, the time on the spacecraft is monotonous and boring. The Rocket Raccoon and Tree Man Gertrude stay in the cab, out of sight and out of mind. On this day, Star-Lord was training with Carmora in the rest cabin. The sound of Rocket Raccoon came from the cab overhead. "Attention, we're going to land." Upon hearing this, Carmela immediately released his arm which held him by the neck of Star-Lord, pushed him out of his chest, and then walked directly along the gangway to the cab. The Star Baron, who was interrupted by the training, glared at the top discontentedly, and then followed Carmora and climbed into the cab. Chen Mo and Delax in the back of the cabin also come to the cab from the back gangway. Through the large glass in front of the cab, they can clearly see the fascinating magic scene ahead. Their line of sight is completely occupied by a large cloud of yellow and green cosmic dust. In front of them, a space fortress with a clear outline like a skull skeleton, but even bigger than Klin Prison, is quietly suspended in the dust of the universe. The light from both eyes makes the surrounding cosmic dust shine brilliantly and dreamily. All the people on board opened their eyes in shock. "Where is this?" Star-Lord looked at the huge fortress like the head and asked in a voice. "They call it the non-existent land, which was originally the head of an ancient god," Carmichaela introduced, but did not notice that Star-Lord heard her words. His face could not help changing. Suddenly he turned his head and looked at Carmora, and Star-Lord asked solemnly, "Don't tell me the buyer you're looking for is also a collector, Ivan." Kamala saw Star Jew to call out the identity of the buyer. Not from an unexpected look at Kamala saw Star Jew to call out the identity of the buyer, not from an unexpected look at him, then nodded and said, "Yes, you know him." "This damn asshole." Star-Lord got the confirmation of Carmora and scolded angrily. Then he looked at the puzzled Camora and asked angrily, "The same buyer. Why did I get $1 million and you get $4 billion? Star Jew finished saying, did not wait for Kamura to speak. Rocket Raccoon will preemptively explain. "It's normal, star hunters are graded. Even if it's the same mission, if you look for different levels of star hunters to do it, the price will be different." But the Rocket Raccoon said, turning his head to Kamala, squeezing his eyes and saying, "Camilla is the daughter of Mieba, the most dangerous woman in the universe. Of course, she is at the top of the list. As for you, do you have any strong background or strong strength?" The reward for catching you alive is only 40,000 yuan. As a third-rate mercenary, 1 million yuan is already high. Xingju smelled the speech and felt Kimura looking at his eyes. He looked at the rocket raccoon with anger on his face and said in a loud voice, "You are the third-rate mercenary. I'm afraid you haven't even seen a $1 million mission for 40,000 yuan." Rocket Raccoon is not infuriated by Star-Lord. Looking at Star-Ju, a face-see cheap smile. That's because you're only worth $40,000, and that cosmic orb is worth $4 billion. You're being treated as cannon fodder. Fool Star-Lord smells speech angry, staring at the Rocket Raccoon, but in his mind is thinking of the previous experience in Morag Star. If Chen Mo didn't help him stop the dead soldiers in class, he might not have been able to escape with the cosmic spirit ball. In the past, he knew nothing about the spirit ball of the universe, but from Chen Mo's mouth, he knew that there was a priceless treasure of the universe, the power gem. Its real value is more than 4 billion. However, since collectors can make such a high price, they must know what is hidden in it and how many people are staring at it and trying to take it away. The collector offered 1 million yuan to the brave Predator team to search for the cosmic spirit ball. They were using them as cannon fodder. If they are lucky enough to avoid Ronan and get the cosmic spirit ball, he will be able to get this precious power gem for a mere $1 million. And if they are killed by Ronan's men, he will also have the backhand of Karmora. If 4 billion are exchanged for power gems, they will still make a steady profit. This profiteer, I'll make him pay for it. The Rocket Raccoon counseled his shoulder, only thought that Star-Ju was speaking angry words. Camilla did not pay any more attention to Star-Lord, sat down in the chair behind the cab and said to the Rocket Raccoon driving the spacecraft, "Drive in carefully, Mouse. There's no order here." The Rocket Raccoon frowned at the words and finally did not speak. He flew the Milano spacecraft to the huge skull remains in front of him. The closer they got, the more they could feel the huge head. It was at least a few kilometers in diameter. The Milano spacecraft was as small as a grain of sand in front of it. It's hard to imagine how much the master of this head, the fallen ancient god, was originally in depth. Even Xingju forgot to curse the collector for a moment. He looked at the huge head which was growing bigger and bigger, like a mountain. In the legend, the giant god, who is hundreds of meters high, is an ant in front of it. It was hard for him to imagine how such a powerful and terrifying god fell down, and what creatures could kill him. Even Chen Mo, looking at the huge remains of the god's head in front of him, is full of wonder. The size of this god is much larger than that of the flaming giant Sulter, who created the twilight of the gods and destroyed Asgard. His original strength is afraid to be more terrible than the father of Odin, is the real universe overlord class of powerful existence. However, countless years have passed. The legend about him has long been annihilated in the endless river of history. Even his huge body has only a broken head, which is occupied by the ant-like human beings, and has become the present nihilism. At the same time, Chen Mo can't help but flash the light in his eyes, which is like the land of nothingness. Even if such a powerful god has died, there will always be something left behind. Maybe Chen Mo can find a new way to enhance his strength here. Driven by a rocket raccoon, the Milano spacecraft passed through the huge eye hole hundreds of meters in diameter in the head of the god, and flew into the interior of the void, and a strange space was displayed in front of them. It seems like a huge underground cave surrounded by rock-like skeletons, forming a relatively closed space. However, the interior of the space is not empty, but full of various large and small buildings. Because of the special environment here, these buildings are not only built on the ground, but also on the top of their heads and surrounding rock walls. They also outline the steel outlines full of science fiction, just like a huge space fortress. Numerous lights are emitted from these buildings and lamps, illuminating this huge space. Many small aircraft shuttle in the air, and many people are busy on the ground. It is a busy scene of a prosperous space city. However, if you look closely, you will find that most of the buildings here are not used for living, but more like production buildings in chemical factories. Many chimneys towering in the middle of many buildings, emitting a stream of thick smoke, floating in the air, making here more hazy and blurred industrial city. The spaceship landed slowly in the airport, and Xingju's several people walked out of the spaceship. Looking at the towering buildings ahead and smelling the air with a trace of smoke and dust, Xingju frowned and said, "This is a factory at all." Camilla knew much more about nothingness than anyone else. He immediately took them to the collector's position and introduced them to them. "It's a factory, but to be more precise, it's a colonial mine. Hundreds of years ago, the Diffin Group sent workers to mine the organic matter, bone, brain tissue, and spinal fluid in this skull. These are extremely precious resources, and they can be sold at a good price in the black market no matter where they are." On hearing this, Chen Mo can't help but think of those people who sell the corpses of monsters in the Pacific Rim world. The bones and organs of monsters are also very popular among human beings. The bone meal of monsters can be exciting, and many people buy them at high prices. However, the situation here is obviously different. The bones and spinal fluid of ancient, however, the situation here is obviously different. The bones and spinal fluid of ancient gods are not only stimulants, otherwise, they cannot be sold at high prices in the black market, and the supply is in short supply. In the black market, the most valuable thing is always related to power. Whether it is powerful weapons, advanced equipment, or various types of spaceships, the price is much more expensive than the doping that can be easily synthesized. And one of the most expensive is to be able to enhance the strength of the potion. However, according to Kimura, Daivan does not seem to know how to use the remains of these gods to strengthen his body, otherwise he would not be able to sell these precious materials directly. These things must eventually fall into the hands of the major forces, through experiments and research to find ways to use them to strengthen. Maybe these materials were used in the enhancement of Karmala and Rocket Raccoon. Said they have come to the street, close observation let them more truly understand the situation of the void. As Karmora said, this is not a city or fortress, but a colonial mine. Most of the tall buildings they saw on the spaceship are production facilities, which should be used to deal with materials extracted from the remains of the gods. And these low buildings in front of them are where people live. Many aliens of different races and temperament very similar to those of the Klein prison passed by, and most of them wore the same red overalls. The work here is dangerous and illegal. It's only for the outlaws. Kimura, ignoring the glances from time to time, said as he took a few people forward. The situation here is no better than that of Klein prison. Normal people don't come here to work. The Star Jew hears the speech and says with indifference, "I'm from a lawless planet, Billy Boy, Bonnie, and Clyde." John stammers one side of the Delax smell speech cannot help but say, "That sounds good. I'd like to see it." "You should see it." Chenmo looks at Xingju and laughs secretly. This guy was only 8 years old when he was bravely taken away from the earth. It's not easy to remember the legendary thieves like Billy Boy, Bonnie, and Clyde. However, John Stammers is an actor. He only played a similar role, so he was taken by the Star Baron to deceive the aliens who knew nothing about the culture of the Earth. The result is really let him give a swindle. Under the leadership of Karmora, the people walked all the way to the collector's territory. On the way, they saw the situation more like a chaotic old city or a slum. People's bodies were covered with dirty work clothes and worn-out clothes, and their faces were full of vigilance, and their eyes were not very friendly. However, people relying on their own strength do not care, and those who look at the various weapons on their bodies do not dare to provoke. However, several children saw that they were well dressed and begged in front of them. Xingju quickly reminded people to pay attention to their wallets. However, all the people present were old people in the world, so the reminder of Xingju was superfluous. As for Gertrude, he had nothing but vines, and there was no need to worry about being stolen. But a little girl ran up to Gertrude and looked at him curiously. The nihilism is completely a large-scale mine. Except for all kinds of buildings, it is barren, and there is no plan at all. All oxygen is produced by oxygen-generating devices. The tree man with green moss is very conspicuous here. When he saw the little girl, he couldn't help but show a simple smile. He bent down and held out his hand to her. A slender branch grew out of his palm, and on top of it, a flower bud quickly swelled up and then bloomed into a small white flower. With his other hand, Gertrude picked the flower and handed it to the little girl with a smile. Chenmo looks at this scene and thinks that Glut is quite suitable to be a kindergarten teacher. Love will coax children, to which station can directly become swing and tree house, in case of danger can also protect them. Where to find such a versatile kindergarten teacher? Soon they came to a bar with a gorgeous electronic light box and holographic projection billboard rarely seen here. On both sides of the bar stood several sexy and exposed alien beauties, constantly scratching their heads and posturing. Obviously, they were prostitutes who solicited guests. The hot eyes of men passing by constantly swept over them, and finally they reluctantly left. The prostitutes here are a place of nothingness, with the highest quality and the most expensive price. Their wages can't be patronized frequently. Star-Lord looked at the situation here and couldn't help but ask Kamora, "Is your buyer in here?" said Carmala as he walked forward. "We'll wait for his representative here." Just as they came to the door of the bar, a tall and strong man pulled out a drunk who was obviously drunk and pushed out the door. "Get out of here." Looking at the drunk who was still dancing and talking nonsense at his feet, Star-Lord turned his head and said to Carmichaela, "It's not a decent place. Shouldn't the $4 billion deal be discussed at a higher level?" Although he frequented such bars, he preferred luxurious places, and he didn't want Carmela to see that he was a regular visitor to this kind of place. Carmichael did not pay attention to him, continued to walk forward, took the lead into the bar. Star-Lord shrugged his shoulders and followed him to the inside. Drakes looked up at the sign in the I-bar above the gate and said, "What else can we do while we wait?" Soon his question was answered. Bars in such chaotic places without rules are not only places for drinking. Prostitutes and gambling are indispensable. However, gambling here is much rougher than ordinary casinos. In the middle of the bar, many people are shouting around a 4-meter-long steel platform. Delax can't help but squeeze out the crowd and get together. Then they find out that this is an animal fighting platform. Several lizard-like monsters with sharp teeth are running away and fighting on the stage. From time to time, smaller monsters will be eaten by the largest one. Each time, people will cheer fiercely, and some people will beat the table in frustration. This kind of platform is similar to horse racing. People can bet on the monster they like. Anyway, the buyer didn't know when to come. Rocket Raccoon and Delax immediately anyway, the buyer didn't know when to come. Rocket Raccoon and Delax immediately participated in the game. They sat down at the animal fight table with their glasses in their hands and played with their bets. Carmala didn't like the noisy environment in the bar. After scanning around, he found that there was a door on the second floor opposite to the bar and immediately went up. Star-Lord turned his head and took a look at the people who had joined the game and were playing well. Although he wanted to join them, he saw that the figure of Carmora had gone up the stairs, so Star-Lord still followed up. Drinking and gambling are not important to women. These guys deserve to be single. Chenmo looks at Xingju's drinking and chasing girls, but he walks into the bar and looks at the wall in front of him. This bar is located in the innermost part of the void, close to the skull of the god remains. After hundreds of years of mining, some parts of God's huge skull have been hollowed out. Except for the part outside the bar near the door, most of the space in this bar is actually located inside the skull. The balcony to which Star-Lord and Carmela went has passed through the skull and came out of the void. The rock-like wall in front of Chenmo is actually the skull of God. Chenmo reaches out and touches it. From the touch, it seems to be harder than the rock. Chenmo's idea moves, and an alderman alloy flying knife appears quietly in his hand. Chenmo tries to scratch on the wall, and the hard wall is marked with a clear knife mark. However, Chenmo can clearly feel a resistance, which is much greater than the resistance when cutting steel. It is almost as strong as the super alloy material of the Dark Spirit spaceship. It can be seen how hard the bones of the gods are. It's no wonder that the Diffin group has occupied the void and mined for hundreds of years, but it still hasn't mined out the whole head. Because of the hard degree of Tiantian's skull, the mining is very difficult. The conventional mining method can't work at all. It can only be broken and mined by the mining spaceship equipped with high-strength crushing bits, and the efficiency is very low. Over the past few hundred years, less than 1/10 of the whole head has been mined, and the overall structure of the whole head is still intact. However, although the mining is difficult and inefficient, and the annual output is extremely limited, like the Gen Gold mine in Wakanda, the value of the god remains is very high. Every fist-sized bone fragment can be sold for tens of thousands of pieces. Emperor Fan does not know what huge wealth he has accumulated over the years. After personally testing the strength of the god's bones, Chenmo more clearly realized the god's strength. Although it seems that the god's skeleton cannot resist the attack of Edelman alloy, but don't forget the god's terrible body. The thickness of the skull is hundreds of meters, and the Alderman alloy flying knife can't penetrate at all. With his size and the strength of his bones, almost nothing could be a threat to him, unless it's infinite gem. Only these treasures, which have existed since the birth of the universe, contain nearly infinite powerful energy and the power of the 6 fundamental laws of the universe. Can this powerful god fall? Then Chenmo puts away the Alderman alloy flying knife, turns to release his mind, and probes into the bone wall in front of him. The internal structure of the god's skull clearly appears in Chenmo's mind. Chenmo found that the structure of these bones is not different from that of human beings, but the structure is more dense. Besides, Chenmo doesn't feel any other special place, which seems to be some very hard bones which have lost their vitality. However, Chenmo was not disappointed because of this. The god had already fallen for thousands of years, and it was normal for the cells to lose their activity. Since these bones can be sold at a high price and some people are willing to buy them, there must be something special about them, and they are very useful in strengthening. Chenmo speculates that it is likely that there are some special substances in the bones of these gods, which can strengthen the body. After all, this is the remains of the gods, and some special functions cannot be more normal. Chenmo's mental power is not omnipotent after all. Although he can accurately detect the internal structure of these celestial skeletons, it is impossible to analyze the composition of the bones. In order to know the special features of these bones, we still need to go through in-depth research, or obtain relevant information from those forces who have developed methods to strengthen the celestial bones. However, the latter method is more difficult. We can take some samples and return to the Earth to let Dr. Abraham Erskine study it. With his ability, he can certainly find out there is also a possible way, and now the simplest way is through collectors. Collectors have been in control of nothingness for hundreds of years. Even if they have not found out how to use the remains of gods to strengthen them, they should also have a deep understanding of them, and certainly have much more information than ordinary people. And it's just a skeleton. According to Kimura, there are still some brain tissue and spinal cord fluid left in the land of nothingness, and the price is much higher than that of the god bone. Obviously, the brain tissue and spinal fluid of these gods play a greater role in strengthening the body than the bones of the gods. However, these brain tissues and spinal fluid are not the same as the celestial skulls. They are everywhere. They are only distributed in a few specific areas, and Chenmo has not yet touched them. After a while, we can do a lot of research. On the second floor of the bar, on the balcony outside the land of nothingness, Star-Lord and Kamara are standing side by side in front of the railing, looking at the gorgeous cosmic dust in the distance. Although it's outside the void, there's no need to worry about the lack of oxygen. Although the volume of the void is very large, but there is still a big gap from a planet. It has no gravity and atmosphere. In order to facilitate the exploitation and the nihility, according to the structure of the nothingness, the Diffin Group has built a huge oxygen manufacturing plant, air circulation device, and artificial gravity generation device in the nihilism to transform the living environment, so that the nihility has normal gravity and air, so that people can live, work in the void. Some of the huge buildings they saw while flying in the void before were part of the system, while the rest were mineral processing plants and living facilities. Not only the interior of the void, but also within 100 meters of the void, is covered by an artificial atmosphere. Standing on the balcony outside the void, looking around, you can see that there are many places covered by buildings on the surrounding rock like god skeletons, and the lights are shining in the dark like a huge and magnificent space fortress. Star-Lord took back to look at the distance, turned to look at Carmichael, said, "What are we going to do next?" Camilla lowered his head and wiped his sword attentively. "My contact told us to wait. It's just a negotiation strategy. Trust me, I'm good at it." Star-Lord said, glancing at the sword in Camera's hand, "And your style is to cut it with one stroke." "That's my condition." The last sentence Xingju deliberately imitated the tone of Carmora and pretended to be cold. Carmilla could not help being amused by the Star Baron. He turned to him and said with a "My father didn't teach me how to put pressure on people." "Destroy tyrants?" asked the Star Baron. Carmilla said in a cold voice, but his face sank. "He's not my father." Looking at the bright and gorgeous sky in the distance, Carmilla opened her heart and slowly told her own experience with a complicated face. "Mieba invaded my mother planet and killed my parents in front of me. He tortured me and turned me into a killing machine. When he said he was going to help Ronan destroy the whole planet," said Carmichael, turning his head to Star-Lord with a heavy face, "I can't stand by so." This is the first time in many years that Carmilla has confided her feelings to others. Looking back on her experiences over the years, she cannot help but feel mixed. Feeling a little unstable, Carmora did not go on talking. Instead, he looked at the Walkman in his waist. He reached out and took it down and asked, "Why risk your life to get it? My mother gave it to me." Star-Lord looked at the Walkman in the hand of Carmilo and said slowly with a look of recollection, "My mother likes to share with me her favorite pop songs when she was young. It happened that I took it with me that day, and that day Xingju said, remembering the picture of his mother lying in the hospital bed and dying in front of him. A touch of sadness flashed on his face. That day he found that even after more than 20 years, it was difficult for him to keep calm when he mentioned his mother's death for the first time even after more than 20 years. That's the day I left Earth." Carmichael looked directly into Star-Lord's eyes. From his eyes, Camilla could feel the deep sadness. Although Star-Lord didn't say anything, Carmora also guessed some. It seems that this guy, like himself, is also an orphan, and his mother's death has brought him more pain than her. After all, she was too young to be sensible. However, the two people's similar experience or letter can't help but feel a little bit in the same boat. Looking at the Star-Lord's eyes also become more soft up. Although this guy is usually glib and heartless, she knows that it is just a disguise of Xingju to the outside world, because of the feelings that Xingju has just inadvertently revealed. It was as if she disguised her kindness and weakness with cold and ferocity. In this crisis-filled universe, they must disguise themselves as more powerful. Only in front of the people they trust can they really be themselves. Carmichael thought of this and looked into the Star-Lord's eyes. There were more things that could not be explained clearly. Before that, no matter to Mieba or the Nebula, her heart was always full of precautions, and would not say anything hidden in her heart to them. But just now she can't help but open her heart to Star-Lord, which shows that her heart is trusting him. Just like he trusted himself. With a complex mood, Carmilla looked at the sadness in Star-Lord's eyes. Instead of discussing this topic, he asked, "What do you do with it?" Star-Lord smell speech also tidy up mood say to her. "What? Don't do anything, just listen or you can jump with it." Carmilla shook her head with pride when she heard the dance. "I'm a fighter and a killer. I never dance." "Really?" Xingju said that he took off the earphone hanging on his neck and slowly put it on Carmora's head. Carmora hesitated for a moment and did not resist. With the Star Baron press the play button, a beautiful love song is introduced into Carmora's ears through the headphones. "Since I met you, baby, I've been dizzy and fell in love with you." Carmora, who had never heard the Earth song, was attracted by the music. Star-Lord quietly put his hand on Carmora's waist, and his body slowly gathered together. This melody, just when Star-Lord was excited because he took Carmora's waist, Kamara, wearing headphones, suddenly called out to Star-Lord. Star-Lord was startled by her. Seeing that she had finished speaking, he continued to listen to the song. He did not respond to the hand he put on her waist. Immediately, he became more daring. He continued to move forward and almost stuck with her. His other hand also slowly touched it. He gently held Kamura's hand and held it in the palm of his hand. At this time, their bodies were close together, and their cheeks were close at hand. Looking at Karmala's flashing eyes, Xingju suppressed his inner excitement and slowly lowered his head and kissed it. Camilla has been training and fighting all these years and has no emotional experience at all. In addition, with the recognition and acceptance of Xingju in his heart, he cannot help but fall under the attack of Xingju, an old man in love. Seeing Carmela close his eyes, Star-Lord was excited. Even the most dangerous woman in the universe could not escape from her powerful charm. However, just as Star-Lord was about to kiss her, Carmela suddenly opened his eyes and pushed him away. At the same time, he quickly drew out his dagger and put it on his neck. No, however, the sudden turn of Carmela's face was totally unexpected. He felt the cold and sharp touch of the dagger on his neck. He was forced to lean back and cry out in a frenzy. What the hell? Camera put the dagger around Xingju's neck, calmed his heart and said in a high voice, I know what you are, Peter Quail. I won't be cheated by you like other women. Just now Camilla suddenly woke up at the critical moment and found that she was out of control. She had never experienced anything like this. She just thought that she had been cheated by Star-Lord. It's not what you think, Xingju quickly explained. Xingju has used various methods to hook up with women in recent years. He is definitely a veteran in love and has rich experience. However, he has some special feelings in his heart for Carmela. For other women, Xingju just wants to play with them. He doesn't have any feelings at all and doesn't have much ideological communication. But Carmela was the first woman he was willing to show his true feelings and talk about the past. He really wants to have a deep communication with her, not only physically, but also mentally. When Star-Lord's strategy of Carmora failed, the Bars Dracos and Rocket Raccoon also broke up. Drax's brain itself is not very good, never speak through the brain. Rocket Raccoon was very dissatisfied with him before. This time, both of them drank a lot of wine and some of them were too excited, so that Delax made the Rocket Raccoon angry. Originally also excited to gamble with the two people instantly turned over, Rocket Raccoon pointed to Dracos and yelled, You have no brain. As for your strength, if you meet Ronan, you will die and you want revenge. Dream, you Delax heard the speech, looked at the raccoon angrily and said angrily, You damned reptile, I'll tear you in half. As he said this, Drakes rushed to the Rocket Raccoon. The Rocket Raccoon immediately took off the multi-purpose rifle he had specially made for himself and pointed it at Delax. Come on. I'll blow you to pieces too, however. Before Drax could rush to the Rocket Raccoon, Gruit, the tree man who had been following him, stepped forward to meet him. The speed of the tree man Groot is equal to that of Drax, and his body shape is not inferior to him. Although his strength is slightly weaker than that of Drax when he is not in combat state, he is also enough to block Drax. The two big men got together immediately. Gruit's arm vines grow into whips and Dragus flies out, smashing a pile of tables, chairs, and wine glasses and slamming it on the floor of the bar. But Drake's, thick-skinned and fleshy, sprang up as if nothing had happened and hurled himself at Gertrude. Groot couldn't dodge. He was directly carried by Drax and flew out. He fell on the platform. The lizard monster that he couldn't avoid directly finished the meat pie. Then he crossed the platform and fell to the ground. After all, Delax's close combat experience must be above and stronger than that of Grunt. He directly rode on him, bowing from left to right, and smashing him in the face in turn. Groot was unable to get up for a moment under the heavy weight of Drax, and the vines on his body immediately began to grow rapidly, wrapping Drake's head and neck. Feeling the tightening vines around his neck, Delax temporarily stopped his attack on Gertrude, raised his hands to grasp the vine on his neck, pulled it apart, and then continued to attack him with his fist. A group of guests in the bar have obviously seen this kind of situation, giving several people enough space to start their hands, one by one holding glasses excited to watch the excitement. There are people shouting hello. After studying the bones of the gods, Chen Mo stood by to watch the play without any intention of stopping him. In a new team, there must be all kinds of contradictions between members. not to mention drakes and rocket raccoons. These guys are not fuel-efficient lamps. They are either rebellious or mean. It's strange that there is no contradiction between them when they stay together all day long. Some things are always repressed, rather than let them burst out. However, although Chenmo didn't stop him through the window, he saw Star-Lord and Kamara who were fighting inside, but they quickly ran back. One pulled up Draco's and the other blocked the rocket raccoon who pointed the muzzle of the gun at Drax. Draco's, stop it, Rocket. What are you doing? Draco's was pulled up from Gertrude by Carmela, looking at the rocket raccoon angrily said. The reptile doesn't know anything and talks about it. Rocket raccoon also angry curse. I'm telling the truth. You are a fool without a brain, he doesn't respect me at all, said Drax angrily, glaring at the rocket raccoon. He hates people saying that he has no brain. All the people who said that before were crushed by him. Rocket Raccoon is not afraid of the slightest, facing the eyes of Delax said excitedly. You are right, why should I respect you? Do you respect me? Said the Rocket Raccoon, waving his heavy multi-purpose rifle. Try calling me a reptile again, stupid big one. You, like others, will only laugh at me. You smell speech to think of the Rocket Raccoon who was transformed in prison, said quickly. Rocket, you're drunk, no one laughs at you. He thought I was a ridiculous thing, he said. Rocket Raccoon said excitedly. I don't want to be transformed. I don't want to be torn apart and then disassembled and installed. What kind of monsters will I turn into? Looking at the face of Rocket Raccoon involuntarily emerged that wipe of pain. Star-Lord's face cannot help but assume. In fact, she was forced to grow up by a rocket, which is more similar to that of a raccoon who was forced to grow up by a rocket. Rocket Raccoon, who usually looks heartless and mean, has such a deep pain and inferiority complex hidden in his heart. What about the transformed Nebula? How painful her heart would be. Rocket, no one calls you monster. Star-Lord looked at the raccoon and said in a deep voice. The Rocket Raccoon hears the speech but glares at Delax and says in a loud voice. He called me a reptile. And then he pointed to Carmela. She called me a mouse. Carmela could not help but dodge. She admitted that she had despised him because of the appearance of the Rocket Raccoon. Although calling him mouse was more of a joke, Carmela still had some remorse when her joke hurt the other party's self-esteem. It's Delax, who has no brain, and it's hard for him to understand the Rocket Raccoon's feelings like Kamura. At this time, he is still immersed in anger, still waiting for the Rocket Raccoon. The Rocket Raccoon, however, was enraged again by his eyes and took aim at his face with a multi-purpose rifle. Let's see if you can still smile with 4 or 5 hair on your face. Seeing that the Rocket Raccoon really has the meaning of shooting, Xingju quickly reaches out his hand to block in front of him and exhorts. No, 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 4 billion, Rocket, think about it. Calm down, bear it one more night and you'll be rich. Listening to the words of Star-Ju, the Rocket Raccoon gradually calmed down, hesitated for a long time, and finally put the gun down. Well, but I can't guarantee that I won't kill all of you bastards when this is over. Star-Lord saw the Rocket Raccoon put down the gun, which was just a sigh of relief, and then looked at the Rocket Raccoon and Delax's face angry, said loudly. See. That's why you don't have friends. I haven't known anyone for a long time and you're going to kill them. Drax looked at them and said angrily, We came here halfway through the galaxy, but Ronan's hair wasn't hurt. With that, Delax directly pulled the pull of Carmela and turned to walk outside the bar. Drax! Star-Lord wanted to stop him, but Drax did not turn back and pushed aside the crowd in front of him and left the bar. Looking at the back of Drax left in anger, Star-Lord felt helpless. What's wrong with each of them? I don't have any patience. If Ronan really appears in front of you now, can you be his opponent? How can we get money, buy advanced equipment, even hire a top mercenary, and then fight Ronan is more secure? People like Drake's are dying in a hurry, Carmela said with a calm face as he watched Draco's leave. Let him go, we don't need him. She didn't look up to Drake's, who had the strength but no brain, impulsive and paranoid. It was too unreliable. In contrast, or Star-Ju, such a clever and treacherous veteran, is more reliable. In the past, she might have worried about whether the departure of Drax would affect their combat effectiveness against Ronan. After all, Drax's strength is very good, but now Carmela turned to look at Chenmo, who came out of the crowd. Her anger soon calmed down. Although Chenmo didn't show much of his real strength from what she learned at present, Chenmo's strength should not be lower than Ronan, and even more powerful than him. Even if she overestimates Chenmo's strength, at least Chenmo is much more powerful than Delax. With the strength of several of them, even against Ronan, he has the power of World War I. Chenmo watched Delax leave. Although he knew what impulsive and mindless things he would do next, Chenmo did not stop him. Although Drake's is impulsive and mindless, but if not, how could he send news to attract Ronan regardless of the consequences, and how Chenmo let Ronan fall into his trap? Chenmo was ready for the trap, so he waited for Ronan to get in by himself, and they took advantage of Ronan's arrival to do the deal first. Ju saw Chenmo out of the crowd and turned to look at the rocket raccoon. However, he knows that Chenmo's purpose is to deal with Mieba and Ronan. The rocket raccoon has forced Drake's away and they will lose a strong combat power. I wonder if Chenmo will be angry with Rocket Raccoon for this. The Rocket Raccoon is not afraid of the sky and the ground, and the rifle can shoot the sky and the air. But facing the powerful Chenmo, he still has the awe from his heart. Seeing Chenmo coming towards them, the Rocket Raccoon looked at the rifle in his hand and put it back on his back with some guilty heart. Well, he insulted me first. Chenmo looks at the raccoon with strong calm, glances over the faces of Xingju and Carmilla and slowly opens his mouth. Rocket Raccoon said, right, with the strength of Drax now, even if you meet Ronan, there is only one dead end. Hearing Chenmo's words, both Xingju and Carmilla were relieved. The Rocket Raccoon was even more proud. He looked up at Xingju as if to say, there is no prejudice. Your boss says I'm right. Star-Lord glanced at the ecstatic raccoon and ignored him. Draco's is blinded by hatred. He needs to learn a lesson to really wake up and let him go. Chenmo said, but he looked at Xingju and Carmilla with a serious face. In addition, no matter what happens in the future, at least now, rockets are one of our members. I don't want to hear the names of reptile or mouse. Xingju hears the speech and quickly nods to agree, but he also knows that Chenmo is not talking about him. Before Chenmo injected him with super soldier serum, his strength was at the bottom of all the people. In prison, he kept the purity of Chrysanthemum only by the protection of Rocket Raccoon and Tree Man Groot. He did not dare and would not use such scornful and insulting words to call Rocket Raccoon. Among them, if the relationship is good or bad, in addition to Rocket Raccoon and Tree Man Gertrude, the relationship between Star-Lord and Rocket Raccoon should be the closest. Who makes these two guys smell alike? However, Carmilla turned her head in shame when she heard Chenmo's words, but then she quickly turned back and looked at the Rocket Raccoon and said seriously, Rocket, I was just joking. The reason why Carmilla would admit his mistake because of Chenmo's words is not only because of his respect for Chenmo, but also because Chenmo's words are reasonable. After all, Camilla is not a real cold-blooded killer. Under his cold and cruel appearance, he actually has a kind heart. Rocket Raccoon smells speech, a face does not care waved. The mouth is grinning a big smile. I know it's no big deal. Ju saw the conflict between Rocket Raccoon and Carmora was solved by Chenmo, and he couldn't help laughing. As a Carmora's suitor and Rocket Raccoon's partner, Star-Lord certainly doesn't want to see them tit for tat. It's best to be able to do this naturally. But you are wrong, too. Just when several people think the matter is over, Chenmo looks down at the raccoon and says in a deep voice, in any case, the muzzle of a gun should not be pointed at a companion. Rocket Raccoon hears speech a little guilty of shrink neck but still refute way. You don't see, he came at me in a rage and said he would tear me in half. If it wasn't for Gertrude who blocked him, you would have to collect my corpse. Chenmo glared at the wronged Rocket Raccoon and said in a deep voice, don't make a fool of me here. Don't think I don't know. At your speed, if you want to hide, Drake's won't catch you. Rocket Raccoon also wants to retort, but facing Chenmo's sharp eyes, his mouth moves or swallow the retort. Speaking of it, Delax, he and Glut are fighting at most, which is not to the extent of shooting. What Chenmo said is not wrong. His speed is really faster than that of Draco's. What he said is torn in two, which is to pretend to be pathetic. The Rocket Raccoon finally lowered its head but whispered, I'm actually going to fire arc bullets. Star Juice Smell Speech Body can't help shaking, and then glared at the Rocket Raccoon while he didn't pay attention, suddenly raised his foot to kick in his buttocks. You have the face to say, I was almost electrocuted by you on Chandel. Your arc bullets are for people the Rocket Raccoon is pretending to be pitiful. However, he is successfully attacked by Xingju without any precautions. The kicked raccoon takes 2 steps forward to stand still. He bares his teeth and turns to look at Xingju. He is ready to fight back. However, he is softened in an instant when he hears his words. He stealthily glances at Chen Mo and whispers in a low voice. Well, the last time I took over the task to capture the wild boar, there were several left. They were mixed up together. You treat me like a boar. Chen Mo doesn't speak anymore. He knows that they have listened to his words. Otherwise, after being kicked by Xingju just now, Rocket Raccoon would have pulled out his gun from behind and yelled to shoot him in the face. Carmela looked at Star-Lord, who had a red face with the Rocket Raccoon, and sighed in his heart. This guy did a good job in the fight just now. He was just like a captain, but it was his turn. It was not the same quarrel. The only strong point is that the 2 people just move their mouths, and they don't mean to do it. But Carmela thinks it's all because Chen Mo is standing by. Otherwise, the 2 guys may not be better than the former Drakes. Let the 2 quarrel, but Chen Mo's eyes fell on the heavy steel gate on the side of the bar. After watching the bustle for a long time, it was almost time to send someone out. Just as Chen Mo expected, just as Xingju and Rocket Raccoon are quarreling, the steel gate behind them suddenly opens. A female alien with pink skin like a robot standing in the door with her hands clasped in front of her in a white jumpsuit skirt says with a very formulaic smile, I've come to pick you up to see my master, Ms. Carmora. The maid bowed and reached back to make a gesture of invitation. Star-Lord stopped arguing with the Rocket Raccoon, turned his head and looked at Carmora. The Lord finally came. Their purpose of this trip is to get money from Diffin. Arc bullets are all small things. It's not too late to calculate slowly after getting the money. Immediately, several people led by the maid entered the collector's collection hall. Walking up a flight of stairs leads to a huge open space. The area here is much larger than that of the bar outside. The height is more than 10 meters. There are glass boxes all around and in the air. There are all kinds of strange animals, plants, and specimens. It's not weird here. Rocket Raccoon looks at the strange surroundings and cannot help but make complaints about it, walking in front of the maid Smell Speech to introduce to them. We have the largest collection of treasures in the entire galaxy, including animals, remains, and different species. Chen Mo is also very interested in the collection of collectors, so he can't help but look around. Just where they came up, 2 glass boxes were placed on both sides. One of them contained a space dog wearing a spacesuit. The spacesuit was printed with CCCP, which is the abbreviation of the Soviet Union. The collector even collected a space dog from the Earth. I don't know where he got it. Chen Mo was even more surprised by what was in the other box opposite the space dog. It was the Zetarians who should have been extinct in his hands. If there is no accident, this should be the last Chitauri in the world. More than that, Chen Mo's eyes swept through the collection. In addition to many creatures that he did not know the origin of, he also saw a familiar figure in a glass box not far from the front. White skin, sharp ears, classic and gorgeous metal armor, but also a dark spirit should be extinct. There are survivors of the 2 races destroyed by Chen Mo himself. Chen Mo is very clear that he did not leave a living mouth at that time. That is to say, the 2 Chitauri soldiers and the Dark Elves, who were kept in the glass box as collectibles, were collected by the collector Dai Fan before this. As early as 5,000 years ago, after the war with Asgard, the Dark Elves had been almost exterminated. The only remaining Dark Elves were the dozens under the hands of Malkies. They disappeared in the depths of the universe for 5,000 years. They were awakened only when the celestial bodies converged again, but they were all wiped out by Chen Mo and Saul. Only when Malkies invaded Asgard with the Dark Elves, several Dark Elf soldiers were captured by the Ashar Protoss. The Dark Spirit in Ivan's collection was bought from Asgard. Chen Mo knows that Asgard and Ivan should have been in touch before, otherwise they would not have given him the ether particles in the film. it seems to be a good idea to hand over the etheric particles to him. However, Chenmo knows that this guy can't guard the ether particles at all and is easily robbed by Mieba. After that, Keemer chose to take the particles back to Earth. Compared with other places, the Earth is safer. At least there are Avengers Alliance and Aegis Bureau. They have the power to fight against the tyrant and his invading army. Moreover, Chenmo suspects that Mieba has always known about the existence of collectors, the location of the void, and even the relationship between Mieba and Defan. Chenmo's conjecture is due to the Zetari soldier who is locked in the glass box. When the Zetari was destroyed, all the Zetari soldiers died with them. As a semi-mechanical biological weapon, all the Chitauri soldiers are connected to the center of the Zetari mothership. When the mothership is destroyed, all the Chitauri soldiers will be buried with them. However, the Zetari soldier is safe and sound. There is only one possibility. The Zetari take the initiative to break the contact between the soldier and the mothership, and even give his command to the collector. Because he sat in the glass box at this time, obviously better than the Dark Elf, not too much decadent, anxiety and other emotions, but a little calm, very calm. Moreover, under his leadership, the Zetarians, as the subordinates of Mieba, have traversed the universe and destroyed countless interstellar civilizations. Without defeat, no prisoners will fall into the hands of others. Even if there are, they will be killed directly by the skill and behavior style of the Zetaris. The way to get the Dark Elves is not easy for the Zetaris. Therefore, there is only one possibility. This soldier should be bought by Defan from Mieba or Zetari people. You know, the tyrant is not only the Milky Way, but also the intelligence network power in his hand. Even in such places as Klein prisons, there is an eyeliner for eliminating tyrants, not to mention dealing with them, and holding important strategies to strengthen the nihility of resources. Chenmo can be sure that not only is there nothing in the void, even the Emperor's side, there must be the eye of the tyrant. Chenmo can't help but look at the one in front with his back to them, dressed in a flamboyant black and white zebra print fur coat and a white-haired collector. Defan glances at the two bodyguards standing beside him. No accident, the two bodyguards should be someone to destroy the bully's eyeliner. The etheric particles in the film were secretly handed over to the collectors by Asgard. In addition to Ivan himself and Asgard's senior officials, only the confidants around him knew naturally. Collectors will not casually tell others that Asgard was originally intended to hide ether particles, and it is impossible for them to spread out. It should have been a foolproof solution, but the etheric particles were still robbed by Mieba, which is enough to explain the problem. If they really sell the cosmic spirit ball to collectors, they will eventually fall into the hands of Mieba. In Chenmo's opinion, Diffin is not qualified to be the guardian of infinite gems. At the moment, the most important role of Diffin, who is facing them as a big man, is to provide funds for Chenmo. Defan's slave maid obviously did not know that the powerful master who could not resist in her eyes was just a cash machine in Chenmo's eyes. No matter whether her heart is in awe or hatred of Defan, at least she should show absolute respect in front of him, otherwise the former maid in the glass box next to her is a lesson for her. Standing beside him, the maid opened her arms and said proudly in an opera-like pompous voice, "Let me introduce you to Tanya Tiffany, the great collector." Until the maid finished, Emperor Fan slowly turned around as if it was his turn to be a stage actor. As if he had just seen them, he took off the magnifying glasses on the bridge of his nose and met several people. A very gentlemanly took Carmора's hand and lowered his head to kiss the back of her hand. Ivan looked into Carmора's eyes and said slowly, "Dear Carmora, it's a great honor to see me." Looking at Diffin's artificial performance, the rocket raccoon turned his head in disdain and raised his eyebrows towards him, as if to say, "This guy is a real faggot." Star-Lord is not good looking at Defan, thinking for a while he must squeeze this damned guy's old base dry. Cameron's hand has never even touched him. This ugly old man dare to take advantage of what kind of gentleman are you pretending to be? It's disgusting. Carmichael is also not interested in Defan's performance. However, before waiting for her to speak, Defan turns to look at Chen Mo, who is wearing a steel suit. Meanwhile, he puts his right hand on his left shoulder, nods to Chen Mo and says again, "Dear Commander, I've heard a lot about you." Xingju, Carmela, and Rocket Raccoon can't help but be surprised when they hear this. They don't expect that Diffin knows Chen Mo. Chen Mo's eyes flashed, confirming his previous speculation. Did not wait for Star Baron to ask the doubt in the heart. Emperor Fan then take the initiative to explain Wei. Some of the business that Asgard and I have come to buy from Asgard. Emperor Fan raised his hand and pointed to the glass box with the dark elf closed. I heard from them about your brilliant deeds. I admire your power to destroy the Zetari Legion and kill Malky's. Emperor Fan said again. The gentleman nodded to Chen Mo, then spread out his hands, looked around his collection and said slowly, "The destruction of the Zetari army made this Zetari soldier I got a few years ago become the only Zetarian in the universe. After you have killed Malky's, this dark elf is the last one in the universe. Thanks to you, there are 2 more precious orphans in my collection." Hearing this, Camerla's face showed a sudden look, and his eyes at Chen Mo became more and more reverent. Although Xingju has told them about Chen Mo's brilliant deeds before, they have not seen all of them with their own eyes, and they are somewhat uncertain. The reason why he believed what Chen Mo said, including Xingju, was more because of the identity of Commander Chen Mo, and he had no doubt in his heart. After all, he had never even heard of such things as Shenyu, Raytheon, and Dark Elves. But now, the collector's words are completely dispelled in the hearts of the last trace of doubt. The buyers contacted by Timothy Camera can buy 4 billion cosmic spirit balls and hold the mysterious land of nothingness. They can't help Chen Mo lie. As like as 2 peas, the dark elf is in the glass box next to him, with white skin and sharp ears. All this proves that everything Chen Mo said is true. In the hot eyes of Xingju and others, Chen Mo looks as usual. This is the territory of Ivan. It is estimated that from the moment they enter the void, they have been under the surveillance of Ivan. With his black body armor and other people's names for him, he can easily associate himself with the powerful commanders he has heard from Asgard. In fact, it was exactly the same. At first, seeing that Chen Mo Dai Fan and the Karmala team did not pay attention to him, he suddenly contacted Chen Mo with the commander who had killed Malky's and Zetari legions, until he heard several people calling him commander. After checking the identities of Xingju, it is found that Xingju is from the Earth, and Diffin confirms Chen Mo's identity. He is very clear that although he controls the void and has a huge force that ordinary people can't resist, facing Chen Mo, who is comparable to the top power in the universe like Thor, trying to crush him is as simple as crushing an ant. Although I don't know why the commander suddenly appeared and came to his nothingness with Kamala, it was obviously not the way to hide. However, for his own safety, he seemed to show his relationship with Asgard unintentionally as soon as he met, so as to avoid Chen Mo's disadvantage to him. According to his understanding, Chen Mo and Asgard have a very good relationship. Raytheon is his partner, helping him protect the Earth together, while he helps them to repel the dark spirit curse warriors who invade the divine domain, and saves the god after Freya. With Asgard's relationship and his reverence for Chen Mo, he believed that the commander would not attack him casually. Chen Mo can guess that Ivan's purpose of saying these words is to use Asgard to close the relationship between the 2 sides. There are contacts between Ivan, Asgard, and Mieba, which shows that he is actually a versatile person who wanders among the major forces and makes profits with his own resources and channels. Chen Mo's ruthlessness in destroying the Zetaris and the Dark Elves obviously made him afraid, so he deliberately flattered him, and he also got into the relationship with Asgard. Chen Mo just looks at him and doesn't pay attention to it. Kamura immediately says impolitely, "Save the red tape, Tiffany. We have what you want." Seeing that Chen Mo didn't pay attention to him, Emperor Fan was not angry but relieved. He didn't expect that his little relationship with Asgard would make Chen Mo so friendly to him. Although Chen Mo's attitude is cold, at least he doesn't seem to mean anything to him, which is enough for him. He didn't know that Chen Mo didn't intend to make a move, but it doesn't mean that Ju won't. After Dai Fan kisses Carmela's hand, he looks at him very badly. He has already planned in his mind that he will not only rob him of all his money, but also teach him a lesson. Feeling Chen Mo won't give him a hand, but the relaxed Dai Fan focuses his attention on Gerut. "What's that over there?" said Grut. After confirming his own safety, Ivan's collection addiction broke out again. He immediately went to Groot and looked at his tree man's body up and down and exclaimed, "It never occurred to me that I could meet a Gruit, sir. Please sell me your body and I'll pay for it now. After you die, of course." In the face of this guy who wants to buy his own body, Glut still says, "I'm Glut." But the Rocket Raccoon said unhappily, "What, can I make you a chair?" The Emperor Fan hears speech to bow ahead to cast a Rocket Raccoon one eye, but then is to turn ahead to look at Ju, ask away. "Is this your pet?" Xingju's face sank when he heard the speech. Chen had just taught them to respect their companions. This guy insulted the Rocket Raccoon in front of them. Rocket Raccoon himself is very angry, directly reached for the gun handle behind. "What do you call me his?" Diffin didn't pay attention to Rocket Raccoons. He had checked the information of these people before. Except for Star-Lord and Kamura, one was related to the commander and the other was the adopted daughter of Mieba. The others were just ordinary star mercenaries who had nothing to do with these big people. They were not worthy of his attention. He's a buyer. These guys don't dare to do anything to him if they want to get money. But he was obviously wrong. Just as his voice fell, the gun of Rocket Raccoon had not been drawn out, and Star-Lord had just stepped forward. Emperor Fan's arrogant look suddenly changed. He only felt a powerful force suddenly acting on his body, completely wrapped his body, and constantly squeezed inward. His body has also been transformed. Although his combat effectiveness is not much stronger, his constitution is also very strong, and he is no weaker than Kamala. Rao is so. Under the pressure of this huge force, Emperor Fan still has a sharp pain all over his body. It seems that his body will be squashed at any time and even can't move. Emperor Fan's face can no longer maintain that arrogant look, become flustered up, a trace of sweat from the forehead, along the cheek slide down. The Rocket Raccoon and Xingju look at the suddenly frozen and changed face of Dai Fan. They can't help but wonder. After a few eyes at each other, they finally turn their eyes to Chen Mo. Chen Mo's majestic voice also sounded in several people's ears. "He is not someone's pet but my team member. Apologize to him, or I'll put you in a cage and become his pet just like your collection." Hearing this, Emperor Fan's face changed. But the maid standing on one side suddenly lit up a light, looking forward to looking at him, as if he could not wait to see him locked in a cage. However, the two bodyguards who had been standing by as the background before heard Chen Mo's words, and then looked at the apparently abnormal state of Dai Fan, immediately realized that it was not right, and quickly pulled out a pistol from his waist and pointed at the two bodyguards of Emperor Fan have also received body strengthening, and their speed is faster than Rocket Raccoon. But their movements are still too slow in front of Chen. A silver light appeared out of thin air, crossed an arc in the air, and instantly penetrated their temples from the side, bringing out 2 handfuls of splashing blood and brains in the air. Then, it rode through the air in a circle, returned to Chen Mo's face, and disappeared in the air again. The whole process even took less than a second. If it was not for the reaction speed of several people, it would be difficult to see clearly. While the two bodyguards are holding the position of drawing guns, standing stiff on the spot, mixed with brain blood from the two sides of the temple, the look in the eyes quickly dissipated and finally fell to the ground, both killed. All the people present were shocked to see this scene. What kind of attack is this? It's too fast. I'm afraid they can't resist their own questions. Carmela and Rocket Raccoon look at Chen Mo with awe. Diffin, who was a little frightened because of Chen Mo's mental power, was instantly occupied by panic. If Chen Mo just attacked him, let alone he was held still by Chen Mo's magical means. Even if he recovered his freedom at the speed of the silver light just now, his outcome would not be better than that of the two bodyguards. It was only at this time that he realized that the commander highly praised by the Asgard population was not in vain. He didn't even do anything. He could easily kill him and his men just by standing there and using a few small means at will. Among all the people present, only Xingju had seen Chen Mo's throwing knife. Although he saw Chen Mo use it again, he was still amazed at its power. However, compared with other people, he quickly recovered and immediately looked at Fan with a look of schadenfreude. Deserve it. Let you pretend. Let you die. First, she took advantage of Carmela and kissed her hand. Then she said that she wanted to buy Gertrude's body. Finally, she said the rocket raccoon was a pet. Now it's good to make the commander angry. It's good for him. At this time his body couldn't move, but his eyes could still turn freely. Looking at the tragic death of 2 of his men, he felt chilly in his heart. When he thought of the Zatari people and the dark spirits who had been destroyed by Chen Mo, he was even more frightened. I knew that Chen Mo would take the lead for these 2 ordinary star mercenaries. He didn't dare to speak ill of them. He didn't want to be as miserable as those 2 guys on the ground who were pierced by the silver light. Chen Mo's previous words appear in his mind. Fan quickly turns his eyes, looks at the rocket raccoon on the other side and says with trembling teeth, "Sorry, Mr. Raccoon, I apologize. I apologize to you, Your Honor, for not having offended me, Your Excellency." With the fall of his voice, Fan felt that the strong pressure on his body instantly disappeared. His body could not help shaking and almost fell to the ground. Reluctantly stand firm body, Fan did not relax, but quickly turned to the rocket raccoon, stroked his chest and bowed, apologized again. "Please forgive me for my offense." Fan faces the rocket raccoon, but his eyes can't help but turn to Chen Mo, who is standing on the side. The cold sweat flows down his forehead, for fear that Chen Mo does not agree and shoot the silver light at him just now. The raccoon of the rocket looked at the 180-degree turn in front of him. His face was full of panic and fear. He was no longer arrogant. He couldn't help being a little stunned. Carmela looked at the scene, and her expression was complicated. She used to be under the control of Mieba. No one dares to provoke her. Even the big men like Ronan and Ivan will give her some face. So Carmela has never experienced this. However, looking at Chen Mo as a rocket raccoon, her heart cannot help but have a different feeling. For this temporary team also cannot help but more a point of belonging and identification. It seems to be a good thing to have such a boss. Xingju, this guy, is a look of schadenfreude, looking at the panic of the Emperor Fan, heart secretly called Shuang. Let you pretend. Let's go. The tree man Groot's intelligence quotient is limited. Looking at the suddenly changed attitude of Ivan, he scratched his wooden head all over his face. His eyes stopped for a moment on his fur coat, then looked down at the fur on the rocket raccoon and said, "I'm Gertrude." Grunt can only say such a sentence, and other people can't understand what he wants to express. But the rocket raccoon, who has been with him for a long time, understands the meaning of his words, and immediately turns to look at the angry curse of Glut. "He and I are not of the same race. You idiot!" Being scolded by the rocket raccoon, Grunt scratched his wooden skull more incomprehensibly, making a click sound, but his eyes were still moving between Diffin and the rocket raccoon. The rocket raccoon did not pay attention to Gruit, who could not tell the race clearly. Looking at Ivan, who was still bowing, sweat had been dripping down his chin to the floor, and his anger was gone. Thinking of the deal, the rocket raccoon rolled his eyes and put the multifunction rifle back on his back, saying casually, "Forget it." Although the rocket raccoon put on a look of indifference, but looking at Chen Mo's eyes is more than a touch. Over the years, in addition to the wooden head of Gertrude, he has been acting alone. Other people he meets are either targets or enemies. All of them rely on his own strength to deal with them. There is really no one to go out for him, which makes the rocket raccoon feel warm. It seems good to be covered by someone. After hearing the words of the rocket raccoon, Fan can't help but feel relieved. He slowly straightens up and looks at Chen Mo, but finds that Chen Mo doesn't pay attention to his meaning but turns his head to Kamala. Kamala understood Chen Mo's meaning in a moment and said to Fan Tao calmly, "Ivan, we have crossed most of the galaxy with the cosmic spirit ball. We are not here to waste time with you. Yes, let's get down to business." Emperor Fan hears speech to nod in a hurry, but in the heart is finally relieved. His small life seems to be saved. Emperor Fanding did not dare to talk nonsense, nor dare to put forward that lofty posture. In front of ordinary star mercenaries, he is indeed proud of his huge capital and power. However, in front of Chen Mo, a top power in the universe who even reveres Asgard, his life and death are completely in Chen Mo's mind. In order to prevent Chen Mo from getting angry again, Defan quickly follows the words of Camilla into the theme. "Let me see what you have brought with me." Camilla immediately turned his head and looked at Star Ju, who was carrying the cosmic spirit ball. Xingju took a look at Chen Mo, and then learned from the trading appearance of gangster movies he had seen when he was a child. He reached out and took out the cosmic spirit ball from his backpack and handed it to Ivan with a cool face. Seeing this, Emperor Fan quickly reached out and prepared to pick it up. However, his hand was just stretched out. However, the Star Baron, who patronized the cool clothes, slipped and failed to grasp it. The cosmic spirit ball in his hand slipped from his hand and fell to the sum of the distraught Emperor Fan was startled. He thought that Xingju wanted to pit him, so he took a big step back, raised his hands high, looked at Chen Mo and said aloud, "I didn't do anything." But Star Ju is quickly squatting down to pick up the universe spirit ball, pretending as if nothing had happened, and again handed it to Emperor Fan. Seeing that Chen Mo has no reaction, Defan stares at Xingju for a long time. After confirming that there is no other moth in this guy, he takes over the cosmic spirit ball carefully. Carmilla looked at Star-Lord and turned his eyes helplessly. This guy is good at fighting, but usually he doesn't have a proper shape. He has to match everything he hands over. As a result, he hasn't been installed and dropped. It's so unreliable. Camilla couldn't help but wonder if it was a mistake to cooperate with this guy. However, seeing Chen Mo standing quietly on one side, Carmilla's heart immediately calmed down. Although Xingju is not reliable, Chen Mo is trustworthy. With him, Xingju can't do anything if he is not reliable. Emperor Fan takes over the universe spirit ball, looks at the Star Lord, pretends to be calm, understands that this guy just is the hand to slide, did not hold. Thinking of the appearance that he was frightened, Emperor Fan looked at Star Ju with some bitterness. "You almost scared me to death if you didn't hold one." However, Defan did not dare to show any dissatisfaction. He took the cosmic spirit ball and brought several people to a multifunctional console, put the cosmic spirit ball on it, and then operated it on the console. Two mechanical claws extend from both sides to grasp the universal spirit ball. They want to pull the two sides apart to make a gap on the surface of the universal spirit ball. However, there are still metal parts firmly connected together inside the spirit ball. Then the two mechanical claws kept rotating back and forth toward both sides according to certain rules, just like the password disk of a rotating safe. Two purple beams of light also shot out from the cosmic spirit ball and were absorbed by the devices behind the mechanical claws. Then, a dozen round light screens were projected out on the operating platform. Obviously, there are not only power gems, but also many secret information stored in the cosmic spirit ball. Emperor Fan also knows a lot about the cosmic spirit ball. Looking at the pictures projected around him, he can't help but feel excited and even forget the fear before. He explains to the public excitedly. Before the creation of the universe, there were 6 singularities, and then the Big Bang created everything. The remains of these 6 singularity points were collected and condensed into gems, called infinite gems. People listen to the explanation of Dai Fan and look at the projection screen after the Big Bang condensed out of 6 different colors of gems, look different. Carmilla has heard the legend of infinite gem from Mieba. She also has the whereabouts of an infinite gem. However, she did not expect that there is an infinite gem hidden in the spirit ball of the universe. The Rocket Raccoon looked up in shock and looked at the pictures in the projection. He had never heard of the legend of infinite gems before. The Rocket Raccoon did not expect such things in the universe, but Xingju was calm because he had already known from Chen Mo what Dai Fan said. As for Glut, this guy just looked at the picture in the projection and even raised his hand curiously to touch the empty projection. Chen Mo also saw several familiar figures in these projections. The blue cube with light shining inside, the cosmic cube, is also the space gem. Heart gem with yellow light. There are dark red matter like liquid with life, etheric particles, real gems. These gems are all in Chen Mo's hands and are closely protected by the Aegis Bureau on Earth. Chen Mo can't help but take a look at the cosmic spirit ball on the console. With the rotation and unlocking of the mechanical claw, the internal structure of the universal spirit ball is unraveled layer by layer, and the more dazzling purple light shoots out from the inside of the cosmic spirit ball, and the outline of the gem inside can be seen faintly. With this power gem, Chen Mo has reached 4 infinite gems, in addition to the same time gems on Earth, which are guarded by the Ancient One. 5 of the 6 infinite gems have been held in the hands of Earth people. As for the last soul gem, Chen Mo can't help but take a look at Carmela. The whereabouts of the soul gem is hidden in Carmela's mind. This is the reason why she escaped from the side of Mieba. Mieba sent her to search for the clues of infinite gems, and she unexpectedly found the treasure map recording the whereabouts of soul gems. However, Carmela, who knew about Mieba's crazy plan to destroy the world, did not give the map to Mieba, but burned it. Now only Camilla knows the whereabouts of soul gems. Worried that Mieba would discover this secret, Kamura took advantage of this opportunity to escape from the control of Mieba. Dai Fan did not pay attention to other people's expression. He has been completely immersed in the excitement of getting infinite gem, excited to continue to say. These gemstones seem to be able to be controlled only by their extraordinary power. Please see. Emperor Fan raised his hand and pointed to one of the projection pictures. People turned around and saw a group of civilians running away in panic. Far behind them, a giant in armor as tall as a mountain was standing between heaven and earth, holding a huge scepter almost the same height as him. As like as 2 peas, the gems of the mace are shining with a brilliant purple light. They are almost identical to those of the operating ball from the cosmic ball, but are more intense. Dai Fan's voice continued to ring in the ears of all. These masters can destroy the whole civilization with the power of gems, just as easy as harvesting wheat. With the words of Emperor Fan, the armored giant in the picture forcefully puts his scepter to the ground. The purple light on the top of the scepter is in full swing. A strong energy bursts out, and the terrible shock wave spreads rapidly around. The thick clouds that originally covered the sky were directly dispersed, forming a huge hole and expanding rapidly towards the surrounding area. At the same time, there are huge gullies on the ground, and the cracks show a dazzling purple light. Everything on the ground, vegetation, buildings, and living things were instantly annihilated under the powerful shock wave, and the people who ran away were like the center of the nuclear explosion. With the passing of the shock wave, they instantly turned into fly ash. The picture in the projection then turns, and the scene of the whole planet appears in front of the public. A purple energy bursts out from a little bit of the planet and spreads rapidly towards the whole planet. It soon turns the original green planet full of vitality into a dead star. Xing, Yu, and Camilla are all shocked by this picture. The power of this infinite gem is so terrible that it can easily destroy a planet. Camilla and Star-Lord's heart is becoming extremely dignified. If this gem falls into the hands of Ronan and Mieba, the universe will usher in endless killing. I don't know how many stars will become a dead land like the one in the projection. Dai Fan did not pay attention to a few people's faces, looking at the projection screen, excited to continue to say. There was a time when an organization managed to jointly control this energy. In the projection, more than a dozen people in mysterious robes who can't see their faces are forming a circle, and they are linked together by some kind of device. One of them is holding a dazzling purple light in his hand. Xingju and Camilla frowned, but saw the purple light in the picture more and more bright, and soon burned all the people into ashes. But even they were soon destroyed by this force. Dai Fan's voice sounded with regret, but the expression of Star-Lord and Carmora did not become relaxed. This organization can't control infinite gems, but it doesn't mean Ronan and Mieba can't. Just as they looked dignified and thoughtful, the cosmic spirit ball on the console was finally fully opened, and the power gem revealed its true appearance. The size of a pigeon egg, emitting bright and gorgeous purple light, more beautiful than any diamond, the dazzling gem is quietly suspended in the middle of the open universe spirit ball. Emperor Fan looked at the gorgeous power gem, a face of intoxication. Hands cannot help but clench his fist, incomparably excited praise way. How beautiful, incomparable. Seeing the dazzling power gem, Xingju recovered from his previous shock and thought of the real purpose of their trip. He turned to Fan and interrupted his intoxication. After inspection, it's time to pay. Although Emperor Fan was interrupted by the Star Baron, he had already got the power gem. He had time to enjoy it slowly. While he was reluctant to look away from the power gem, he asked in an absent-minded way, "How would you like to pay?" Star-Lord White, his one eye, did not have the good spirit to say. "What do you think?" "Cash, of course. Star mercenaries only accept cash. Bank transfers may be frozen at any time. Except for small transactions, the task of Star mercenaries is to settle accounts in cash. Not to mention Xingju originally planned to eat black this time. If you don't need cash, the fund will be frozen if you turn it over." Emperor Fan also knew that he asked an idiot's question, immediately nodded and said, "No problem." Fan then turned and walked toward a table not far away, but did not notice that Karina, the slave maid standing behind him, was staring at the power gem on the console, and his feet could not help moving forward. Van Dare's card came to the front of the desk and opened the black drawer. The cash used in large exchanges in the galaxy is not paper money, but black cards made of different kinds of rare materials, similar to gold coins, but their value is much higher than that of gold coins. The value of this drawer of black cards alone is more than 10 billion. This is the base camp of Emperor Fan, and the whole void is completely under his control. This collection room is located in the Skull of God, which is more secure than ordinary treasury. There are many valuable rare creatures and precious collections in the collection room, which is equivalent to a treasure house. Therefore, Emperor Fan will directly put these advanced creatures, which are equal to half of his wealth, in the drawer. Seeing that Emperor Fan opened the drawer and exposed the dense black cards inside, the Star Baron could not help but light up. He immediately went forward, tore the mouth of his backpack open and reached for the drawer, waiting for Emperor Fan to fill it with money. Fan raised his head and cast his eyes, staring at the Star-Lord of black card in his hand, and couldn't help rolling his eyes. In order to get the cosmic spirit ball from Karmala, Ivan paid a sky-high price of 4 billion yuan. Even for the man who controls the treasure pot of nihility, the money is not a small sum. In order to get the power gem, he also paid a lot of money. But now that the power gem has arrived, I don't feel reluctant to give up the 4 billion Diffin, but I think it is too valuable. As his nickname, Collector, Diffin's only hobby and pursuit is collection. Money is just a number to him, and its meaning to him is just a tool to enrich his collection room. Compared with the money in the drawer, his collection is still more concerned. Compared with the universe treasure, powerful and beautiful power gem, his original collection of rare races becomes worthless instantly. A mere $4 billion can be exchanged for a gem of power, which he thinks is a bargain. However, when Fan picked up a pile of black cards ready to put into the Xingju backpack, his remaining light was suddenly found wrong. Karina, who was supposed to be waiting on her side, did not know when she went to the operating platform where the power gem was located and was still moving forward. Fandang's face changed, stopped the action in his hand and yelled at Karina. "Karina, stay away!" Xingju had already prepared the cash bag, but at the critical moment, Diffin stopped. Xingju looked up at Diffin angrily and looked at Karina in front of the operation desk along with his eyes, and his brows could not help wrinkling. He also felt that the situation was not right. Karina saw that her actions were discovered by Fan, and she immediately stopped pretending. Her face had already been swept away. Her anger and hatred accumulated for many years broke out, and she roared at him in a ferocious manner. I will never be your slave again," Karina said, reaching directly for the power gem suspended on the console. Just now, she stood aside and heard what Emperor Fan said about the power gem. She also saw the powerful power of the power gem shown in the projection. Being enslaved by Diffin, she finally saw the opportunity to get rid of Diffin's control and even become a super strong person who dominates the fate of others. She was immediately occupied by the huge temptation and stretched out her hand recklessly. No. Dai Fan in the heart of fury, but there is no time to stop, can only watch Karina's hand holding the power gem. The originally peaceful power gem immediately erupted a powerful force. Clusters of purple energy clusters shot out of the power gems and flew around. As long as they touched something, they would explode instantly. The glass box in the collection room was immediately damaged by these flying energy groups. As early as Karina approached the power gem, Chenmo quietly took Kamura and Rocket Raccoon to one side. When Karina held the power gem and the energy group flew out, Chenmo directly pushed several people to the bottom of the steps. The energy mass flew over their heads, but it did not pose a threat to them. Xingju on the other side also noticed the change of the power gem, and his face also changed greatly. However, he did not escape immediately. Instead, he took advantage of the chaos of Emperor Fan's mind, first took the black card in his hand, and then directly took out the whole drawer, and poured all the black cards inside into his backpack. Dai Fan's little vault was carried by Star-Lord. Woe listening to the pleasant collision sound, Xingju was very happy in his heart, and the energy group flying by him from time to time did not make him feel afraid. However, Xingju is not really afraid of death. Although he has been strengthened by super soldier serum, his physical fitness has greatly increased, but he is not sure that he can resist the power of the power gem. So after the black card of this drawer was put into the bag, Xingju also ran to the position where Chenmo was. However, Emperor Fan had no idea of Xingju's action. He looked at the scene in front of him in horror. Before he could take action, a piece of metal that collapsed when a glass box exploded beside him just hit his head and knocked him out directly. At this time, Karina was completely free of her previous anger and ferocity. After holding at this time, Karina was completely free of her previous anger and ferocity. After holding the power gem, she felt that her arm could not be controlled. A powerful and destructive energy was flowing towards her body along her arm, and severe pain came to her. She watched the purple energy spread under her arm like lava, burning her arm, breaking down her spirit, screaming in horror and despair in the pain and fear. However, it was too late. She was just an ordinary person. How could she bear the terrible power of the power gem? She was filled with powerful energy, and her skin was completely burned, and her whole body was shining with purple light. After Xingju and Chenmo jumped down the steps together, her body finally couldn't hold on, and the whole explosion broke out. Huge energy swept through the whole collection room in an instant, and the remaining glass boxes were completely destroyed in the explosion. Except for Chenmo, who jumped down the steps, and Di Fan, who was knocked unconscious and was just blocked by the table, all the collections in the collection room were destroyed in this explosion. After the explosion, Chenmo gets up from under the steps and glances at the glass box where the Dark Elves and Zetari soldiers were originally held. In the explosion, they were not spared. By this time, only a pile of fragments was left in the glass box, and the Dark Elves and Zetari soldiers inside had been blown to pieces by the power gem. Chenmo nodded with satisfaction. A race must be neat and tidy. He has killed all the others. What's the matter with this one? Since he became such an exterminator, he should be responsible to the end. This time, these two races are truly extinct. Xingju, Carmela, and Rocket Raccoon also stood up and looked at the complete ruins of the collection room. The expression on their faces was very wonderful. My God! This power! Recalling the terrible scene of the energy group flying around just now, several people could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Chenmo looks at several people who are afraid of him and wakes them up. Don't stand still, Carmela. Go and get the power jewel back. We'll get out of here. Carmela quickly did as he heard the words, while Star-Lord patted his backpack full of black cards and his face showed a satisfied smile. Although the experience just now was a bit breathtaking, it was a worthwhile trip. We successfully obtained more funds than expected. Diffin is a local tyrant. Now he has tens of billions of money in his bag, not to mention upgrading equipment and building a starfleet. Having seen the power of the power gem, Star-Lord has a stronger sense of urgency against Mieba and Ronan. With this fund, his heart is somewhat at the bottom. Camilla stepped on a mess of ground and soon came to the operating platform, closed the opened cosmic spirit ball, sealed the power gem in it, took a look at Defan, who was unconscious on the ground, and then turned back to Chen Mo's side. She felt that she really had a bad brain, so she wanted to give the universe spirit ball to Divan for safekeeping. In fact, even without this accident, Diffin had no strength to guard the infinite gems. In terms of financial resources, the Collector can be regarded as the top tycoon in the galaxy, but that's all. Although the Diffin Group in his hands is also a large company with certain armed forces, it can deal with ordinary people and star bandits. In fact, its combat effectiveness is far from Ronan, let alone destroy the tyrants. In addition to his racial advantage, he has a longer life and almost no combat effectiveness. He doesn't need to kill tyrants. Ronan's men can kill him. That's why Chen Mo didn't let Asgard give the real gems to Defan at the beginning. It was just meat buns beating dogs, which was not much different from directly giving them to Carmora gives the cosmic spirit ball to Chen Mo, and Xingju is about to take it back to his backpack, but Chen Mo gives it back to Carmela. Quill has the money. I'll leave this to you first. Carmela looked at the bulging knapsack of Star-Lord. Without saying anything, he reached for it. With the universe spirit ball and the huge sum of money sponsored by Diffin, the party quickly left here. Although the explosion just now was just a little bit of power from the gemstone, it was very powerful. Not only did the collection room become a ruin, but also the bars connected with it were also affected, causing chaos. The steel door at the entrance of the collection room was directly blasted out by the shock wave. Several people left the collection room, walked out of the bar and came to the street outside. All around were people who escaped from the bar. Many people were decorated with colors. Standing in the chaotic crowd, several people looked at the cosmic spirit ball in the hand of Carmelo with different expressions. The power of this thing is really terrible. If you are not careful, it will turn the surrounding into ruins. It is too dangerous to carry it around. Several people are afraid. Camilla tends to hand it over to the new Star Empire for them to keep. Rocket Raccoon doesn't matter, as long as you can get away from this thing, the farther the better. Star-Lord also felt that it was too dangerous to take this thing with him all the time. He didn't want his spaceship to be blown to pieces. However, he had no idea whether the new Star Corps could guard the spirit ball under Mieba and Ronan. Just as several people look at the universe spirit ball, frowning and dignified, Chen Mo, I have a better place than the Nova Legion where. At the same time, they all look at Chen Mo and want to know what good way he can deal with this hot potato. Chen Mo's eyes swept over several faces and finally landed on Xingju. He said slowly in his surprised eyes, Earth. Carmela, several people heard the speech, first a Leng, then quickly react to come over. In addition to the Star Baron, all cannot help nodding. Even the new Star Legion cannot achieve this kind of achievement even if it can destroy the Zetari army. Although Chen Mo is the main credit, it also shows that the Earth is also very strong. Maybe this is a good idea. Xingju's expression was very complicated. He wanted to oppose, but he didn't know how to open his mouth. Just when Star Ju was entangled, the crowd around him was suddenly agitated. Several people looked up and saw that there were dozens of spaceships flying in the air. In a flash, they came to their heads. Star-Lord and Carmela instantly recognized the origin of these spaceships. Death's ship, it's Ronan. Damn it, how could he find it here? Damn it, how could he find it here? Their doubts were quickly answered. Seeing the Deathcraft landing toward the ground, the surrounding crowd quickly dispersed, holding double knives, and now the middle of the road Drake's exposed. At last I will face my enemy and deal with him with my own hands. Listening to Delax's excited words, several people understood in an instant. After being drunk, Drax, who was blinded by hatred, directly took the initiative to find Ronan and led him over. Seeing a dead spirit ship landing on the ground, Camora's face changed greatly. She was not sure to keep the spirit ball in Ronan's hands. After a look at the spirit ball in his hand, Camilla could not help but look around anxiously, and then found that not far from the side was a stopover point of the mining spaceship of the Diffin Group, and a row of thick and solid round industrial mining spaceships were stopping there. Camara had no time to think about anything else, so he turned and ran toward the ship. At the same time, Xingju saw the figure of Yangdu in the crowd. His face also changed greatly, and he ran away with Karmala. Ronan and Yangdu appeared at the same time. Both sides were very popular. Although he received the reinforcement of Super Soldier's serum, Xingju did not hesitate to choose to escape. The Rocket Raccoon took a look at the figure that came out of the landing spaceship and quickly took Gertrude with him. Ronan is here in person. Do you want to be killed? However, all of them did not notice that Chenmo did not leave with them. Instead, he stood still and looked with interest at Ronan, who came out of the spaceship and headed for Delax, as well as the nebula behind him. The vengeful Drakes quickly rushed to Ronan, but he was not his opponent at all. He was attacked by Ronan when he waved. However, his strong defense force made him stand down, climbed up again and again, and attacked Ronan recklessly. But the nebula discovered several people of Camora who were driving an industrial mining spaceship to escape. It's Karmala. She ran away with the cosmic orb. Ronan originally wanted to kill Drax and leave directly, but found that this guy was very resistant to beating and could not help but be interested. He immediately said to the nebula to get back the cosmic spirit ball, and he himself was a blow at the Drakes who came up again and flew him out. Delax's strong body collided heavily on an iron gate on the street. The solid iron door was directly deformed and deeply depressed. It took a little effort for Delax to break free from the twisted iron gate and roared at Ronan again. At this time, all the people on the street have run away, leaving Chenmo standing in the distance and watching with interest. Yangdu, who had just scared the Star Baron away, also came with several of his men. Seeing that he was fighting with Drax, or to be exact, pressing him to fight Ronan, he said to Chenmo with a dignified face, "You're right, Ronan is here, can I help you?" After Chenmo's employment was confirmed last time, Yangdu's marauder army was sent to a place of nothingness to stand by. At this time, when he saw the task target Ronan, Yangdu was ready to attack, but Chenmo shook his head and said, "No, I'm here. You go back to the ship immediately. Star-Lord may need your help later." Yangdu Wenyan nodded and waved to his hands. "Let's go." Then he took them to the spaceship. While Draco's was ravaged by Ronan, Karmora, Star-Lord, and Rocket Raccoon were also involved in a scuffle with a large number of death craft led by Nebula. The two sides are constantly chasing and attacking in the void. Although the industrial spaceship driven by Xingju 3 people is not equipped with weapons, it is very strong. Xingju and Rocket Raccoon directly drive the spaceship to collide with the Death Spirit spaceship to cover Karmora's escape. Originally, they wanted to fly the mining ship back to Milano and fly it directly out of here. Star-Lord is confident that as long as he returns to Milano, with his technology and the performance of Milano, it will be easy to get rid of these dead ships. It's a pity that their ship is only an industrial ship used for mining, and its performance is not as good as that of the Death Spirit ship. Especially, the spaceship driven by Xingyun kept chasing after her. As soon as a death cannon was fired at her, Kamura tried her best to avoid her attack, and had no chance to get close to Milano. In the end, Kamala had no choice but to drive the ship out of the void. However, he still failed to escape the pursuit of the dead spirit ship. He was locked by the nebula, and was directly destroyed by a dead cannon. Among the scattered debris and parts of the spaceship, Kamura and the cosmic spirit ball are quietly suspended in space, and the ice gradually climbs up her face. Thanks to the solid structure of the mining spaceship and Camilla's strong physical fitness, although the mining spaceship was destroyed, Camilla was not seriously injured. However, if not rescued in time, The lack of oxygen and low temperature in space will soon take her life. A traction beam shoots down from above and sucks away the celestial sphere. The nebula in the dead spirit ship looks complicated and looks at Carmora floating quietly in space, and then leaves here with the rest of the dead spirit spacecraft. In the outer space of nothingness, only Carmora, floating in the wreckage of the spaceship, is left, along with Starbuck and Rocket Raccoon, who just arrived in the mining. However, they could not save Kimura at all, because these mining spaceships were not designed for space flight. After a while in space, the air in the cabin would leak out, and if they did not leave immediately, they would die of lack of oxygen. Quill, forget it. The Rocket Raccoon looked at Carmora a little sad but said through the communicator. Her body has been modified. It can last for a few minutes, but we can't save her. These cabins won't last long outside. Soon we will be like her. Just as the Rocket Raccoon turned and the spacecraft was ready to leave, the voice of Star-Lord suddenly rang out in the communicator. Fuck him. In the mining spaceship, Star-Lord's face changed. Draco's and the commander didn't follow. Ronan should have been entangled. Now there is only one way to save Carmela. After biting his teeth, Star-Lord made up his mind and turned on the public channel broadcast of the spaceship and said aloud, Courage, Yondu. I'm Quell. My current coordinate is 227K 324, just outside the unknown land. Another Rocket Raccoon in another spaceship could not help but shout, Quill, what are you doing? But he knew that he would offer a reward to capture Xingju. If Xingju fell into his hands, he would not have good fruit to eat. However, the Star-Lord did not pay attention to it and continued to call out in a loud voice. If you're here, come and catch me. I'll take care of it. After Star-Lord finished, he opened the deformation mask, opened the door of the spaceship, and flew out. He used the thruster on his legs to fly towards Carmora. The Rocket Raccoon cried out anxiously, Quill, don't be silly. Go back to your cabin. There's no room for two people in it. You'll die. You're going to die soon. After this period of time in prison and spaceship, although Rocket Raccoon did not say that, in fact, they had already regarded Star-Lord as their friends. Carmora could not save it. He did not want Star-Lord to take his own life. Quill. However, Xingju only had Carmela in his eyes at this time, and he turned a deaf ear to the words of the Rocket Raccoon. He flew to Carmela and held her in his arms. Looking at her face covered with frost, he felt a pain in his heart. He then put away the deformation mask and put it on Carmela's head. With the oxygen provided by the deformable mask, Carmela, who had already been in a coma, soon regained consciousness. Looking down at her, she looked at her star Baron tenderly and felt his warm embrace. Carmela could not help but feel a different feeling in his heart. Just as the frost gradually climbed onto Xingju's face and he felt his consciousness began to become blurred, a beam of light suddenly fell from the front. An attractive force immediately acted on them, pulling them towards the huge spaceship ahead. Through the porthole in front of the spaceship, Star-Lord saw Yondu's familiar face, but his heart couldn't help being relieved. It was saved at last. As for courage, we can only adapt to circumstances. At this time, the battle between Ronan and Drax came to an end. Although Drax's defense was strong, it was far from Ronan's strength. Under Ronan's repeated attacks, he had completely lost his resistance. After being hit by Ronan again, he struggled for half a day and could not stand up again. Just as Ronan was about to finish the battle, a tall figure suddenly appeared in front of Drake's, blocking his steps. At this time, Delax had already sobered up and recognized the gap between himself and Ronan. Looking at Chenmo in front of him, Delax recalled Chenmo's previous advice and could not help but blame himself. Leave me alone. Although Chenmo showed great strength before, Ronan showed stronger strength in the battle just now. In his opinion, although Chenmo is strong, he is not Luo Nan's opponent. He does not want Chenmo to take risks to save him. Chenmo, however, ignores him. Looking at Luo Nan, who stops and frowns at him, he smiles and rushes towards him at the next moment. Ronan's eyes flashed cold, did not dodge, but directly hit Chenmo with his fist. To Ronan's surprise, and also to Delax's surprise, the result of their collision was that Ronan, who had been showing his ferocity, flew out. Just now Ronan and Drax's battle, He saw the whole process in his eyes and had a general understanding of Ronan's strength. We have to admit that Ronan's Heiyaminwei is not a false name. Among all the strong men Chen Mo has seen, he can also be in the forefront. Although there is still a certain gap between Thor and Curse Warrior, few of them can compete with him. After fighting with Ronan, Chen Mo confirmed his judgment. Although he suffered a loss in the first confrontation with Chen Mo, Ronan did not get hurt. He quickly got up from the ground and rushed to Chen Mo with an angry face. However, even if he tried his best, he was still not Chen Mo's opponent. The scene of his fighting with Drax was staged again, but his identity changed 180 degrees and became the one who was abused. In fact, Ronan's strength is not much weaker than Chen Mo, but in terms of strength, it is equivalent to Chen Mo, which is 15 times as strong as ordinary people. However, Chen Mo not only has the increase of riot, but also has the strength and defense bonus of steel clothing. Although Ronan's armor is also excellent in defense, it still can't completely offset the attack like the steel suit, not too much for a long time. Ronan's mouth then shed blue blood. However, the battle between the two did not last. A series of energy cannons suddenly came to Chen Mo and Drax. Chen Mo gave up the attack on Ronan and instantly appeared beside Draco's, who had just got up from the ground and left here with him. Under the cover of the dead spirit ship that returned after winning the spirit ball again, Ronan boarded the spaceship and left here. Chen Mo looked at the far-away death spirit spaceship, but there was no regret and anger on his face, but a meaningful smile appeared on his face. Soon, a mining spaceship landed from the air. Rocket Raccoon face angry jumped down from the ship. Fool! All hopeless fools! Quell has thrown himself into the net, the Rocket Raccoon said, looking at Delax, angrily said. If you didn't have your own way and you had to go to Ronan on your own, none of this would have happened. You are right, I am a fool. All the anger is to cover up my pain. The Rocket Raccoon looked at the self-reproached Drakes, did not say any more, turned to Chen Mo and Glut, said to them. Well, Ronan has got the jewel. The only thing we can do now is to fly to the other end of the universe as soon as possible. Maybe we can live a safe life before that psychopath comes. Rocket Raccoon is obviously ready to give up, but Gertrude told him. The Rocket Raccoon understood what GRUET meant and asked, Save them, how to save it? I know they are our only friends, but they are now in the hands of the Marauders and we are not rivals at all. At this time, Delax also endured the pain. A face firmly looking at the Rocket Raccoon said, How do you know if you don't try? The Rocket Raccoon looked at Delax and then at Glut, and felt the firm attitude of the two men, some crazily gripping the hair on their heads. Although Chen Mo didn't say anything, Rocket Raccoon didn't have to ask him to know that he would definitely not give up Star-Lord. In fact, the Rocket Raccoon can still choose to leave, not to take risks, but just now Star-Lord's desperate to leave the spacecraft to rescue Camilla's action in outer space has deeply touched him. In the past, he had been alone, and his later partner, Gertrude, was also a wooden man. He had never felt the great friendship of desperation for his partner. In fact, he didn't want to go to the Savior Lord, but the reason of pursuing good fortune and avoiding evil kept him from dying. At this time, after Gruet and Drakes had made their statements, the last trace of worry in his mind finally disappeared. Go, go, it's a big deal. I will accompany you, crazy. Just when the Rocket Raccoon made up his mind, Chen Mo's voice suddenly sounded in his ear. In fact, it doesn't have to be that troublesome. After Star-Lord fell into Yondu's hands on the Predator Regiment spaceship, he was beaten by Yondu at first, and then he again accepted the threat and preaching he had heard for more than 20 years. What? Thanks to Yondu's prevention, otherwise he was eaten by others when he was a child. When the Star Jew racked his brains and thought about the way to get away from him, a familiar figure suddenly flashed around Yondu, and the Star Jew was immediately overjoyed. It's the commander. He came to save me again. Carmala, who had been anxious, was also relieved. But soon, they found out that the situation was not right. Chen Mo did not act after his appearance, and for Chen Mo's sudden appearance, the Brave Degree and the Marauders' army did not react as violently as they imagined. Most of them even took a look and didn't even take out their weapons. After seeing Chen Mo, Yondu said helplessly, "You're too early and I'm trying to scare this stinky boy again." Star-Lord's face was puzzled and Carmora was also a question mark. What's the situation? Soon, Xingju and Camerla knew the truth. It turned out that Yangdu and his predator team had been employed by Chen Mo, and Yangdu also received the commission that Chen Mo promised them, 100 million. Looking at the plunderers, they were so excited when they saw the 100 million cash. Star-Lord couldn't help but turn his eyes and despise him in his heart. A group of guys who haven't seen the world. What's 100 million? There are tens of billions in his bag. Before long, several rocket raccoons also drove the Milano to the Predator ship, and the Galaxy escort team gathered again. "Ronan has got the cosmic orb and it will definitely destroy Shandel. We must stop him." Carmala looked at the crowd and said anxiously, "Gems will react to any organism. The bigger the target, the stronger the power. Ronan just needs to touch the surface of the planet and it will destroy everything. All the plants, animals, the new legion, will be destroyed." Xingju and others could not help but dignify their faces. At the next moment, including Yangdu, everyone turned to look at Chen Mo. Chen Mo glances at the crowd, but he smiles. On the Dark Star warship, Ronan and Mieba are conducting video communication. Mieba's big purple face occupies the whole screen. "The cosmic orb is already in my hands." Ronan holds the cosmic spirit ball in his hand and says triumphantly. Mieba looked at his dream universe spirit ball and said in a deep voice, "Send it to me." "Yes, this is what we agreed before. I will bring you the cosmic spirit ball and you will help me destroy Shandel." When Ronan said this, his voice suddenly turned, looked up at Mieba and said in a cold, "But now that I know it contains infinite gems, I wonder what else I want you to do." Mieba's face is cold when he hears his speech and says coldly, "Boy, you'd better think it out for me." Standing on the side of Class C, the situation, face flustered, said, "Master, you can't do this. Mieba is the most powerful existence in the universe." Ronan, however, was not frightened by the name of Mieba like Class. He knew the great power of the infinite gem. "No more." Ronan holds the cosmic spirit ball, full of self-confidence, and then looks at Mieba and says, "You call me boy. On behalf of Carrie, I will try Shandel's actions for thousands of years and let it disappear. After that, kill the bully, I'll find you to settle the account." Ronan said, holding the cosmic spirit ball with both hands and twisting it hard. The cosmic spirit ball was violently disassembled under his great power. However, the expression on Ronan's face suddenly froze at the next moment. "It's empty in the cosmic spirit ball." Ronan repeatedly confirmed the universe spirit ball in his hand, and finally confirmed that there was nothing in it. He was cheated. Looking up at the screen, Luo Nan is completely flustered. "Boy, you're dead," Mieba said in a cold voice and then cut off the communication. Faced with the death threat of exterminating Tyrant, Ronan's face was flustered at first, but then he calmed down quickly, with a flash of determination in his eyes. He knows the terror of exterminating tyrants. As Cross said, he is the most powerful existence in the whole universe. If he really gets the power gem, he still has the confidence to kill Mieba, but now the plan has failed. There is no power gem in the universe spirit ball. Relying on his own strength, he is not the opponent of destroying hegemony at all. His previous betrayal has obviously infuriated Mieba. I'm afraid that before long, the army of Mieba will come to pick him up. Although he has a powerful star warship, he can't be the opponent of Mieba's army. He originally wanted to help him destroy the new Star Empire and avenge his family with the help of the power of exterminating tyrants. However, he was self-defeating now. He not only lost this powerful power but also turned him into a terrible enemy. Although he is conceited, he knows the gap between himself and Mieba. There is only one way to die for him. Knowing that he must die, Ronan relaxed. Since death is unavoidable, finish what he should do before the arrival of Mieba. Destroy Shanderd and avenge his dead father and grandfather. In the Predator ship, Chen Mo takes out a cosmic spirit ball and throws it into the hands of. He did get a cosmic spirit ball, but there was no power gem in it. Star-Lord received the universe spirit ball, full of surprise, said, "How could there be two?" Carmala said excitedly. "You mean the one Ronan took is a fake?" Chen Mo nodded. "That's right. After I came out of the bar, the one I gave you was a fake." Karmala was not angry at all, but was happy. Great, however, Chen Mo's words later made people's faces change again. But Ronan should still attack Shandari. Why? Without the power jewel, he should not be sure of destroying Shandal. Kamura asked in a puzzled way. The original deal between Ronan and Mieba was that he handed over the cosmic orb to Mieba, and Mieba helped him destroy Shandari. However, he already knows that there are power gems in the cosmic spirit ball. Do you think he will give the cosmic spirit ball to Mieba honestly? Karmala's eyes brightened when he heard the speech. With Ronan's rebellious character, if he got the power gem, he would never yield to Mieba, and even regard the suppression of him by Mieba before as a disgrace, and would certainly tear his face with Mieba. Star-Lord obviously thought of this and said happily, "He will surely betray the tyrant." I really want to know what will happen when Ronan and Mieba turn over and find that there is no power gem in the universe spirit ball. Ah ha 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 ha. Ah ha 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 ha. Drakes, the destroyer, laughs when he thinks of the scene when he hears Star-Lord's words. Then he asks with a puzzled look, "What does this have to do with Ronan's attack on Shandal?" Seeing that Chen Mo didn't speak, Kamura, who knew both Mieba and Ronan very well, explained. "Do you think Mieba will let go those who betray him? Ronan is in the pit this time. He knew that he was dead and would take revenge on Shandal before he died. They may even choose to die together." Although Ronan did not really get the power gem, people still dare not look down on him. After all, he still has a powerful fleet in his hands. Xingju and others immediately discussed the way to save Shandarksing. Although they got a lot of money from Ivan, time obviously does not allow them to upgrade their equipment. They can only rely on the Galactic Escort Team and the Predator Team, and can also add the new Star Corps. They immediately informed the new Star Legion of this situation, and at the same time, they rushed to Shandal at full speed. After some discussion, the new Star Supreme still chose to believe them, and Shandal's escort fleet immediately entered the combat readiness state, ready to meet Ronan at any time. He did not let them wait too long. In order to avenge him before he found him, Ronan arrived at Shandal as quickly as possible. Without the power gem, Ronan chose a simpler way and directly ordered the Dark Star warship to rush to Shandal at full speed. The size and weight of the Dark Star warship is comparable to that of a city. The power of falling from high altitude is equivalent to the impact of a giant meteorite on the Earth. The huge energy generated by the impact is enough to destroy the surface civilization of Shandal. The appearance of the Dark Star warship confirmed the warning of Star-Lord and others, and the new Star Army's defense fleet immediately took off to fight. The Dark Star warship also immediately flew out of countless dead spirit ships, and the starship of the new Star Corps launched a fierce air battle. However, the new Star Corps soon found out that it was not right. The Dark Star warship did not slow down at all, but rushed towards Shandal. Contact the content of the warning sent by Star Ju, they immediately understood Ronan's plan. He actually intended to die together. But now the new Star Army's fleet is being entangled by the Necromancer ship, unable to prevent the Dark Star warship from falling. When the new Star Supreme and others were very angry, a new force suddenly joined the scuffle between the two sides. Hundreds of Swallow-wing spaceships came from the distance and attacked the dead spirit ships from the rear. They soon helped the new Star Army break the deadlock. A large number of Death Spirit ships were destroyed, and the battle balance rapidly tilted. All the way to full-speed flight, the Predator spacecraft finally arrived in time, all the combat ships out to join the fight. With their help, the new Star Army's fighters quickly got away and flew to the bottom of the Dark Star warship. They arranged in order. The octagonal wings in the rear spread out and connected with the adjacent fighters through the traction beam, forming a large golden net, which blocked the speed of the Dark Star warship's descent. Although the strength of an octagonal fighter is far from the Dark Star warship, the combined strength of hundreds of fighters can barely compete with the Dark Star warship. The speed of the Dark Star warship's falling slowly begins to slow down. However, according to the current trend, it is still very difficult to completely stop its falling. The Predator ship and the Death Spirit ship fight together. Chen Mo and Xingju use the Milano to open a big hole in the weak position behind the Dark Star warship and directly drive the spacecraft into the Dark Star warship. Under the leadership of Chen Mo, the Galaxy escort team all the way to the spaceship command room. In this process, the chopper blades on both sides of the Dark Star warship began to rotate, tearing up the blockade net composed of the new Star Corps fighters, and the speed of the Dark Star warship falling was accelerated again. Seeing Chen Mo in the command room of the Dark Star warship, Ronan knew that he was not an opponent. He immediately destroyed the ship's steering gear with a hammer, and then jumped directly from the hatch opened in front of the command room. With his physical fitness and armor, there is no problem in falling from high altitude, and he will not fall to death like ordinary people. As long as he can leave the center of the falling spaceship, the next impact will not kill him. Just when Star-Lord and others thought Shandel was doomed, Chen Mo went to the driving device destroyed by Ronan and stretched out a liquid metal from his armor hand and penetrated into the interior of the driving device. "You go after Ronan. I'll take it here." After seeing this, they knew that Chen Mo had a way to control the spaceship. They immediately felt relieved and quickly returned to Milano to pursue Ronan. After the crowd leaves, Chen Mo takes back the riot disguised as liquid metal and releases miniature transformers instead. His Zhenjin Nano battle suit and steel battle suit do not have the ability to deform casually. If you want to control the spaceship, you still have to rely on transformers. In other words, he doesn't need to stay here. He can fight against Ronan with them, but if so, how can he make the next plan? Xingju and others soon found Ronan, who had fallen to the ground, and both sides immediately fought. But Xingju and others are not Ronan's opponents at all. They are easily beaten by him. Ronan originally wanted to escape from here as soon as possible and avoid the impact center of the Dark Star warship. However, looking at Kamura, who rushed up again, he suddenly remembered something. Instead of hitting her like before, he stretched out his hand to pinch her neck and lifted her into the air. Originally prepared to continue to rush up the Star-Lord, and others cannot help but stop. "Give me the real infinite gem, or I'll break your neck." Carmilla was choked by Ronan, unable to breathe, struggling in pain, but unable to shake Ronan's control. Ronan then turned to look at the others and said in a cold voice, "Hand it in." As Ronan's hands tightened, Carmilla's face became more and more painful. A fight between heaven and man broke out in Star-Lord's heart, but he finally handed over the Ronan grabs the cosmic spirit ball and smashes it. Looking at the shining power gem in the middle, Ronan can feel the huge power contained in it. The power gem, after all, fell into his hands. Mieba, let's see. He thought he was going to die, but he didn't expect to survive. When the mountain circuit turned around, he still got the power gem. Ronan was so excited that he threw Carmilla at Xingju and immediately held the power gem. His strength is much stronger than Karina. Although the power of the power gem is also eroding his body, the speed is very slow, and he can bear it in a short time. Then, Ronan pulled out the hammer from behind and smashed it at the power gem in his hand. Under his great power, the power gem was directly inlaid on the warhammer, and the erosion of gem energy on him stopped. Armed with a hammer inlaid with power gems, Ronan was filled with pride. He felt that armed with a hammer inlaid with power gems, Ronan was filled with pride. He felt that the whole universe would be subdued at his feet. Shandarksing and Mieba would be destroyed under his hammer. Looking around, looking at his Shandarians in horror and the galactic guard that he had beaten to the ground, Ronan was extremely excited, raised the hammer and said in a loud, "Look at this galactic escort. What are you guarding? Now I'm finally going to get what I wanted and avenge my father and grandfather. The people of Shandard, forsaking your humble beliefs, is the time to meet me. You are about to be redeemed." In Ronan's passion for the winner's speech, he suddenly found that the Star Baron in front of him was humming a song and leaping to himself. "What are you doing?" Ronan asked with a confused face. "Dance, man, just the two of us." As Xingju said this, he kept on dancing. Carmilla also looked at him with the eyes of an old idiot. He didn't understand how he could think of dancing at this critical moment. "What the hell are you doing?" Ronan felt offended and said angrily. Starju's eyes of the rest of the light found that the rocket raccoon and drakes have been ready, immediately also no longer continue to perform. Looking at Ronan, disdainful said, "Divide your heart, idiot." Ronan hears the words in the heart dark way is not good. Immediately also saw one side Drago's chest hangs the hadron cannon. Unfortunately, it was too late for him to find out. As soon as Xingju's voice was down, the rocket raccoon connected the line. The powerful hadron gun, which had been dismantled from the Milano, immediately fired its shell and instantly hit Ronan's warhammer, and the power gem embedded in it fell down. Ronan immediately reached out to pick him up. Unfortunately, he was a little late. He was caught by Xingju, who had been prepared and approached him with the help of awkward dance. A huge energy burst out immediately and sent Ronan flying out. However, Star-Lord's strength is still insufficient, unable to withstand the power of the power gem like Ronan. However, with the other members of the Galaxy escort team going forward to help regardless of the danger, the power of the power gem was finally controlled under the joint efforts of several people. Under the gaze of many mountain darlings around, a strong purple light shot out from Star-Lord's hands, which exploded Ronan into flying ash. This scene is deeply branded in the minds of all present and will spread throughout the universe with his narration. This is what Chen Mo wants, and it is also the reason why he did not kill Ronan himself, but handed them over to Xingju and others. Chen Mo knows that Xingju can control the power gem. After all, he is not an ordinary Earthman but has half of the god blood. Chen Mo needs to lead Igor through him. Igor has been looking for the son he had with the Earth woman. When he heard that there was a man on Earth holding an infinite gem, but he did not die, he would immediately know that Star-Lord was his Earth son and would take the initiative to come to the door. Ronan is just an appetizer in Chen Mo's opinion. Chen Mo has done so much before in order to lead Igor out. This ancient god, which has existed for thousands of years, at least has the strength of the sub-Heavenly Father, and may even have the strength of the Heavenly Father comparable to Odin. If Chen Mo's plan can succeed, he will really have the powerful strength to confront the Exterminator and his army, and the key to all this is in the Dark Star warship. In the air, Jarvis has taken control of the Dark Star warship, and the information from the control center of the warship also confirms Chen Mo's conjecture. Under the guidance of Jarvis, Chen Mo leaves the command room and comes to a huge room at the bottom of the Dark Star warship. The ground in the middle of the room is like an altar. The metal floors marked with peculiar patterns form a circle. Chen Mo stands on the edge of the altar and orders, "Jarvis, open it." As Chen Mo's voice dropped, the floor in the middle of the altar suddenly retracted, and then, like a chain reaction, circles of floor retracted continuously, revealing a large hole in the center of the altar. Chen Mo looks down. There is a pool of blood in the pit. The blue blood is surging slowly and seems to be still alive. This is what Chen Mo is looking for. Blood pool. There are not many top strengthening methods in the galaxy. Most of them are in the hands of some top forces. Ronan holds one of them, which is the blood pool hidden in the deepest part of the Dark Star warship. This is the reason why he is able to have far more powerful than other carry people. According to Jarvis information from the control center of the Dark Star warship, this blood pool can use the blood and brain of other creatures to strengthen the human body. A full pool of blood can only be strengthened once, and it must be the blood of the same race. Ronan's chosen target is the Shandarians, who have a deep blood feud with him. Over the years, Ronan has been arresting the Shandarians, smashing their heads with a hammer at the edge of the blood pool, filling the blood pool with their blood and brains, and strengthening them again and again. The physical quality of Shandarian people is only slightly stronger than that of the Earth people. Under the effect of blood pool, relying on a large number of blood pools, Ronan's strength can still be enhanced to such a strong level. If the blood of stronger creatures is used, the effect will certainly be stronger. Most importantly, although this blood pool enhancement method is bloody and cruel, it has no side effects for the intensifier. However, the blood pool itself is to win by quantity, and it must have enough blood to play a role. Even if the blood of Thor was released, it was not enough to submerge the bottom of the pool. But Chen Mo has a better choice: God's spinal fluid. Previously in the collection room of Diffin, Chen Mo quietly released a miniature transformer, which intruded into the control system of the old house of Diffin, copied all the information in it, and discovered the function of the God's spinal fluid. That is, it can strengthen the body. However, other forces have no blood pool, and the effect of strengthening is effective. Most of them are strengthened by refining and injecting, but they do not fully play the role of God's spinal fluid. Ronan is killed by the galactic escort team, the dead spirit ships are all destroyed, and the Dark Star warship is also controlled by Chen Mo, and Shandel is finally saved. After a rest, they bid farewell to the new Star Army and return to the Void. However, in the new Star Corps, Star-Lord also learned a news related to his own life experience. At first, after Shandarkson captured Star-Lord, they found that there was something wrong with Star-Lord's nervous system, so they examined him and found that only half of his lineage came from Earth. In other words, his mother was an Earthman, and his father was some ancient creature they had never touched. Xingju was also curious about his life experience, but the truth of the matter was estimated to be only known by his mother. Now that his mother had already passed away, he had no place to investigate. When the Dark Star warship arrived at the Void, it scared the people inside. However, Diffin had already known what happened on Shandel through his own channels. Know that the Galactic Guard has killed Ronan. Facing Xingju and others again, Emperor Fan no longer dare to be arrogant and dare not mention a word about the power gem and his missing treasury. Even Ronan was killed by them, and the Dark Star warship became their booty. He didn't want his nothingness taken away. Never give them a reason to do it. Then, Emperor Fan was extremely polite to Chen Mo and others, and agreed to any request without hesitation. The blood pool of Yushi Dark Star warship was quickly filled, and Chen Mo also took the lead in entering the blood pool and strengthened it. However, the final effect is not satisfactory. Chen Mo's strength improvement is very limited. Chen Mo estimates that even if he uses up all the God's spinal cord fluid in the Void, it will be difficult to make a big improvement. It seems that if you want to continue to improve your strength, you still have to rely on Xingju's cheap father, Igor. However, Chen Mo did not let Dai Fan go. For him, the effect is limited, but for others it is different. With the help of blood pool and Tianqian's spinal cord fluid, several members of the Galaxy Escort team have been strengthened, and their strength has been improved to a certain extent. With the super soldier serum taken out by Chen Mo, the overall strength of the Galaxy Escort team has soared. After draining the last drop of God's spinal cord fluid from Emperor Fan, Chen Makai left the Void with his reluctant Galaxy Escort. A few days later, the Dark Star warship stopped at the back of the moon, and Star-Lord was taken by Chen Mo to the Milano. Looking at the approaching Earth, Star-Lord still wants to make the final struggle. "Boss, why don't you go back by yourself? I'll wait for you on the Dark Star with them. Don't talk nonsense, go and fly the ship." "Since my mother died, there are only painful memories left for me. I really don't want to go back to this sad place again." Chen Mo looked at the sad star and said slowly, "Who said your mother was dead? What do you say?" In the secret base of Aegis Bureau, a woman was sleeping in a freezer. Looking at the familiar face in the freezer, Star-Lord trembled with excitement. Before Chen Mo left the world of Captain America, he left some instructions to Hydra and Aegis, mainly aimed at superheroes and various important figures in the future, including naturally the only Earthman Star-Lord in the Galactic Escort team. Chen Mo didn't want to stop him from leaving the Earth, but he could save his mother. Although the technology mastered by the Aegis Bureau at that time could not completely cure her cancer, under the action of the top medical team and super soldier serum, she survived and was frozen. Now that Chen Mo has mastered the new anti-cancer drugs, she can completely control her condition. It's time for them to reunite. As for her death, it was just a play directed by the Aegis Bureau. Of course, the party did not know about it. She only thought that she was in a coma and then rescued. Later, she was lucky to get the chance to participate in a secret experiment. As the thawing process is completed, the women in the freezer slowly wake up, slowly opened her eyes and looked at the man in front of her who was excited and crying. There was a flash of doubt in May's eyes. However, looking at this seemingly strange but also cannot help but feel very familiar with the face, recalled the original Frozen before the experimenter said to her, "Wake up again." It should be decades later, her eyes suddenly softened up. 26 years later, May once again reached out and stroked Xingju's face. "Pete, are you my little star?" Baron Xingju finally couldn't help but shed tears when he heard the speech. He quickly reached out and grabbed May's palm and pressed it tightly on his face. His voice was shaking and crying. "Mother, it's me. I'm back after being awakened." May began to receive the treatment of new anti-cancer drugs, and the situation improved rapidly. Xingju stayed by her mother for a moment every day, telling her about her wonderful experience in these years, and seemed to make up for all the time she had lacked before. Besides going to the desperate virus research department, Chen Mo also visits the ward from time to time. After learning that Chen Mo is the commander, May, who has always been a gentle mother in front of Xingju, instantly turns into a little fan sister. She looks at Chen Mo with her eyes shining and says excitedly, "Commander, I'm a big fan of you. Can you sign it for me?" Although Xingju had psychological preparation, he could not help but get some headache. Of course, he knew that his mother was a fanatic fan of the commander. The reason why he regarded the commander as his idol was also influenced by his mother. Chen Mo naturally won't refuse and meets May's request. Xingju looks at her mother's smirk with Chen Mo's signature and feels a burst of jealousy. Not only his mother, but also his grandfather after returning to Earth. This makes Xingju, who always thought he was an orphan, very happy. But Star-Lord did not stay on Earth all the time, because his comrades were still waiting for him behind the moon. After his mother's body recovered, he gave his mother to his grandfather, or to be exact, his mother took care of him. He and Chen Mo left the Earth again, returned to the Dark Star warship, and started the journey of the galactic escort again. Now he is no longer a small mercenary. They shoulder the responsibility of guarding the galaxy. Chen Mo did not return to the real world but joined them. After all, the god's spinal fluid in the Void Land comes from the remains of the gods who have died for countless years, and there is little energy left in it. However, the god's spinal fluid itself is only an unexpected harvest. Chen Mo's real goal is actually Igor. According to the description in the film, Chen Mo speculates that Igor's real origin should be a Boltzmann brain, and according to his performance in the film, his huge brain in the interior of the planet should contain great energy. Although the brain is a little larger, it still meets the requirements of blood pool, which can be used for strengthening, and the effect should be satisfactory. But only if you find Igor or wait for him to come. Defeat Ronan and save Shandel. The galactic escort team is famous in the universe. Chen Mo takes them to risk in the galaxy and takes another mission from time to time, waiting for Igor's arrival. Chen Mo didn't wait too long. On this day, Chen Mo and others were repairing and Chen Mo didn't wait too long. On this day, Chen Mo and others were repairing an unmanned planet. A huge white spaceship like an egg landed slowly. An old man with a white beard and a kind face, and a tall woman with big eyes with two tentacles on top of her head stepped down from the spaceship. Chen Mo smiles in his heart. After waiting for so long, Igor finally comes. The next thing is similar to the movie, but there are not so many twists and turns. After Igor showed his identity, Xingju went to Igor's planet after some entanglement and encouragement from others. Of course, the entire galaxy escort followed. Although the motive of Igor is not pure but out of confidence in his own strength, he did not put Chen Mo and others in the eye, allowing them to follow all in the past. Igor's planet is beautiful, just like a dream. At the beginning, people didn't find anything wrong. Star-Lord also slowly accepted Igor's identity. However, in the reminder of Chen Mo, he did not say that his mother was still alive. Igor gave him the way to use the power and Star-Lord soon mastered it. But Chen Mo sees the problem. Igor did not give everything to Star-Lord at all. He only taught him how to use his divine power, but did not teach him how to condense his own divine power. In the film, Star-Lord's value for Igor can be used as a divine power battery to help him stimulate the seeds he has planted throughout the universe over the years and assimilate the whole universe into himself. This shows that Star-Lord, like Igor, can provide or create divine power. If both of them use the powers in the core of Igor, then Star-Lord will have no value for Igor's insufficient assimilation of the universe. Only Star-Lord can provide or create more powers to help Igor assimilate the whole. However, in order to prevent Star-Lord from exceeding his control, Igor concealed the most important thing when he taught him, just taught him how to use divine power and how to shape simply. But he did not tell him what the source of light energy was, nor how to gather divine power, leaving him a backhand. So Star-Lord in essence has the ability of Igor. It can create and gather the spotlight energy by itself. Even if Igor dies, as long as Star-Lord can find a way to gather his power, he can still regain his divine power. After Chen Mo's reminding, Xingju also found this problem. After all, Xingju himself has the general Protoss lineage. Under the guidance of Chen Mo, he finally found a way to gather his own divine power through his own exploration. When the time is right, Chen Mo tells us that the tumor in Xingju's mother's brain was actually put into it. Then, under the guidance of Igor's maid and mantis girl, he finds the cave filled with the bones of Igor's children, exposing Igor's plot. Xingju made a trial, and Igor was sure to let out his mouth. He admitted that he wanted to kill Mei. The father and son immediately started a war. However, Igor's strength is still stronger than the Star Baron who has just obtained the divine power. The whole planet has undergone earth-shaking changes under his control. However, Chen Mo and his team also took advantage of the two men's war to enter the deep underground and find Igor's main body, the huge brain wrapped in heavy metal. It's just that the metal shell is too thick. Although there are some holes on it, even the raccoon can't pass through it. They can't do anything even if they want to explode. But this is obviously not a problem for Chen Mo. Let all the flying knives out of the space. Chen Mo controls them to go through the hole in the metal shell and fly into the interior quickly. Facing the strangulation of the body brain by the throwing knife, Igor, who is fighting with Star-Lord, immediately falls down from the air. There was no chance for him to fly again. Under the control of Chen Mo's mind, 20 flying knives completely twisted Igor's brain into paste. Igor's human body lost the support of his divine power and quickly shrank into a pile of fly ash and floated away. Star-Lord suddenly lost the support of Igor's core divine power and fell from the air. Fortunately, he had already updated his equipment and quickly started the aircraft. He was suspended in the air and did not fall to death. Then, Chen Mo finally uses Igor's brain to strengthen. As for nausea, compared with the effect of reinforcement, this is not a problem at all. Chen Mo, who used to have 15 times the physical quality of ordinary people, has gained 25 times the strength of ordinary people after this strengthening. Although the great gap between the physical strength and the spirit level of the Father of Thunder and the power of the Father of Heaven has been greatly increased, with the strength of his father's body and the power of his father, he is still more powerful. To achieve the goal, using Igor to push his own strength to the threshold of Tianfu level, Chen Mo finally has the strength to fight against the tyrant. Chen Mo no longer ventured in the galaxy but returned to Earth again. Before long, Odin, who was exiled to the Earth by Rocky, finally came to the end of his life. With the death of the God King who suppressed the 9 realms, Mieba, who had been eyeing the Earth, was finally ready to invade the Earth and seize the infinite gems. But before that, Hela, the goddess of death, was the first to appear. Without Odin's suppression, Hera, who was exiled to the underworld, broke the seal and came back again. However, he was met by the Thor whose strength had already entered the level of sub-heavenly father, and Chen Mo, who had been strengthened by the blood pool, touched the threshold of heavenly father level. After a fierce battle, Chen Mo, with the sword of the king in his hand, decapitated Hera's head and sent her back to the underworld once again. After Hera was killed, there were no gods. At dusk, Asgard was able to survive, and Thor, the god of thunder, kept his eyes and did not become a cyclops. However, his thunder hammer was broken by Hela. Considering that his thunder power can play a greater role with weapons, Thor immediately went to Nidavi to find the dwarf king to forge the thunder tomahawk. Before Thor returned, Mieba and his army arrived first. Mieba thought that without Odin with their strength, they could easily take the earth and grab infinite gems, but found that the situation was not as he thought. He first sent 5 generals of Xingyao to seize the infinite gems. In his opinion, with their help, they would be enough to crush the earth, and he did not need to do it in person. As a result, after entering the earth, there was no news soon, and it took a long time for Zaya-Oba to accept the fact. The most powerful star Yao 5 generals under his hand were killed by all the earth people before the news was sent out. He spent countless efforts to cultivate Xingyaowu, whose strength is all above Karmala, almost sub-heavenly father level. One person is enough to destroy a planet, but now it is lost on the earth. Exterminating tyrants immediately became angry and ordered the army to attack the earth. However, before the Vanguard landing ship landed on Earth, countless warships suddenly burst out of space and launched an attack on them. Mieba quickly recognized their origins by the signs on their ships, the Marauders, and not just one of them but the entire army of Marauders. Under the attack of the Marauder Legion, the Vanguard landing ship was greatly damaged. Even if it landed on the Earth, it was severely attacked by the Aegis space carrier and the Vakanda spacecraft. Over the years, Chen Mo has been preparing for a far greater force on Earth than when the Zetari army invaded. With the cooperation of the Marauder Legion, Aegis Bureau, Wakanda, Avengers Alliance, and Galactic Escort Team all worked hard to destroy the powerful legion that used to traverse the universe by destroying hegemony, and finally was completely destroyed. Mieba watched his efforts for many years to be completely destroyed, and his canthus were about to crack, but he did not give up. The legion can be recruited again without it. What he really relies on to dominate the universe for so many years is his own strong strength. He is confident that no one is his opponent except Odin. However, as soon as Mieba stepped on the earth, he was attacked by thunder and tomahawk from the sky. Fortunately, Mieba responded quickly and rushed to one side. At last, he hid in a mess. Saul, who had just made the thunder axe and arrived at the battlefield, shook his head regretfully, recalled the thunder axe and continued to attack the enemy. However, the strength of Mieba is even stronger than Hela. Even with a stronger thunder tomahawk, Saul is still difficult to win him. Chen Mo sees the situation and immediately makes a move. The two join hands again, but it is only a draw. Your strength is somewhat beyond my expectation. Unfortunately, you are still not my opponent. After exterminating Bully, he finds that Chen Mo suddenly retreats. Just when he thinks Chen Mo knows that he is not his opponent and wants to run away, he sees Chen Mo take a metal ball from Xingju's hand. After opening it, a dazzling purple light comes out of it. Madriasis was seen as a contraction of the pupil. Power gem. Just when he wants to grab it, Chen Mo raises his hand and grabs it in his hand. A strong purple light is about to surround him and then quickly dissipates. Mieba's heart was not good, but under the fierce attack of Saul, he could not leave at all. Holding the power gem in his hand, Chen Mo suddenly comes to Mieba. Without using his sword, he blows straight at him. Mieba wants to escape, but he is firmly bound in place by the purple energy escaping from Chen Mo's fist. Chen Mo's fist hits his chest heavily, and a burst of fracture sounds, and Mieba's chest is deeply depressed. You should know how strong Mieba's physical quality is, almost comparable to that of Edelman alloy, but it still failed to block the power of the power gem and was seriously injured in an instant. However, his strong physical fitness made him survive. Saul waved his thunder axe and tried to mend his knife, but he was still a little late. Chen Mo again comes to Mieba, who has been knocked out and is flying backwards in the air. The sword of the king of his right hand swings past. Under the effect of the power gem, Mieba has no resistance. He looks hopelessly at the sword blade passing in front of him. His neck cools, and he loses consciousness completely. Purple Head fell to the ground. there is still a trace of regret and reluctance in the eyes. Kill bully, die. The big stone that Chen Mo has been pressing on his mind for many years has finally landed. Chen Mo returned to the real world while the Aegis dealt with the post-war affairs. The research on the hopeless virus has not been completed, otherwise Chen Mo will be able to really have the strength of his father. Even if he does not use the power gem, he can easily kill the tyrant. But at this time, Chen Mo is not so persistent in power. Although the power gem can't be brought to other worlds, it can run wild in any world with its current strength. Even the powerful man at the Heavenly Father level has the power of in the real world. The United States is still in a state of chaos, with demonstrations taking place, and the next presidential election is about to begin. This is also an opportunity for Chen Mo. Under the covert manipulation of Hydra, President Chris, whose support rating has fallen sharply, has been eliminated completely. However, a candidate whose son is disabled contacted by Hydra secretly has been supporting Iron Man and opposing the president's persecution of the people, and has won the final victory of the presidential election by crushing Chris and other candidates with the posture of Dark Horse benefit. With this, Hydra entered the high level of the United States and expanded rapidly in various fields. According to the current momentum, it will not be long before the Hydra will reach the level of the United World, and even more powerful. During this period, David has finally been promoted to a second-level agent and obtained Super Soldier Serum enhancement. Now his goal is to upgrade to the third-level agent and get super power. Aegis, hooray! A month later, shuttle time came again, and this time with the surge of spiritual strength, Chen Mo had the ability to freely choose to shuttle around the world. Looking back on his experiences over the years, Chen Mo couldn't help but smile. Without any hesitation, Chen Mo chose the world of Night Legend and chose to go through. After so many years, I don't know whether little Serena has grown up or not, whether she still likes eating sugar so much. The light flashed, and Chen Mo's figure disappeared in the villa and appeared in a magnificent temple.